Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link together with a thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Eric Troche, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fibre Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Melby Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Near the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
What you say, Oakley?
Don't worry
No
about
respect.
that. He admitted in the back and forth with me that it's his opinion. He admitted in the back and forth that he doesn't know it all. He was pretty honest when addressed in a different manner. So I accept his answer. It's his opinion, and he doesn't really know. That's nothing wrong with that. What's the problem?
Just so like he's so prideful. It really sickens me sometimes.
Why are you trying to change him? He said it's his opinion. He doesn't know.
No, yeah, at the end he said that. But in
Well,
the
that's
middle
good
of
enough,
everything,
though. But that's good enough. Why am I concerned if he meant it or not?
I guess you're right.
Yeah, what's the purpose? If we get free energy out of it and my cable bill goes down, hey, kudos.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. I'm for Ether now.
No, I'm totally for it because they're trying to tie it to, at least from as little as I could get from it, is I've seen the Tesla documentaries years ago.
Exactly.
Years ago, where he found how you could harness energy and the powers to be then wanted to come to the people. So they did this and they did that. And then all the conspiracies and then blah, blah, blah. And so the Tesla crowd is there saying that the ether exists, blah, blah, blah. I say, okay, great. So free energy, let's take it one at a time. Let's say Tesla figured out how to harness free energy or, available energy without
But
fossil
did
fuel.
he?
Now, hang on, let me finish. Let's assume he did. What does that got to do with ether? Now, do you have to have ether in order to prove what Tesla could or could have not done? I don't know. Okay, when they come out with free energy and they have to tie it to how they got it, that's when we'll find out if they're getting it from this thing called ether or not. But until that point, it's just opinions and stories. So let's just wait and see because we're not against ether. We just want proof for it. Well, if they give us free energy, tie it to it, then they got proof for it. But that hasn't happened.
Exactly. And like how much of that Tesla story is true, it's what we're told, but how much
Well,
is true?
if they give us free energy, then a lot of it's true.
Correct.
So let's see it.
Right.
Because I've just seen the documentaries and it goes back to what's causing it. And what's causing it is they've lied about everything. So now everything's a lie and so everything's a lie, which is not true. Not everything is a lie.
Yeah, I don't like some of the things too. Like in other words, they're insinuating that we just want to sit back on our asses and not discover anything. Whoever said that? That's but we like validation for what we claim. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. I sat at that table too, but I was just okay. It wasn't until I came here, learned about the scientific method and what to grab onto and what not to grab onto. What to join and what not to join. I mean, it can't be validated. I don't know what it is. I still haven't got an answer what it is.
I think Adam answered it the best. Adam said, I'm not going back to where people can lie to me again. I've been lied to before. I'm not going to, I'm summarizing what Adam said. He said it much better. And so what Adam said is the reason we're hyper specific is because we don't want to be lied to again. So when we hear something, rather than saying it's coming from someone who has a similar viewpoint as ours, say flat Earth, we just don't accept it either from them. Well, show it to me. So we're in a position where this show is about physics, and we want to have facts proving things. And so we're going to challenge it. We're going to ask, where'd you get it? You know, did you run it through the scientific method, or is this more of a this or that? And they don't like that because they want to say, why are you doing that? Look, I'm on your side. I'm a flat earther. Why are you doing this to me? This is them at us. They're saying, well, because we've been lied to and we want to see all the facts first. Whether it's a lie from them, whoever them is, or from someone on our side who knows that them has lied to us. We just want to prove it first. They don't like that. Those are the steps.
And how convenient that, well, it falls out of the scientific method. Yeah, well, how convenient is that?
Well,
But
yeah,
Bob claimed it's science, though, right?
Yeah, but a lot of things fall out as I can't even go through the scientific method, and it's okay to have a viewpoint and an opinion, and no one's saying you can't.
You know what's crazy? We were outside toasting. By the way, my brother's got a beautiful house in Alabama. He told me yesterday, he goes, I still can't believe I'm in here. I got one. But anyway, it's gorgeous. So we're outside toasting marshmallows, making the s'mores. And his wife said, no, the science behind making s'mores is, I'm like, what? The
Well,
science behind making s'mores?
You got to take it easy. There's nothing wrong with that statement, Neil. There's nothing wrong with that statement in the context in which you used it.
Well, that's what I asked. I said, what do you mean science? The knowledge of how to make s'mores, or are you claiming science here? Because she knows her husband's the one that told me about flat Earth. She was mocking us yesterday.
No. Please listen. When someone says this is the science for this, they're talking the knowledge, the how to. They're not running a scientific method. But you got to be careful. You take the.
No, they got into it yesterday. I was upstairs, and my brother Chris texted me. He said, "Come down. We're having a flat Earth debate." I said, "Listen,
On some more?
if you're talking to my son, no, this was early. I said, if you're talking to my son, he's in kindergarten. I'm in college right now. I'm not going to go to those 2015 arguments. What is he talking about? 2 points in the sky? Yes." I said, "You deal with him. I'm done."
So did he just turn around or what?
I don't know what happened. I was upstairs. The show was still going.
No, the 2 points in the sky. Just turn around or what? Just turn around.
I don't know what the heck.
Where's Nathan?
Making coffee.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're so quiet, like a church mouse.
Just listening.
No problem.
It was getting frustrating. Yes,
So why is it that I pick up in Neil that anytime anyone says science, he's got to jump down their throat?
I didn't jump down their throat.
No, listen. When we say science here on this show, in the context of our conversations, it's hyper specific. In the real world, you want to know the science behind s'mores? I'm not going to ruin the moment.
Well, we were explaining to her the Newton gravity later on in the night. It was just me, my brother, and his wife about Newton's gravity and Einstein's gravity. And when I read the, that Newton statement that he doesn't want to be attached to, what do you call it, gravity? She said, no, he means the understanding of it. He doesn't want to be attached to the understanding of it because he doesn't know it yet. I said, well, that's not what he's saying here.
Right, but that's not what I posed to Nathan. It's us leaving the show, going into the real world outside the show parameters, and hearing someone say the word science. What am I supposed to do? Correct everybody?
Yes.
No.
It just perks. You just your ears are in tune to a lot of things that you wouldn't even thought about, say, 8 years ago, right?
Right.
But it's like you're in tune to a lot of things now, and you're starting to see. Well, you're not starting, but we see how we've been duped on a lot of things, and how they just slap science on to validate whatever they're pushing.
Yeah, I
It's
know what you're
crazy.
saying. It all depends. If they have ears to hear, eyes to see, it's a conversation to be had. If I don't know that, and I just assume they want to hear what I've learned over the last 8 years or whatever, then I'm in for a surprise when I see a response that I wasn't expecting, versus anticipating a response by asking a few questions and seeing if they're even near the topic before even going into it.
Yeah, and my son, he did. I heard him say yesterday again that you got all your knowledge, everything you're getting from YouTube. Like that's a victory for him. Like, I don't understand that. This is a source of where we're getting information now.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
The YouTube videos reference and cite official sources. So where's their knowledge coming from?
Correct. You don't want to
It
hear
doesn't.
that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you get it through a class and you see the citation there, or someone shows it digitally via digital means through YouTube. It's a nonsense argument.
Yeah, so check this out. They cannot get me a rental car that I need till Saturday.
Well, they know
Because
your history. Then no one wants to give you a car. If I had a spare car, I'd loan you my skateboard instead, knowing your luck with cars.
they don't have any, like, they have regular cars, but I'm not going to fit a regular car. I have a ton of luggage, 3 big kids, and my wife. So they have to. It's Saturday. So I called them up. I got the receipt from the car that I did fix. I told them I'm not driving it back to New York with the check engine light on. And I feel something is wrong when I'm driving it. That, when you know a car,
Yeah.
it's not driving like it did when I left the freaking rental place in New York. So I'm not taking a chance of breaking down an 18-hour trip back to New York. No way.
Mhm.
So you got to get me another car. So they're pretty good. We'll see when I bring it back how they work it out. Because it basically ruined my trip. Come on.
Nothing worse than every car you touch goes bad, then you go rent a new one and that goes bad.
Unfreaking real. I'm Griswold. I'm the vacation guy. Chevy Chase.
You want my skateboard?
There goes Big Ben.
So Nathan,
Yeah.
were you happy with Witt's admission that it was just his opinion?
He gave loads of admissions over the course of those 3 or 4 hours. So
Yeah.
no,
I know,
not really.
but
I don't see this as any sort of personal victory.
no, I'm not saying for any victory. Are you happy that at that point it went from actuality to just an opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then what's the problem with him having that?
There isn't one. That's what I said at that point, was it not? Well, go in
Yeah.
peace. Off you go. Believe whatever you like.
Yep. Yeah. So I don't see a problem.
No.
Until we get free energy, there's no problem. But listen,
yeah.
that was good how you got that too, because I was thinking the same thing when he said he's gonna take a victory lap when he did that with Brian. I was thinking the same thing, so I'm glad you voiced it.
Oh, you mean the after show with Bob that he had?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, that's like,
That's projection.
well, no, they do it. We have an after show and we talk about the show. That's so normal that everyone does it to make it stand out like it's something like bad or weird when they do it.
No, but he took a victory lap in that show with that after show with Bob, and there was no victory to take a lap for.
Well, I know. He said it was a very negligible force on that show.
I remember. And the fact that when Brian was talking, it seems like there's an issue that he does not give Brian no respect. He just kept chanting and got his full sentence out as Brian was trying to make some points.
It don't matter. If we got the admission out of him, it's his opinion. Nathan, I got a slide in Master D on the Haver sign.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we got elevation angles.
Go ahead, it's up.
Yeah, so this is one of many. I posted some of this yesterday. You can just glance through it and you could see the shaded area there. It says, is the Earth flat after all? It comes as a surprise to some that the Earth is not perfectly spherical. It's flattened slightly, a shape known to mathematicians as an oblate spheroid. At an equator, the Earth has a radius of 6,378 kilometers, measuring from the center to the poles. However, the distance is slightly less, about 6,357 kilometers. For some types of calculations, it's appropriate to use 6,371 kilometers, which is the radius of a theoretical sphere having the same volume as the Earth. All of the formulas presented in this chapter, however, operate under the assumption that the Earth is a sphere having a radius of exactly 6,378. This is, in fact, the same assumption made by the functions in version 2.0 of Google Maps API. So any slight errors will be in good company. And as you can see, the Haversine method, in bold print on top, is talking about converting into a sphere with a radius. Now, the whole point is 2 points, how they are on the surface of a sphere. So they take the flat Earth, apply the Haversine to make connections on 2 points on the arc. And this is just one of many.
Awesome. Hello, Adam.
But the
A
problem,
theoretical sphere, huh?
well, no, the biggest problem here is, okay, fine. Show me R, because it's based on R.
They can't.
Well, then this whole page means nothing.
They say it means nothing. They tell you it's an assumption. They tell you it's a theoretical sphere.
No, they're saying that it's without the oblateness. So they're saying it's a perfect sphere theoretically. So they're saying, okay, there's some flat parts, which they don't mean what we mean. But then they're saying we're just going to pretend this Earth is a perfect sphere. That's our theoretical assumption. Fine. Then it's got to have a perfect R. Yes. And you gave us the R, 6,378, radius. Great. Where is it?
Nowhere to be found.
Oh, yeah. If it's nowhere to be found, then you ain't got it. See, that's the beauty of the black swan. The black swan says goodbye to your sphere assumption, because it could be no further than this. And it's easy to prove.
Yeah, that's how we ended it last night with my sister-in-law. I explained the black swan to her. I was explaining to her that we have images and video of the horizon being probably more than 25 miles out.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That can't be on a sphere. Oh, no. I'm sorry. If we're on what they say, then it's got to be no more than, what is it? Offhand? 1.22 miles?
Yeah. Well, not all, but most people have been on airplanes. They've never seen it. I've never seen it. I've been on the ocean many times. I've never seen it. I've been in tall buildings. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. And now I say, oh, there's a formula to it based on height. To make the audience happy.
What are you asking?
I don't know. I got to get a handle on it. Anyway, so I got to get the I got to get the formula for it. So you can't see it. The Earth is so big is the answer we get back. And when in reality, it's not, because supposedly we see the bottom of ships and buildings disappearing. So it's doublespeak at this point.
Wait a second. I get the opposite. When I tell them that, they say, wait a second, that's too small. That'd be bigger than 3959 radius.
Well, then you can just forget about all of the so-called space travel and distances to planets and suns and galaxies, because it's all based on 3959, so you can't change.
That's correct.
No, it's over right there. It's like, if you don't even have to go anywhere after the black swan, but we do have the elevation angle just in case.
Oh, the elevation angle is the knockout punch in the flat earth proof.
Oh my gosh, those two are just 1-2.
It's like a boxer. Like the black swan is like a hook into the body that the guy is really, his kidneys are shattered and he's done. But the elevation angle is the overhand right to the button. Boom. Knockout. Over.
You get a hello from Adam?
Hello from Adam. Sorry, I'm just getting in.
Good to have you.
I got to be it.
And I am an atomist, because the Adam Lincoln is the man.
Sorry about your team yesterday, Adam.
It's not too bad, bro. Not too bad. Could have been worse.
Yeah, that's true.
Could have been worse. Keep plodding. Best team in the world. You're bound to get beaten. Just disappointed we didn't score a goal. But enough sports.
Oh, so you got shut out?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to win when you don't score. I go through that with the Yankees in baseball. If they don't score, it's hard to win.
It's hard to win without art.
Not at all.
And that's the very. Adam, I got a bone to pick with you. I can go back a few months back, and you're the one that came up with the term, the Ether Wars have begun. And I heard you on QE show the other day say you don't want to think of it as a war. What do you mean by that?
I did predict the Ether Wars would begin. It took a long. It was probably a year or more ago, wasn't it?
Probably.
But where are we? I'm happy to have the discussion about Ether. Doesn't appear to be what the other side's wanting to do. If you look at some of the communication with us, I have no desire to waste time and energy ad homing people. But I'm happy to go through this stuff, explore it, have it discussed, evaluate it, just like we did all our other arguments. I just don't feel it's productive. That was a bit tongue-in-cheek back then. I think if I was to use that language now, it wouldn't be very productive and give the wrong impression of where I think a resolution can be found. And that resolution is in the truth, isn't it? If we don't discuss things, then we can't get to that.
All right, me and Ted talked about it this morning, and the truth is, if you could give us free energy, then there you go. But what does that have to do with Ether anyway?
No, we didn't come to that conclusion. I said they'd have to tie it to Ether once they give us free energy. Why do they?
Right.
Why is free energy only tied to Ether?
No, because it's Tesla, right?
That's the point. What does that mean? What does it mean? Because, okay, making a long description short here. The videos we've all seen that he had discovered this and powers to be hidden from the masses. Okay, fine. Let's say you prove that, and then there is free energy. How do you tie it to Ether now? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's good.
Because what if there is a way to harness energy, and then they're going to say, "See, there's ether." No, you walk us through how you got it. How you? I still don't know how that is tied to ether. Yesterday it was light and dark at the same time. I mean, that was wild.
That's true. It was light and dark at the same time. What say you, Oakley?
I pulled it apart yesterday. I think what Quantum Eraser will do is he'll go through the back and forth between Witsit and myself and comment on it in one of his videos, I believe. Once he gets time. He's having bow issues at the moment.
Yeah, exploding bows. I heard it. I heard it this morning. I heard the show.
So you're hung up and he's strung up?
That's exactly right. I'm hung up in Alabama and he's strung up with broken bows.
Yeah, so it'll get critiqued. It'll get gone through with a fine-tooth comb, I'm sure. I've already trimmed out 3 clips from it, which are available to members. Actually really worn out. I've been working non-stop. I've got to be honest, since the moment the show finished yesterday till now. I haven't stopped. All I've been doing is editing.
Did you get the Shut Up Neil and Shut Up Alwyn in there?
Yeah, QE had some comments on that as well.
It was just a little frustrating. That one thing you explained to him 13 times and he kept going back to it.
Yeah, he wants us to be.
You admitted you admitted that with our language, there's certain things that we have to say, and you had to go over that over 12 times. Come on.
He needs his false dichotomy to burn, so he needs us to be atomists and reify a concept we use to describe something. And when we do use it and someone calls us on it and they're like, well, the way you just described it has a journey for the light. And you go, yeah, that is a limitation of that concept in terms of how it describes it. That part I can't validate. Well, like you say, I made that disclaimer, I think it was 11 times. But if that's not good enough, no, you reify that. That means you think there's little bits of stuff flying between one thing and the other. It's like, but that's not how my vision works. And when you're firing something at a photographic plate, the photographic plate's got the light hitting it, but you're not seeing something go across your view sideways. And if you say, well, it goes through the slit, but that means you're saying it's got a journey. Yeah, it does seem that way. And quite frankly, I don't agree with that. And I've got a limitation in terms of the convention I'm using to describe it. It doesn't mean I reify the journey. I would actually disagree with that because it can't be shown to be true. Again, like I say, I went through that with him 11 times. But if you want to hold up a straw man where it's your version of reality you reify with atoms versus my version of reality I reify with ether, then it seems like a reasonable dichotomy to the person listening. And it isn't. It's like, number one, I don't have that position. I understand the limitations of the conventions we use to describe certain things. And we disclaim them and detail them and have detailed them on many shows. So it's not like this is something that he can hold me to task on. But if he hasn't got it, all he's got is his nonsense assertion as opposed to a false dichotomy. He'd rather have a false dichotomy than a nonsense assertion. Baseless assertion isn't as good as a false dichotomy in fallacious terms, so he's gone with a false dichotomy. And he needs to strawman our position to do so. It won't take long for those clips to come out, by the way. I'll release them for the public over the weekend.
There's
Although-
some guy in chat. I forgot his name. But he can't listen to the live show anymore because his work schedule changed. So I was telling him, you're in for a good one when he releases it.
I was about to say, not that you couldn't just go back and listen to the entirety of it already, because I extended the live show quite intentionally. I know I'd mentioned it beforehand, although I didn't exactly say what that would entail when I was like, we're going to have an Aether special. So it turned into a almost 4-hour live show. But, you know, whatever that was going to be, we were going to be thrashing it out. So in a way, I was very pleased that Witsit joined.
Well, he got to join to defend his bobbity.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now, we are joined by Chocolate Sane, joining in the middle of the introduction, as I absolutely love it when they do that. 10th Man, Neil, Adam, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
No batteries. By itself.
My discipline.
Good everyone.
Hey, Adam.
Chocolate's joined off.
There we go.
Sorry.
It's all right. That was your input yesterday as well. It was very amusing in the timing that it was. Frustrating for Witsit, but very amusing to me. Not that I'm, saying I approve of unintentional fundy muting that came from Chocolate yesterday. It was just the way it went down. Anyway, any evidence of a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth? Feel free to join in Discord. Nobody said anything.
Yeah, I'm
Discord
just going to
so far.
ask, is Discord live?
All right, yeah, my bad. Good morning, guys.
Hello,
I'm
Chocolate.
sorry
Very
about
good to have
that.
you.
I don't usually hit my mute button. I don't know how that happened.
That's all
Sorry.
good. It's a perfect start to the
Welcome
live
to
show.
my world.
Can we get a hey from Discord, as we've literally had nothing from you in the pre-show?
Good morning. How's it going?
Thank you, Stag. That's much obliged. Any evidence of physical geometric
Great show
sphere
you
edge?
had today.
Say again?
It was a great show you had today.
Oh, you like the extended live show, eh?
Oh yeah.
It's
Oh,
been
good.
it's been trimmed out. I appreciate there's going to be plenty of people who did sit and...
Guys part too. That's unique.
Which bit was the best part?
Hello.
Hey, Arwin.
6 more hours.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
God, not
happen.
again.
Not going to happen today, no.
I'm still
from
tired.
From the moment that show finished till now, literally, I did nothing but edit. So there's been several videos. If you remember, you'll appreciate that because you've got trimmed out videos. But whether or not you care that it takes me hours and hours to produce a 10-minute video is neither here nor there. I've been working all of that time till now. So I'm very tired. So it won't be an extended 3-hour show today, unfortunately.
You
But,
didn't have a sleep this night?
obviously, I had a sleep. I mean, all of my waking hours. I'll be more...
Oh, okay.
Didn't realise I had to be hyper-specific about that. Okay, fine. Yes, I did get about 5 hours sleep in between babies screaming at me and jumping on me.
All right. Oh, you'll be fine.
I'll be all right, I'm sure. But we haven't got down to the nub of this nitty-gritty of physical geometric sphere-edge horizons, formerly known as an Earth curve.
Yeah, because it's only existent in the math based on considerations of geometry.
Nah, that's old news, man. They don't claim that anymore. They just ask us, why do we expect to see it?
Because
It's weird.
chocolate, they are sure.
Yeah, anti-flat earthers ask why we would expect to see the horizon formerly known as Earth curve. And Chocolate's pointing that out, because the rhetoric of Earth curve is that we'll see it and it blocks boats and buildings at a set value, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we debunk that with the black swan. Net result? Go ahead, Chocolate. Why?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why would we expect to see Earth curve?
Pocket.
I was waiting for you to repeat the same thing. No, why would we expect to see Earth curve is the response after we debunk the black swan. In other words, why would you say that we should see a physical obstruction at the horizon that we call Earth curve? Why would you say that, flat earther? I wouldn't. You would. We've debunked it.
Oh, because they tell us a story about, the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 59 miles. And that, boats and buildings are being blocked by this in the distance. But then when we give them examples of when it's not, we're asked, well, why would you expect that to be the case? As we tell you that that's the case. So, yeah.
Bit like you and your reference frames are ruined. Why would you expect Earth to turn beneath Suf and cause 15 degrees an hour drift, flat earther? I wouldn't. It's your claim. We've debunked it. Just showing the absurdity of your claim doesn't mean that you have to suddenly tell us that we shouldn't expect to see your claim. That's not a defence. It's an anti-flat Earth globe heretic defence, and that's precisely what it is, globe heresy. When you say, why would we expect to see Earth curve? Shout out
And
to...
then when they say...
Oh, 1 second.
When they
shout
say
out to,
refraction...
Shout out to Rich P. Says, yesterday's show was one of the best. Aether Wars. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Rich.
When they say refraction, why is that a win for us at the same time?
Because that debunks their geometry in the first instance. Their assertion is that they've got a tangent point horizon known as Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's also the methodology used to derive the R value in the first place to make that assertion. If you bend that line, that tangent, that very premise of the geometry, you no longer can assert the geometry. It's a self-defeating rebuttal.
10th man, does the ground refract or does light refract?
You'd have to ask them.
I don't know.
Well, it's their response. They say the ground refracts when they describe their explanation for refraction in response to the black swan, which is to say that the hill that's Earth curve, your horizon, that should be in the way, according to the globe claim, at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that physical hill in the way is behind the thing it was blocking. So their version of refraction is we moved the physical obstruction, the hill in the way, behind the thing it's supposed to block. And that's perfectly acceptable because our word refraction does that. Refraction's just light traversing a medium and changing direction as it does so, a deviation from straight. Snell's law. However, their refraction is based on an R value that is in requirement of the geometry in the first instance. Hence, in answer to 10th man's question, when they say refraction, it's a self-defeating rebuttal. You can't refract your geometry. It's geometry. It's not optical. It's geometric.
It's game over.
And don't forget the coolest part ever is that they take their radius and put it in an equation and change the radius, essentially changing the size of their globe so that they could prove the radius that they just had to change. It's great.
The Arwinian paradox. So what Chocolate's now saying is, if you're going to say that you're going to move the physical hill in the way with a word that means light deviating from straight, that would be refraction terrestrial in their instance, then you are moving the position that you got the R value with to move it with the R value. So 7/6 of the radius of Earth is terrestrial refraction in standard form. or any other variation of that value, always based on R. Well, R's the geometric value that you're relinquishing by moving it with the value it's based on. It's a paradox.
Right. You're trying to change something that is in the formula you're using to try to change it.
Yeah, you're debunking
Literally
R
self-defeating.
to try and explain why you haven't got R with R to move R. It's nonsensical, it doesn't work, it doesn't make sense, it's paradoxical. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Well, there would be if the flight from Charlotte to LA took an hour and a half.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good proof that Earth was turning if Earth turned underneath things that left that non-inertial turning reference frame. I would accept that as proof.
I want to know about this
thinking of
new
that.
technology about Coriolis correction machinery. I want to know about that.
Thinking of that, I had a laugh yesterday when I went on a website and looked at flights going out to the West Coast, and they had a whole list of the flights. And I had a bit of a chuckle when I noticed, wow, look, all the flights coming back towards the east, they're all pretty much shorter than all the flights going out to the west. Well, that's weird if you're flying to the east and your destination's actually moving away from you as you fly towards it. That's a little weird, but I guess people don't notice things like that.
No, but we'd have to notice it. That's what I'm saying. I would accept that as a globe proof. You know, if you say, okay, well, if we're on a sphere that's turning, then we're going to see a drift at 15 degrees an hour as you rotate underneath things that aren't attached, like a football or a bullet. Well, okay, I'll accept that. Show me, or if I can observe me turning beneath things that aren't attached, the consequences of that would be shortened flight times, as 10th Man points out. You know, you'd have a westbound flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles, and it would travel over the ground that moves underneath it. Now, that is the requirements they claim are in place when they say there's a Coriolis effect. That's you turning beneath things to watch them seem to drift because you turn beneath them. So the globe's claim to turn beneath stuff. And if it did, we'd notice, and I'd accept it as proof. Now, because we don't see that happening, we're told by people like Simon Dan, you and your reference frames are ruined. Which is basically Dan saying to me, how absurd to say Earth should turn underneath things. Even though that's the prerequisite for having Coriolis effect, which we don't observe. There is no Earth-based Coriolis effect. So because there's no Earth-based Coriolis effect, that's you turning beneath things that aren't attached. They look at things that are actually rotating, like hurricanes. Now, for hurricanes to be part of the Coriolis deflection, you'd have to be in the hurricane spinning, watching things that aren't in the hurricane spinning, seeming to drift because you're turning. That's how you'd have Coriolis effect. But they've taken an effect of something with an actual spin direction to bamboozle people who don't understand what Coriolis effect is. The effect is you on a roundabout, watching a ball tossed over the top, look like it takes a curved path. Well, the way you have that curved path observed, that's the Coriolis force, and not actual force, a pseudo force, because the ball doesn't actually curve as you turn beneath it on a roundabout. So to have the effect of Coriolis drift, you must turn beneath the ball on a roundabout, and the observation you describe is the effect. So a hurricane isn't you turning underneath wind on a turning Earth. It has absolutely nothing to do with it, nor does water going down the drain in a swirling motion have anything to do with Coriolis effect. They're bamboozling people because there is no actual observable Earth-based Coriolis effect to see. That would be you turning beneath things, seeing them seem to drift. And if we're turning beneath aeroplanes to see them seem to drift, then they'd have their westbound flight times massively reduced, as 10th Man pointed out.
I'd like to point out something else that Chocolate brought up. Chocolate, you were looking into flights, and the west to east was shorter in time to reach destination than east to west. Is that what you said?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. So I've been on those flights before, and sometimes when there's a jet stream to catch, say 100 miles per hour helping wind, that's what happens.
Yep.
Interesting, the Earth is also going in that direction if we lived on this spinning Earth. So you can add that 100 mile per hour. In some arguments, they'll say, well, the Earth and air are moving together, I guess. But in any event, when trying to fly, sometimes you're going into the jet stream and sometimes you're not. But interestingly enough, you've got 100-mile tailwind getting you west to east quicker than if you were going east to west. And if you're at the latitude of, say, Charlotte, you should have 750 miles of Earth coming at you and only 100-mile against you if you hit those same winds in the opposite direction. How come that's not happening?
I like how you phrased it. It's coming at you. See, the way Quantum Eraser phrases it in his description is you take off from the ground at Charlotte and you've got California coming in your face.
Yeah.
And I've had a pilot actually confirm that, because when I worked at the airport, and like this is for me way before flat Earth, wasn't really thinking about anything like that in a flat Earth context or stationary context. Just thinking, well, why? And I'm looking at the flights, because I used to take these flights all the time, and I'm thinking, well, why are these flights so different, right? The same destinations, but it just seems like getting back to the east is always a lot faster. And I asked one of the pilots while I was on a break, just hanging out on the plane, well, why is that? Why does that happen? And he said the same thing that you just said, Tim. It's the jet stream. They catch a good wind, and there's a particular jet stream or however they say it that they catch, and it always gets them out to the east faster than out to the west.
Like a surfer catching a wave.
Basically, yeah.
Which is a consequence of the claim of Coriolis effect, because often we get into a discussion from that point forward where the globe defender or globe heretic starts to tell us how the globe Earth claim is defensible because the projectile, in this case aeroplane, compensates for that shortened flight time. They correct for this effect that the globe Earth claims, and that simply isn't possible. Now, this is a little bear trap that Wolfie6020 recently fell into. The actual claim that the globe makes is that we have a Coriolis deflection, and the only way to observe Coriolis deflection is if you are turning beneath things you're observing. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the actual trajectory, because you're seeing a not actual trajectory. The path that you seem to see the plane take isn't really the path it takes. The plane travels straight and you see it seem to take a curved path if you're turning beneath it on a roundabout. Or a globe Earth. Obviously, if we are turning beneath aeroplanes on a globe Earth, the consequence is that California's coming in your face when you're travelling from Charlotte, North Carolina. Well, if that's the case, we'd notice, and there's no defence in regards to a globe defender trying to get around this problem of us not observing the effect they say we'll see, because the effect that they say we'll see is only observable as you turn beneath. That's how Coriolis effect is observed, and that's what the globe is claiming, Coriolis effect. So if you can only observe it from the ground, and you can only observe it as a not actual deflection, i.e. it's not really happening that way, then you can't compensate in a plane for something that is being observed from the ground, because it's not happening in the plane. It's only happening, or seeming to happen, as you turn beneath on a roundabout, or claim to be globe Earth, that we'd notice if that happened. So they've got no get out when you peg them to the actual effect they're claiming, which is Coriolis drift, only observable if you're turning beneath. And we're not. Earth's not turning beneath anything.
Nathan, I just don't want the audience to miss the two nuggets here. Number one, they say, the ballers, anti-flat earthers, that Earth and atmosphere move in lockstep. Well, the fact that a pilot would say that the jet winds at a certain elevation help them get to the East Coast faster, that disproves that, yes or no?
Well, no, because of not what you're trying to get me to respond to, and I'll explain why. No, because they don't claim Earth and atmosphere moves together, because the Coriolis effect is a two reference frame effect, you very much separate from the thing you're observing. So if they say, well, no, Earth and atmosphere move together, well, then no Coriolis effect, because to have the claimed Earth-based Coriolis effect, I must be on a claim to be turning Earth, turning beneath things I observe to seem to drift when they're not really drifting. So I'm going to be turning beneath to have this described, not told by an anti-flat Earth / globe heretic that Earth and atmosphere move together, because that's only one reference frame, unlike the globe's claim of two.
Yes, that's the initial death. But then they become globe heretics by saying Earth and atmosphere move lockstep, correct?
Well, that's essentially telling me that the reference frames that the globe Earth claim are two reference frames are ruined. If they say Earth and
Correct.
atmosphere move to one, aka there's no drift at 15 degrees an hour to observe, then what? My reference frames are ruined? There's only one of them? No, the globe's claiming two, Simon Dan. When you tell me they move together, there's only one. And the globe claims Coriolis. That's me turning beneath on a non-inertial turning reference frame, observing things not attached to the non-inertial turning reference frame in an inertial reference frame, seeming to drift because I turn beneath them. An effect we do not observe in our day-to-day lives as we stand on the ground. You can observe it if you spin beneath an aeroplane on a roundabout in a playground, because then you're turning beneath it and you see the effect described as Coriolis of the plane not taking a path it's actually taking because you're turning beneath it on a bloody roundabout. Shout out to Godzilla37 who says, Getty VBR Shenzi Bigutu, Joe Biden, who incidentally also believes in the globe model. I've no idea what that quote is. I'm sure I butchered it badly, but thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Godzilla37.
Yeah, I'm not arguing what you're saying there. That's the initial and final death, and no need to go into the begging the question of anything. But the anti-flat earthers who are globe heretics have said those statements, have they not?
In defiance of the globe claim.
Yes, agreed. And in that context, where they lose immediately, they have another problem when they say it. And the problem is the pilot says, hey, I had 100-mile-an-hour tailwind, and it got me to the East Coast. Well, that destroys lockstep, does it not?
Well, any direction other than, what would it be, eastbound wind debunks that claim.
Correct. So then the what you're left with is back to the original claim that the Earth is spinning at 750 miles per hour at that latitude. You got 100-mile helping and 750, and the return flight with the Earth coming at you at 750 is shorter, as Chocolate said. They're in the world of hurt here.
And you could just link that up as another okie doke, like from question number one. Their okie doke is refraction. When asked about their geometric horizon, and they claim refraction, it's almost the same thing. It's another get out. Oh, well, do we have these two reference frames? Do we have the Earth spinning underneath the air? No. Like you say, they'd say, the air and the ground are moving in lockstep. Oh, so that's why we don't see it? Because that's always what it is. It's the okie doke. They'll tell us why we don't see what we're supposed to see according to their claim.
And if we did
have
see,
to go by reality. Go ahead.
If we did see what they claim, then every pilot would be delighted on that trip because they'd get there sooner when California's coming in their face.
Be a hell of a time if you got a runway facing different directions. I don't know. Landing a plane on a spinning runway would be a hell of a thing, but hey, that would be life on a ball, wouldn't it?
Did you ever see in your time working at the airports, Okie Doke Airlines? Was there ever an airline like that?
Okie Doke Airline.
Right, let's move on. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Nah. It's over here.
That's Arwin's line.
I do a plain pun, and you say, let's move on.
Arwin says it's over there, and I say it's over here.
Oh, okay. It's over here. No, it's over here. No sun distances, no our assumptions, no 93 million miles. Feel free to join in from Discord. Johnny B, feel free to join in.
Okay, maybe I can say, maybe the sun is more like a apparent phenomenon. You never know where the sun is because it is moving all the way with you. So, no, you don't know how far the sun is.
We do have a reasonable idea where it is above, i.e. its GP.
The super GP?
That is just the angle. You get the angle, but you can never get the distance.
No, agreed.
How could you ever distinguish between the GP of the sun in one place or another if those two places are on the same side of the ball, which is supposed to be on half of the ball, which is supposed to be being lit up by the sun at the same time? How does that check out?
Doesn't.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Next question. Thank you.
Yeah, feel free. Do you say next question or can I ask a question? We'll move on. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
I mean the house question.
Yeah, any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, but there might be some explanation. That's it. There's no scientific knowledge of mass, Antarctic mass. That's for sure. And the concept of space-time, no way, Jose. So, but there might be some static downward bias, yes. We have electronic function in our world, and we have downward bias that has been proved, and it can be tested in a lab. That's it. But that is only for the acceleration, not for anything else. For the acceleration, everything. Then we have density and so on. That's clear up the most of it. Did you got it?
So, any scientific evidence of gravity?
No.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says he doesn't even know what it is.
As far as what it is, we don't
We
know.
don't know what it is. Nobody knows what they are talking about. It's just a fantasy.
Can you chocolate do a mic drop as good as Neil deGrasse?
Yo, you do that too good, chocolate.
I'm getting a time warning on, just one sec. I'm getting a time warning on Google Plus. So it's saying we haven't got long left on this call unless I upgrade, which is new to me.
That's what I just got. It
I got
said to
that a
me
few
too. I
minutes
got
ago.
10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Mine says this call will end in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's what mine says.
This call will self-destruct.
Okay, so if this call does self-destruct in 2 minutes, you guys are going to have to join Discord, I'm afraid. So,
Your mission, Mr. Phelps, if you decide to choose it.
Well, I can pay $8 a month, but given I'm paying the same for my electricity as my mortgage at the moment, I don't think I'm going to do that. We'll see what else I can work out. But there we go. So if it does cut you off, guys, just join back in Discord.
Well, I'm going to click on it and see if it gives me an option. If I lose you, don't do it.
I've already done it. That's why I've transitioned to a different screen just to be able to check it.
And I was blaming Alabama. I said, what's going on in Alabama? And they're giving me 10 minutes to a call.
I'm getting time limitations from Google. Better hurry up or give us $8.
Finish up the housekeeping questions before they get us.
I better do the housekeeping questions quick. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Negative.
No, impossible. They can't vary the independent variable.
Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Never.
I have to say that it's impossible. You need always container to behold the gas pressure. So no.
What's your accent, Johnny?
From yeah, I'm born in Iceland. Maybe,
Iceland?
Iceland.
Iceland. Cool. Very cool.
Oh shoot, it's going. This call's about to end and there's a line moving across. Oh my god.
Yeah, you'll have to join back in Discord.
I'm very close to the North Pole. Yeah, that's good.
Should we have like a 3, 2, 1? See if it actually does kick us. There we go. End of the call. This call has ended. Bumholes. So hopefully those guys will join us back in Discord anyway. We'll see how cooperative you.
Questions are.
We'll see how cooperative you are with the rest of the housekeeping. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth?
That's a joke. You cannot have a molten magnetic something and get this magnetic. If something is melting, you cannot have it magnetic. So no.
Might try them on Skype. I could try, although it's going to annoy absolutely everybody. I'm going to see if I can do a call on Skype. It's been a while since I've used Skype on this call. If you're out there, guys, join the Skype call. This group is too large to ring. Oh, that's good. So it won't annoy everybody. Hey, 10th, can you get a check? 10th, can you hear me? Hello? Oh no, I'm on mute in Skype. Hello, 10th, can you hear me? Check. Well, this is going to be a bit of a disastrous last half of this live show by the looks of things from yesterday's wonderful one. It's going to go badly wrong today.
It's okay. It's going fine. So long as we can talk about Coriolis again.
We could. I'll carry on with the housekeeping with you, Johnny. You're being reasonably cooperative. And of course, as soon as I want to do anything complex, everything's grinding to a halt on my computer. I'm getting a new computer soon. I'll be rattling my way through this problem at the sound settings, but Skype's just gone black. Everything's grinded to a halt. I've got to stop pressing buttons. Oh dear, such is life.
Oh dear, exactly, yes.
Where were we in housekeeping? See how lost I am when I got things going wrong. Got Neil in the Discord server. Hey, Neil.
You lost them all?
It's the curse of Discord. So even Neil, when he joins Discord, is stopped rumpusing and generally abusing the mute button. Can you hear us in Skype, by the way, 10th? No, I don't know what's going on with Skype. Can I get a hello from you, Neil? Clearly not. Has everything died? Have I lost my internet connection?
Yeah, but you're connecting with me.
It's just like it's just you and me, Johnny. It's just
because I am on Discord. I know. I understand.
Yeah, I was hoping some of the other panel members would actually join and bail me out, but clearly even Neil won't reply to me.
Because he uses Skype. Nobody uses Skype anymore. Just you and someone.
Well, we'll let Johnny take over. I think that's what has to happen.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to say something at that time. Maybe I can say something about Coriolis then.
Yeah, I mean, we've asked the question already. What did you have to say on Coriolis effect? Did you want to add something on it?
Yeah, there's a big problem about the Coriolis is that there's a different explanation for Coriolis, and there's a big misunderstanding what Coriolis is. And they think they are talking about it like that it's a force. Yeah, but okay, if they want, I understand this effect they are talking about, but that has nothing to do with Coriolis. Coriolis is just what can I say, optical illusion. First of all, okay, it's a real effect, but you need two reference frames to get it. Sometimes they are trying to explain Coriolis on the same reference frame. That's absolutely wrong. They have to understand what is in the beginning, what it's about, and don't call it Coriolis then. Do you understand? They are not using the right term for the effect they are talking about, or the force or what they want it to be. They have to really know what it's about. It's just a Frenchman, a mathematician, that said it was an illusion that you reserve if you're from non-NASA reference frame to, example, the sky. Then everything will bend away from you if you're on a rotating reference frame, right?
Yeah, correct. What you're experiencing isn't really happening. You're seeing the ball seem to curve as you turn beneath. So the effect that's being described is an illusion.
It's an illusion, yes. And it has nothing to do with force. And they shall never use the word force without. What they are trying to do, talk about is like a centrifugal force or something, something like that. And centrifugal force is on the same reference frame, if I understand that. Right. So you can never talk about forces like that as a Coriolis.
Right, because it's not a force.
I'm back.
Oh, brilliant.
It is not a force.
Oh, good. I've got Skype working. Hooray.
I hope it's coming
So
through again.
If you were a participant in the G Plus panel, if you can join the Skype, Master D, that'd be great. What did we get to in housekeeping, Neil? Because I've completely lost track.
Right, check.
Yeah, we hear you, Adam.
Cool. Back to Skype. Old school.
We got to the molten iron core, Nathan.
Any evidence of the R value, Earth radius? And if you're out there 10th, you can join the Skype call again. Sorry, it didn't work. There we go. I actually prefer the look of this.
Okay, now I can hear everybody if I go into YouTube. But now everybody is in.
Can you hear Neil talking? Can you just give us a shout, Neil?
How's everything
Hey,
going?
on Discord, nobody coming through Discord.
Yeah, just try one more time, Neil.
No.
How's everybody doing in Discord? Am I coming through loud and clear?
Can hear you now, yeah.
Brilliant. My apologies for the last 7 minutes if you're in the audience. That wasn't my finest minutes. We're back on track now. I've got a panel back. Thank God. I think we've concluded the housekeeping, though, as messy as it was. I don't think we left anything out.
It's okay. I was able to talk about the Coriolis, so I am happy for it.
I couldn't be more grateful to you, actually, Johnny. I'm elated that you're here. 16 people in Discord, almost total silence if it wasn't for you.
Johnny was the only one happy that this happened.
Yeah. 1 month's death is 1 month all the bread.
You guys know who QNFEE is?
Yeah.
What's his problem?
Fee. Yeah. Belgian or Dutch dude.
Sounds like a scam beta called DVR. I'm sure it isn't the same guy, but he sounds just like him.
He's been around a while.
Yeah, I went and watched his videos, thought this is all right, and then subscribed. And then, like 2 videos after I'd subscribed to it, he brings up a video where I'm discussing urine therapy with Dave Murphy, and has the interview that I'm doing with a whole bunch of other people who were discussing it at the time, and then basically has endless clips of Dave talking about urine therapy. I looked at it, I was like, what the hell? Okay, so I've interviewed somebody about this particular discussion. and now you want to tarnish me with this like I'm doing something wrong, or Dave for that matter. More power to you, Dave. If you want to drink urine, good for you. But
Dave,
why attack me on it? I don't get it, QNFEE, if you're watching this. I have no issue with you. I'm not a shill. I'm just here trying to promote the virtues of flat Earth. What? I don't get it.
Dave Murphy's a big exponent of urine therapy. I'm not. When I met up with him on the tour, I met up in Venice, and we're packing up for the day, and we've got this big golf trolley that we're loading all the, the display material on to lug it back. And as we're going up and down these Venetian bridges, over each canal, you're picking the thing up, putting it down, and it's well wobbly. And it's toppled to one side. I tried to grab it, and it's ended up ripping and gouging a big chunk out my thumb. Oh, killing. Yeah, giving it a little shot, carrying on. Dave comes over to me all concerned. We'll get infected that. Do you want me to piss on it for you? No, you're all right, mate. I'll risk it. But big exponent of drinking in it and using it for sterile purposes and all sorts.
Sure,
I've looked into it.
You're missing my point. I'm not questioning the validity of that. I'm saying, why attack me for it? Number one, I'm not a proponent of urine therapy. While I have looked into it, like I've looked into 9/11 or whatever else that was interesting when I first got here in this conspiratorial, truth-seeking realm that we find ourselves into, there was all sorts of crap that I looked into. I'm not saying that's crap either. Don't take my words out of context. I'm just saying there was very different things that I interviewed people about, some more crazy than others. But QNFEE has chosen to attack me for that, and I don't know why. I haven't got any beef with the guy, and he seemed like a reasonably good YouTuber when I subscribed to him. It's just like, why have you immediately turned on me? I don't get it. What have I done to you? Am I doing something wrong? I shouldn't care, but I do.
Some beef with him and Paula in some chat last week or something. So whether that's something to do with that, but I don't know. I've always thought he was just dealing with the ballers, calling them a piece of shit. You piece of shit.
Exactly. So you hear him talking about Sean Hawkins like he's a piece of shit, and then he's talking about me in those terms. You're like, well, okay, I don't really follow why this is the case. What am I, a shill now? What? I thought we passed that in 2018. I thought we all got over that, but clearly not.
Well, maybe he just likes to blather on. He had a back and forth with Brian. Brian went to his chat, he told me, and then they had it out. So I think Brian could shed some light on this.
Brian's not here.
Mike check?
No, I'm not saying he's here. I'm saying when Brian comes, it's a good question to ask Brian, because he had a back and forth. He said a few things in his channel chat, and he's got more on it. I've seen some of his work, and I don't care for the guy, period.
Fair enough. I don't know enough about him. Obviously, you just go and see an interesting channel that's covering flat Earth, and you think, oh, yeah, I'll subscribe to this. You don't expect immediately, or not immediately, but very quickly to have some hate video made about you. Anyway, such is life, I guess. Hey, Chocolate, by the way, Mike does work.
I just listened to a few bits yesterday. I'm just doing a little bit of reading. So I am interested in this, genuinely. But what I was hearing was that I think that Tesla didn't believe in electrons and atomic theory. I've looked into that a little bit. There is some other detail. He's discussing things, and what I found interesting was this statement. He's talking about the sun and goes into detail further down about the effect of the atmosphere and that in terms of this. But in terms of transmission from the sun, he's not mentioning a distance, but he's just linking it with an assumed vacuum. But I'll just read the quote, which I find interesting. Before the electron theory was advanced, so I think it's in 1891, he's describing electrons as discrete particles that are no longer divisible. But this kind of reiterates the point, I think so. Before the electron theory was advanced, I had established that radioactive rays consisted of particles of primary matter, not further decomposable. And the first thing to find out was whether the sun is charged to sufficiently high potential to produce the effects noted, which goes into more the electric universe stuff. But the thing I found interesting is that statement. He says, I think it relates to 1891, I had established that radioactive rays consisted of particles of primary matter, not further decomposable.
Okay. I am definitely not following along with your point. I'm really sorry.
The point was that we've been discussing Aether a little bit, and Tesla is a great exponent of that. But it appears he would be describing the electron as a discrete unit of matter, not a perturbation, the ether.
I see. So you're highlighting a potential misapprehension.
I'm very intrigued because when I heard Tesla being an exponent of it and his understanding of electricity, I was intrigued into that. Now he does make, let's say, some criticisms up here, but really it's talking about how we conceive of the electron in of itself and some of the improbabilities that would occur with the current conception, that being a hollow bubble. But then he's talking about issues with that particular conception. But in of itself, 1896 it is, sorry. In of itself, he's making that statement. I'll just go back to it, that I had established that radioactive rays consisted of particles of primary matter, not further decomposable, which would, to me, sit more in, I don't like this phrase, an atomistic viewpoint, as opposed to a field permutation viewpoint.
I'm interested.
Maybe a bit of both.
I'm following.
Is your audio okay? Are you getting feedback
Adam,
from
if
me?
I'm following.
Just 1 second. Just 1 sec. Are you guys getting feedback from me, or is your audio okay? Thanks. Great.
Oh yeah,
feedback.
we're fine.
You're fine. It's not feeding back. Okay, great.
Oh,
Can I ask Adam a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go on, dude.
Okay, I just. So Adam, when he says here, consisted of particles, how does Witzit went to Tesla yesterday as a source? That's the way he looks at things. He's not sure, but it's his opinion. How does view of particles and atomism into that situation? He went to Tesla.
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking up to try and get a better understanding of what was being described yesterday, and Tesla was mentioned, hence why I'd gone there to look at what he viewed electrons as. I said, I'm just surprised. I was expecting to hear a different tale, but fundamentally he's describing it as not further decomposable particle of matter. So, a bit of feedback there, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm
no
trying to figure
further
it out.
inference
Talk
on
amongst
that.
yourselves. I'm hoping you'll sort this out. I'm obviously having technical issues.
I did not understand where he was going with it because I brought it up to Whitson, and he said not only Ken Wheeler, but Tesla, and he named a few other guys. And he called them heavyweights. Heavyweights in what? And what did they prove?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's why I was looking into it. So if anyone is listening, they can.
So did you find anything, Adam?
Well, no, other than that, a disagreement with how atoms are constructed, but not necessarily a disagreement of them being particulate and matter. I'd say more interesting with the electron. That's what I wanted to look at, because I'd say issues with the model, but not issues with the philosophy, if you see what I mean. That was the word used yesterday. What was his philosophy of an electron, I suppose. So,
Adam, when he says not further decomposable, does he meaning actual size can't be any smaller?
That's it, yeah. Well, this is quite interesting. The idea of the atom being formed of electrons and protons which go whirling round each other like a miniature sun and planets is an invention of the imagination. That's what I've said, a convention, yeah, and has no relation to the real nature of the matter. Wouldn't disagree with that. You can think of atoms like current buns if you sticking within this model. You don't have to have that solar system viewpoint, even if you want to keep protons, electrons, and neutrons. Virtually all progress has been achieved by physicists, discoverers, and inventors, in short, devotees of science, which Newton and his disciples have been and are propounding. Personally, it is only efforts in this direction which have claimed my energies. Similar remarks might be made with respect to other modern developers of thought. Take, for example, the electron theory. Perhaps no other has given rise to so many erroneous ideas and chimerical hopes. Everybody speaks of electrons as something entirely definite and real. Still, the fact is that nobody has isolated it and nobody has measured its charge, nor does anybody know what it really is. In order to explain observed phenomena, atomic structures have been imagined, none of which can possibly exist. But again, I wouldn't disagree with that. But that's what I found interesting. Okay, so what is his philosophy? And then that's, let's say, when we go to that, still here, he's atomistic. Not in a different philosophical viewpoint. He's like most people saying, yeah, that's a convention. It's not real. That's not exactly what's inside that atom. And he's questioning it more fundamentally, but he's still saying an atom. And then when he gets to an electron, I had established radioactive rays, X-rays, etc. He's talking like list of particles of primary matter, not further decomposable. So that, to me, keeps it in that. So like I said, that not moving into an etheric philosophy there. There may be overlap, but in of itself, talking about the atom itself, electrons, they are particulate units.
So Adam, is he saying that in his view, the radioactive rays consisted of particles of primary matter not further decomposable as the smallest unit of measurement, and then that's why he doesn't agree with what he said earlier, the model that was expressed, which was part of the imagination?
I can only say what I've seen there, and that's why I'm putting it out there. If people's got any further, I'd like to read a bit more, but that doesn't seem to be, like I say, the philosophy that was espoused yesterday in terms of what greats like Tesla was.
Well, he's saying it right here. Saying it right here, Adam, right there in number 5. Before the electron theory was advanced, okay, which he just expounded on. He said, I had established that radioactive rays consisted of particles of primary matter, no further decomposable. So you can't take it to any smaller unit in the description. It's the way I'm reading it.
Yeah. And he's saying, obviously, people have demonstrated the electron even more now before the electron theory was advanced. So he's kind of claiming posthumously that one of the components of an electron is you can't break it down anymore into smaller points. But he's already saying, well, I'd prove that. I think, like I said, back in 1896. is what he's saying there.
Okay.
I just found that interesting. I said so.
So using it as a descriptive manner, it's been broken down more than Tesla is willing to do, and says this is the unit that I got to, correct?
I don't think he's attacking anybody there. He's just saying, look, claiming it whilst other people have made claims and advanced the electron theory, he'd already established as a primary particle of no further decomposable. Saying,
Right.
I'd done that before you lot. Don't you lot claim that? I'd already showed that in 1896.
Right, but it's missing one key word, imagination, where he applied it to the other, but not to his.
There is that.
It was previously, it's just a imagination, he said in the article before, or the sentence before. So he's saying, I'm not going into that imagination world, is what I'm getting out of it. This is where I've taken it to.
Uh-oh. Yeah, sorry for all the technical issues. Shout out to Sebastian Tello, who says, good morning, gentlemen, from the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Atmosphere, it's... My investigations brought out the astonishing fact that the effects of high altitude are on an entirely different nature. These particles from celestial bodies at very high temperature and are charged to their own enormous electrical potential. So it seems that he's claiming it carries more in a vacuum, and that a lot of the charge dissipates once there's something for it to dissipate to. So maybe that's got kind of some etheric component to it. But again, that doesn't sound the case because it's based in the physical, because it's saying in a vacuum, able to a higher charge than when it's in the atmosphere, and there's an energy loss when the rates are entropy. But again, see, that doesn't seem etheric. That seems based in the physical and charge carrying. Anyway, there we go.
I'm very grateful that you're keeping this conversation going while I'm trying to sort out what I'm doing.
Are you back, Nathan?
I am back. I'm just trying to figure out how everything needs to be wired up slightly differently.
I can't hear you
Skype.
at all, really.
Can you not hear me?
Really, really, really quiet.
I'm just quiet. Sorry, you're saying I'm quiet?
Yeah, I can hear you, but very low.
Okay. Right. Well, keep talking amongst yourselves if you wouldn't mind.
No, we'll continue.
Yes, please.
So, where were you, Adam?
I was just concluding that that's what he's got at the moment until further investigation.
Yeah. I'll have a little look in chat if anybody sticks out over the next few days. I'd like links to it.
So what would radioactive rays fall into category-wise?
I think he's just talking about cosmic rays that were picked up on plates and stuff. I'm assuming that's... Like I say, it's hard. It's just a little quote, just looking into electrons that I looked up. But I don't want to draw inference that necessarily correct. Do you know what I mean? So.
Well, he did say a particle. He didn't say
Hold on.
a wave.
Did you say cosmic rays?
Yeah. So, and that's the only pertinent bit, Temp, was that clearly defining it like that.
Right, but he called it a particle.
Yeah. No longer divisible or decomposable. You can't break it down into any other parts.
So how does that stand into contrast with waves when he calls it a particle?
Well, I suppose that's my question, isn't it? How does it? I'm sure there's an explanation out there. You know what I mean? I'm sure the guys have done that. So that's what I'm asking for. If anyone can point me towards that. Is there an integration and a differentiation of the two things, or is it just wholly explained in an etheric way as well? But from what I read there, that just didn't seem to be what Tesla was describing. He was giving.
I don't know, Adam. When you say cosmic rays, I'm thinking of the Silver Surfer. Do I have the power of cosmic?
That's the term back then, isn't it? So I can't remember when it is that we break it down as particles and when it's identified as that. But that's the old term. Even in the B movies, it's cosmic rays still, isn't it, coming from outer space?
Yes.
I'd have to look that up when that was determined as particles, but
Britannica says September 27, 2021, cosmic ray, a high-speed particle, either an atomic nucleus or an electron that travels through space. Most of these particles come from a source within the Milky Way galaxy, are known as thick cosmic rays, CRs. The rest of the cosmic rays originate either from the sun or almost. And I'm not going to read the rest.
How am I coming in now? Is that any better?
High-speed particle, according to.
Can you guys hear me?
You're still low voice volume.
Nathan, very low, very slim.
Right now, is that any
slim
better?
voice.
How about now? Is that any better?
No.
Is that any better?
What'd you say?
No,
No, not any better.
no, just still the same level of low sound.
Ugh. Okay.
What were you saying, Dent?
Hi, Adam.
Check.
Hello? Hello, did I lose everybody?
No.
Hey, Owen.
oh, and
You're on mute, Owen.
Well, it can be a short show today.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to round out and give
Make up for yesterday.
I'm gonna give up on trying to fix this during a live show. It's probably the worst decision you can make to try and fix something like this during a live show. But there we go.
I was trying to get a conversation with Owen, but he's not hearing me.
Yeah, it's good to know I can depend on you guys when the going gets tough. With that,
I'm
going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you first and foremost to both Discord and G+ panels for bailing me out while my technical issues have taken place. But if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow, probably be short. But yes, I've been Nathan Oakley and I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
You're coming in very, very.
Yeah, you just got issues with your sound, I think.
Oh, thank you, Neil. I'm glad you're here.
it's best open for the
But
Discord if you
Arwen
have a problem.
doesn't know.
Just let the
Now
Discord
we
take
can hear
care of
Nathan
it.
better, but
Don't
Arwen still
stress.
sounds like shit.
Oh, you can hear me better now?
Yeah, you're fine now.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're at
Good.
your regular rate now of telling me off.
Right, do a distort.
Tell me.
Just check if there's a distortion.
No.
Shut up, Neil!
No! Shut up!
That sounds normal.
Is that normal?
Yeah.
That sounds
Spot on.
about right.
Oh, could we have a "Oh, for the love of chocolate"? I should.
Yeah, we
That's
need a
all.
good old for the love of fuck chocolate.
Okay, that's a bit less blue language.
That's fine.
I think we're there. I think we've got it back on track, at least with Skype for the now. What I might do in future is just I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll pay $8 a month to Google. seems like extortion, but there we go. They only had it free for COVID times, so they got rid of Google Hangouts on Air, replaced it with Google Meet, and then had the two running concurrently. But then when COVID hit, they just got rid of Meet and got rid of Google Plus or whatever it was called before, Hangouts, and you were just left with Meet. Yeah? But they made it clear that it's like, no, you can have it free for now. Everyone's got the free full service for now. And then about a week ago, I read a message saying, obviously, we're going to cut it off on the 1st of September. But it just didn't pay any. Never mind. I was like, yeah, whatever. Until today. And then you're like, oh, right, they mean it. You do actually need to give them $8 a month.
But Nathan, what
I
kind
think
of
we can
meat are you
handle that
talking
as a community.
I don't know if I can. Anyway, go ahead.
That's my question first.
Go ahead, Johnny.
What kind of meat are you talking about, Nathan?
Google Meet.
Oh, okay.
Platform, Johnny. Talking about steak here.
It can be a different meat, you know. So
There's only
It's
one
a fair
Google Meet. Hey, that's Sod's Law. The moment the live show finishes.
Arwen's legit been trying to talk the whole time. Arwen, we can't hear you, man.
He's always super quiet on Skype.
Skype
So-
sucks. That's why I never use it.
Well, now it's
Except for
okay.
chat.
You're
who's
okay
using
now.
There you
Skype
go.
nowadays?
There you go. That was all right.
They have to scream directly into the mic like a retard.
That's perfect, Owen. That's perfect.
So you're saying on Skype you're much quieter. Now you've got to change your settings. Just go into the Skype settings, which are really hard to find. It's the 3 lines
did.
top left.
I
Yeah.
did, and all the mic settings are on maximum right now.
No, your input will be wrong.
They sound good now.
The input's wrong. Whatever your input will be, just try one of the other ones for your mic. Like if you're using banana or whatever, set it to that. He'll figure it out. Arwen's clever.
I don't have it.
Well, you seem okay now.
I'm using default or just Yeti microphone, so there is no other options.
Try default. Try running it through the default audio.
I did.
Okay.
That's
okay.
what I did.
Well, it sounds okay now. You're okay.
Oh.
But no, Skype
This
is,
listens to?
Skype is okay as a backup, which is what it's being used for right now. Now, ideally, one thing goes down and you transition seamlessly to the other, and the audience is none the wiser, other than you saying, oh, well, we're on Skype now as opposed to G+. But that's not how it went down, eh? Because Skype is definitely inferior.
Well, couldn't we just use Streamlabs as an alternative?
I'll have to look
There's
into
other
it.
programs.
I'll look into it over the weekend. Tomorrow will be the same as this because I'm not going to get a chance to sort this out in 24 hours. But over the weekend,
I just wanted to say sorry to Arwen, and I was not on the show today, but I'm very happy to say hello to Arwen just now. He has so many shows done. 1,000 something? That's good. That's really good. And we love you, Arwen.
speak for yourself.
What?
Getting a shout out from Johnny, Arwen.
Oh, thank you. I'm at show 351, actually.
Well, that's dedication.
That or not having a life, you can choose.
Well, in Skype of everything happening, I've heard Johnny talk more today than all the times combined before.
I never talked so much in my fucking life.
Good job too. Otherwise, there'd have been a lot of dead air in that show.
What happened? I'm getting here late to the party.
Nothing. Just you only get an hour time limit on Google Meet now. So I think what I'll have to do is just pay the $7 and just eat it.
Well,
I'll send you the freaking money. Just pay it. Pay it like 5 months in advance.
I have a question to Nathan. How can you sound so terrible today and all this equipment, everything you have right, all this sound instrument and everything, and the studio and everything you're putting your money on, and you're not sounding any better? What's happening, Nathan?
I didn't follow that. Say again.
Yeah, I know. You are the studio, and you have all this sound equipment, and it's not
He's
sounding
saying
good today.
all the money that you spent, like trying to hook up the sound system, and it's not sounding better.
Well, I'm not
That's what he's
sounding
saying.
good.
Oh, it is. It's definitely sounding.
He's saying it is or it isn't.
No, he's breaking
Yes,
up the whole time.
No, John, that's not what's going on here. His studio, and for good sound, is an issue than what's happening now.
Yeah, maybe I'm just negative, but I have a hope for something more. That's it. I hope it will get better.
Hey, Nathan,
No, this is not about the acoustics.
Hey?
Good.
Anyway.
Yes. Google now charging for Google Plus. It's annoying, but if you choose to do that, you actually have customers' rights because you're paying them for the service. So you could take it as an advantage, or you could say, screw you, we're going to find another free streaming service.
Yeah, I don't know which one I'll do.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm getting old and say, I get anything because I'm almost 60 years old. Therefore, that's the problem. Maybe it's not Nathan's problem. It's my problem. I'm getting old.
I don't think I'm following still. I think it's... Are you saying because I've had technical issues today, it's not good enough? And with all the money I've spent on sound, I shouldn't have any technical issues ever? Is that what you're hinting at?
Yes, I was saying that, Nathan. Absolutely right. And I'm saying, why am I saying like that? Because I'm old. If you get old, you see wrong everywhere, and you never.
I get it. No, I agree. I agree. As far as I'm concerned, when the new computer comes, if it is not immediately perfect, I will be fuming mad. Now, that's an unrealistic expectation because a new computer won't solve me having the wrong line input causing feedback in Skype because I haven't used it for a long time. That's just a limitation on me.
Yeah. So I have some kind of right. I have just a little bit right, but I don't have to talk about this too much. Just let it go by, So,
Johnny, can I ask how old you are, just so I could anticipate the situation in my life?
Yeah, I'm almost 60 years old.
Okay, I'm 63. I don't see everything wrong in life, so maybe there's a glitch.
No, I'm not either. But you say, oh, it's maybe not the best thing. You can do it just a little bit better also, because it can be because you want to do something better, and you know you can do it better. You know things better if you're 60 years old. If you're just 30, you don't know it. Like if you're 60, right? So it's something.
Yeah, I know what you're saying there. But that comes with maturity and knowledge and experience.
Yeah. But you don't have to talk about it all the time. You have to be positive and so on. But you also have to be able to talk about it if you really want to do it. But it cannot be your personality. That's the boring. Yeah, I think I'm right about that.
But don't let it get you too pessimistic.
Exactly, that was the word, pessimism. Never let the pessimist get you.
Unless you're Dave Murphy, then you can pessimist all you want.
Yeah, that was the word I was looking for.
Nathan.
Go ahead, John.
If you were able to salvage the show.
Well, we're still recording now. So you can assess that for yourself.
I didn't know that's what was going on. My bad. I woke up late. Sorry.
I love it. During a recording when someone says, did you manage to salvage the show? Yeah, we really did well at salvaging it.
It's just one of those today.
We stumbled till 3 o'clock. Did my question get out, Nathan? I'm not sure what was the screen share or.
Yeah, you definitely got all your information through. I made sure that that was fine. You still reach the audience. Don't worry about
I thought for sure someone was going to take my setup and come back at me on that Dave Murphy pun.
You just left it out there.
Yeah. Tempted to do it myself, but
It seems like you were just pissing in the wind.
well, no, that's not me. That was directed at what was talked earlier. But I thought someone was going to say, "Okay, Ted, now you're in trouble."
Oh God. Got it.
Terrible.
Very good.
So does anybody still think that we live on a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum? Is that still a thing?
Yeah, I think we are living on something spinning. I think the mind is spinning. That is the problem. The mind is spinning, and the mind is letting people spinning around, so they don't have time to think. That's the problem. People have to make them own in a corner and give them a fucking time to think and start spinning. Then they will realize, yeah, I'm here.
I think it's one of those things where instinctually people, based on their reality, they know they're not moving, right? They know they're not moving. They know they're not living on something heard, because that's not what their senses tell them. But that story, man, that story that they've heard since they were kids, got a grip on people.
It's an old story.
And that's why they tell you. That's why they start telling you that story when you're a kid.
Chocolate, you hit it right in the head, Chocolate. Sorry.
But that's everybody that is educated today. They really think the equipment. I was one of them. I was making satellites and so on. The technology there to make connection there and connection there and connection there all over the place. Yeah, really? Yeah, and that's not practical if you send this technicality long away from you, spinning very far away, and you're not able to support it or able to change anything there. That's not practical. That's not good business. What am I talking about? I'm talking about satellites. How can
Johnny, it's all pride, Johnny.
Think we have a satellite. It's not practical in the first of all. It's much easier, like the technique we have and the companies all around is doing today. They are giving internet to people, and this is a network. It started 1953, and they sent balloons up with technology that was able to connect from the surface to the sky. That started 1953. So there's nothing new. And there's pilots talking about that. It was project Hook project. They were hooking this satellites down and changing what they were doing. And this pilot was taking down these balloons. And there are many pilots talking about that, and we know it was about that. But there are guys out there today saying, no, it's never happened. No, it isn't. No, we have a satellite orbiting. How can something orbiting Earth that's not rotating? It's impossible. So what is it?
It's all part of the story, Johnny. It's all part of the story.
Yeah, but you have to be very stupid to buy that. But they are not stupid. They are very intelligent. That's the fucking problem. I will understand if they were
Hold on
stupid.
1 second,
No.
Johnny. Let me say one thing, Johnny. Did you hear what Chocolate said? It's something that starts when you're very young. You're indoctrinated into it. I have this with my son who's 19 years old. Hold on, listen to me. My son's 19 years old. We go back and forth whenever he brings it up. We were in an amusement park, and I said to him, Jacob, there's a carousel right there. I could demonstrate to you the Coriolis effect. I have a ball in my hand. We'll go on a carousel together. I'll throw it across to you, and you'll see a deflection, right? He won't do it because he knows that it's going to show that there's no Earth-based Coriolis.
We are talking about real intelligent guys. We are talking about real intelligent guys that know their things. Then they are so fucking intelligent. I cannot come close to them, but they are more stupid than me in somehow some behavior and understanding. How can that be possible?
Guys in Skype, do you want to join the G Plus Hangout? I've coughed up my $8 a month.
I'm just saying they can do a very, very good things, but how can they be so stupid at the same time? That I'm saying. That's the question. That is the question to everybody and to the everyman.
Still going, Johnny?
Ha, that's better.
So stupid. That's,
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we hear you, Owen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, everything's back to
yeah, I
normal.
heard you, Armin.
Everything's back to normal.
I
I've
heard you.
coughed up my £8.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah,
Hello,
we
hello.
hear you. We hear you.
Now we're
Alright.
talking.
As soon as Brian leaves
That's a lot
Skype.
better.
Now we are talking, yeah.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Oh, without gas. We cannot talk with gas if we don't have a gas pressure. You know that.
Got
Let's
my
go
eight-
back to Johnny Jones.
Got my £8 Google, bastards. And for the next God knows how long, £8 a month. Is it worth it? I can't even adjust your volumes.
Well, now you're paying customers, so now you can make a complaint of that and have rights.
I want a volume control, God damn it, if I'm paying £8 a month.
There you
That's a
go.
good point.
Bloody right.
No, that is a good point. You should be able to, make demands upon them now.
No, I'm happy. I've always been happy with Google.
I got you next month, Nate.
It's all good. I could have transitioned across to Streamlabs or StreamYard or a whole bunch of others. There was one that was really popular, Zoom, during COVID. And again, I checked them all out. I had a look at all of them. And I honestly, in spite of it not having a volume control for each of the participants, it created the best sound with the least hassle and was the easiest to quickly screen share and have separate from Skype and G+, Discord. So as much as I begrudge it, I'm going to pay the £8 I have. So, we won't have any of that happen again. It'll only be for one show. And it does seem tight, given the amount of money people give me to not spend £8 a month on it, given that it's, people like familiarity. They want to see the same thing and know that it'll just run smoothly. It was actually you that tipped me over the edge to just do it right away, Johnny, when you were like, given the amount of bloody money you've spent on sound, you'd think you could get it to sound decent.
Yeah, I like Bloody Mary sometimes, not all the times.
But you were right. You're right. No, you're right. The amount of people who contribute to the show, I shouldn't be umming and ahhing about spending £8 a month. Because, people want to see the show and they want it in the quality that it's come through at, and I've spent a lot of time and money achieving. So I'm not going to sacrifice that for the sake of giving Google £8 a month.
Exactly.
Right, just require eight extra pounds.
Too. I could come. Hold on.
See that
We
rumpusing
enjoyed
quality? Neil and Arwen, you heard them both talking through each other perfectly at the same time. It was great. That's worth the money.
Great.
I stopped.
Yes, that's what I mean.
I stopped because I know. Go ahead, Arwen.
I'll pay you.
I was just complaining. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll pay you $8 a month to stop these two.
Shut up, Tent.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. He's right. You two rumpusing each other is highly amusing, but when it's me that you're rumpusing, then it's unforgivable.
I don't. I contribute very short, concise.
It only cost $8 to rumpus.
As it's turning out, yes.
I'm gonna start asking for permission to speak. Can I speak?
No.
Thank you.
No.
So now everybody knows I'm speaking. Shut the freak up. I enjoy
You have to
the
tell
show.
me
I
about
enjoy
what you
being
want to speak about first. No, I'm joking.
Fucking forget it.
They're all being mean, Neil. It's okay. You go ahead.
Forget it. It's over. It's done.
Are we all happy?
Don't say that. Oh, no, I'm feeling bad.
What a difference a piece of software makes. Look at this conversation now compared to literally 5 minutes ago on Skype. Same group of people, just a different piece of software. Literally, that's all that's changed. Suddenly we've got not great conversation. I mean, let's be honest, but we're all chatting away nicely.
A good old conversation.
No, the thing is, Neil says, okay, I got to ask for permission. All right, do I have permission to speak? Okay, I will. He answered his own question. I mean, what's going on here?
You don't have to ask permission to speak, right? Arwen and Neil, if you just pay attention to other people and come in when there's an opportunity to come in and not in the middle of what someone's saying, like now.
Because you did the same thing.
You tell me all about it, Grant. Listen back to any show.
Guys, just listen. Things are back to normal. Like Neil's rumpusing and Brian's getting over-taught the second he begins to speak.
Hold on a second.
Perfect.
I love Ethan is here to take control of the
saying
situation.
nothing
I
as
love
people
it.
draw me in as being a rumpus.
Brian, the same thing happened to you yesterday with Whitson. When I come in to speak, you think I'm coming in when somebody's talking? I'm not. There's a silence. I come in, then I'm hearing them, and I stop.
Neil, you come shouting in over the top of everybody with colour commentary on a consistent basis.
Oh, that's different. That's deliberate.
It's not different.
About that.
That's not different because that's disruptive as well. Now, I know why you
Hold
do.
on. That's different. I'm not talking about that. That I do. And I got yelled at for it yesterday, and I stopped.
Yeah, but
That's what we're talking about, Neil.
The problem is, you're not out of the woodshed, buddy. The problem
When
is,
I'm trying to speak, it's like I go to say something, and that's it. It's done. I can't get it out. Somebody else is talking, and I wait for this for there to be a clear path.
Yeah, but Ned, you have to tell us what you are talking about before you speak about it.
Hang on. No, Neil, what happens is that because you come in over the top so much, and I know it's still down to the passion side of things with you, you just have to say it, right? Because you come in over the top of things so much, that people automatically, as soon as you start speaking, they're expecting that's what's coming. You know, it's like the boy who cried wolf. It's that kind of thing. It's like you're expecting that as soon as you start speaking, it's going to be something like that again. So psychologically, that's what people are thinking. People are thinking, Neil's going to come in shouting something. You know?
Yeah. Let Neil speak. He has to speak.
I don't know
Let
what the
him
hell
speak.
you're talking about, Brian. If I come in, I'm either backing you or back intent. That's it. But if I got something to say, I'm waiting for an avenue. Now, I don't care what you say. There's a freaking delay because I'm not hearing anybody speak when I'm speaking.
Well, look, all I can say to you is listen back on some of the shows and listen to when you come in. And
I do, but you're not hearing me when I'm saying. When I come in, I'm not hearing anything. That's why I said I am going to ask for permission. Can I speak? Can I say something? So then people know I want to speak, so I won't be cut.
I see. No, that makes sense.
But are you then also going to wait until you get a reply to that?
I think that's reasonable. What Neil's going to do instead of interjecting and just, destroying the flow of the conversation, he's going to ask for permission to destroy the flow of conversation as he destroys the flow of the conversation.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
Can I ask a question?
Much more polite. So.
John first. Go ahead, John.
Oh, no, I was just destroying the flow of conversation. Go ahead, Adam. I'm sorry.
No, I was just being flippant to Neil.
Right. I just wanted to state that I do not destroy the flow of conversation. Yeah, I butt in, but I usually do with just a couple of words that I quickly ram through and then shut up again and have nothing else to say.
I
if people get all hung up over that, then that's their problem. Because that's what I do, and now you're all rumpusing me.
No, I was about to support you and say you don't destroy
in the middle of my sentence. Thanks.
Yeah, but Arvin, I love the conversation. I fucking love it.
See,
what can I do
loud
about
noises.
Yeah, I was going to say no, but agree.
I still haven't said
something.
it, but I was going to say you don't destroy it, you just change the direction. There's your skill.
Fair enough.
Yeah, direction. It's just like a gas density of gas. Some bubbles trying to get some reaction against the wall. Yeah, that's a fucking pressure. It is a fucking pressure all over the place.
John, I have to ask you a question, John. Refracted curvature.
No, I'm talking about pressure. Pressure, everything is studying against the wall. And,
Johnny, what did I say, Johnny?
They never go anywhere. They're just starting back on the wall, and the back and on the wall, back on the wall. That's a fucking problem.
Is this the Twilight Zone? Is this the Twilight Zone?
Johnny, did you have a few drinks before you came on the show?
He's all right.
John, you said something. You said
No, I'm all
something
right.
on,
I'm all right. I'm not so drunk. If you think I'm drunk, no.
Okay, not so drunk. Okay, let me say something. John, you said something on Kiwi's show the other day. You were having a back and forth with me. And she was saying how we just shut them down.
No, I'm a fine.
Yeah.
Everything. I'm a nice guy. So I'm not a wise guy. I'm a nice guy. Yeah, maybe.
No, he was talking to me, sir. I didn't hear the rest of your question, Neil.
Forget it. I'll talk to you about.
Bloody hell, Neil.
Yeah, everything's back to normal. $8, all worth it. Yep.
So, just so everybody know, I love QE, but I love to make him like get the temperature up. I love he's saying something against me. I really love him. That's no problem. I have no problem with the QE. Absolutely no problem.
He's
Just so
married, just
people know.
QE's ace.
He's also married,
Well,
just so you know.
Betty said that we don't give them a chance.
Loves his information.
But it's not so dangerous. I'm not so dangerous. I will try something like that.
Okay, Johnny, give me 1 second. You were saying to Betty was saying to you that we don't give them a chance to say anything, but you also said that, that's what you were saying, that we started getting ridiculed in the beginning of the Slit debate discussion years ago, before we had a chance to say anything. But we had proof. We were exposing the lies. So I don't see how she tied that in to the people with Ether. I don't get it. And I'm glad they called her on it.
Betty understands me because she is from Germany. She understands me perfectly.
Johnny, I'm talking to John.
What's happening. Okay.
What I was saying, though, is that if something is true or factual, it being contested can only help the understanding of the topic, by challenging it, by pointing out problems with the logic people are using when they're discussing it. That can only help. So the ballers created us, I guess.
Us, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing, if the ether has that validity, which I don't think it does, but if it did, all we can do by challenging it is help it if it's true. So I didn't understand Betty's position on us, just letting people say what is without challenge. I don't agree to that.
Correct. I'm glad you challenged her on that. That's what I was trying to get at.
I just so everybody know, I'm also John. So John and John. I'm John. Okay, you have to say
you're Johnny. You're Johnny.
Yeah, I'm Johnny. But I'm also John. So therefore, I was answering like I was. John.
Yeah.
Because I'm John.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That explains a lot.
You were Johnny first, so I'll be refracted for the remainder of this.
Yeah, okay. Now everybody knows. Now it will never happen again.
Hey, Eli.
So we have 3 Johns and 2 Pauls. How many Pauls we got now?
Well, if you include me as a Paul, because most people call me Paul.
No, we don't include
my
you as
first
Paul.
name is Paul, too, so.
That's true, John. That's true.
You can throw me in the Paul or the John barrel, either one, apparently.
They could be
with all these Johns, it's very appalling right now.
I will only answer with Johnny now. Only Johnny. Fine.
Witsit called you Paul yesterday. Refracted. That's right.
Well, see, Nathan does it so much that I just, I knew he was talking to me.
I don't do that often. Come on.
You know which John somebody's asking a question by what the question is. Because
thank you, Ollie.
What level are you addressing in order to, get the refracted curvature level or to QE level or to somebody else called John level? That's how I recognize the questions.
Was there any backlash to yesterday's show? Did you get any backlash, emails, Nathan, or anything like that?
I don't know, if I'm honest. The moment the show finished, I started editing videos. So I said at the beginning of this show, actually, I hadn't stopped until I woke up and immediately got into editing the next video. So I did it, and I haven't really looked at any emails or any communications or anything since. I did go through, just as routine, my comments, which I do every morning, and it got a lot of praise. So that's the only reaction I can tell you about. But, that's biased. It's my comments, obviously. It got praise, and there was people saying Earth's still a sphere. So, the usual mixed bag of comments. But where I might have expected certain detractors to at least, not because it's my channel, so I can't say I would have got the negative comments in my feed. So maybe I would have, but I haven't. That I can think of. A couple of people moaned that I didn't give Whitsitt a fair enough crack of the whip. So a couple of people said, if you'd just let him have his chance to get his argument out. But even he moaned about that during the show, and I think it was John that said to him, so he didn't get a chance to offer up magnetism and electricity as cause and effect when asked for the science for ether. You didn't get an opportunity to do that then. He did. He just had every point he brought up ripped to shreds. And people who are on the same side don't like that and see it as, no, you're not giving him an opportunity to drone on for an hour about something that's so vague and nondescript that I lose track of it and therefore believe it at the end because I'm affirming my bias. You didn't give him a chance to do that, is really what they're saying.
He kept eventually saying like, but I'm not claiming science, but then he still proceeded to talk about it like as if it were science.
That was the really most that to me was the most annoying bit. I don't know if annoying's the right word. I'm not saying raging, but that was kind of how it makes me feel. It's a bait and switch, isn't it?
Aggravating.
So, it is aggravating because what's happening is we're saying you've got certain people in your faction of Flat Earth that say it's science. And it's like, well, that's perfectly reasonable because there's stuff that suggests that ether's existing because of its science validity. Well, like what? Well, like if you look at magnetism, you've already had the rest. Okay, so at that point, what's happened? We've said, what's the science for ether? The reply is, here's the science for ether. Then we say, that's not science for ether. And they say, or Whitsitt says, I'm not trying to present science for ether. So like, no, you are. You're baiting us with science, presenting something that seems like science. It actually isn't. But that's irrelevant to the point because what you're presenting isn't linked to what we're asking about. It's a bait and switch. We say to the Globers, what refraction? They say, of course, light bends through various mediums, and we've got a sphere-shaped air medium, and that's them opening up the suitcase to say we've got real effects in optical nature that we can observe, aka refraction. Then there's a little commotion caused, that briefcase gets closed, another one from behind their back gets replaced, and that's closing as you turn back round again. And what's in that briefcase? Well, terrestrial refraction, something that isn't what was just discussed, isn't refraction, an R-based refraction. Well, that bait and switch is very, very annoying because you're being conned. Now, that's no different to them coming along and saying, we have science for our ether. Okay, what's your science?
Okay, Nathan. Okay, Nathan, can I say something? Can I say something about ether, Nathan? Can I just point what you're talking about ether?
Don't go too far off track, though, Johnny.
Okay, my point is it has to be something like ether for the radio waves to propagate from point A to point B. That's my point. Is it has to be. Nothing can be traveling against nothing.
Right,
Therefore,
there are no waves. It's light. We're talking about light. That's light. Not waves.
What's the problem? What do you say against that?
Not waves.
Waves,
travel of a perturbation,
like sound waves and everything.
You said radio.
Waves,
you said radio.
You cannot send the radio from coast to coast without some propagation. You need something to let it flow from point A to point B. And it's proven there is waves. There's nothing about particles. Yeah, I know what QE has told you. That's the only thing that I'm against QE about. That's the only thing
Pardon me, you're assuming it's propagating. moving at a speed. No, you're wrong.
How can I be wrong? Really, how can I be wrong?
Because it doesn't have any
You
speed.
cannot.
It's instantaneous.
There's no perturbation or wave.
It's not.
Hold
It's
on,
not about
Johnny.
speed.
We're
It's
trying.
about
Johnny,
power
Johnny, you do it. Johnny. Yeah, great. You've asked the
Johnny.
question. Now we're answering you. Now it's obviously on topic. I'm going to take charge and say no. Fun though it was for you to chant through everything while it was light-hearted, now we're actually answering you. Because to be a wave, it's got to have an inductive rate, a speed. Well, light, when described as a wave by way of a misapprehension of wave function, doesn't have any of those attributes to then reify into it needing a medium. This is what we covered yesterday with Witsit.
Is all you?
Can I ask?
Hold on, Brian. Hold on,
really
Brian.
all you have, Nathan? You are not more knowledge than that, really?
Wow.
What?
What?
No,
Didn't you
Johnny,
pay
it's you who
attention to
doesn't have the
5
knowledge.
hours yesterday?
Hold on. Just when you say it's a wave, do you know why it's called a wave? Where's that come from? The description of the... Do you know?
Have you seen sound waves? Everything is going in waves. That is the normal function of our
Wait, what?
probability of light.
Let's,
Everything is
Johnny,
going.
Johnny, just stop. Do you appreciate they've just put up a load of 5G towers everywhere?
Yeah, it's instantly, but it's
Okay,
absolutely
great. It's just a yes. Please play along. Just need a yes. Clearly, I'm not inviting a discussion beyond you saying, yes, I appreciate there's been towers put up that transmit 3G, or 5G rather. Okay, great. Do you appreciate that what they're actually transmitting is just light? Do you appreciate that?
Do you know what the light is always going in straight lines, but it's just that's not going in waveform. That's the difference.
I haven't got there yet. All I asked is if you
never
appreciated that the transmissions from the most recent and topically interesting data transmission type, that would be 5G. It's just a wavelength of light.
5G is just about the power. It's not about the change.
Why aren't you playing along? Why are you doing this? You're just being awkward.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you.
So you don't appreciate that. So you
light.
don't appreciate that 5G towers are transmitting a wavelength of light. You don't appreciate that.
I just have to say it's about more power behind the transmission
of light.
So
I just need you to say yes. I do appreciate it. If you didn't, I need to tell you that it's just transmitting light so we can move forward in the discussion.
Okay, I will say yes. It's about more power behind the transmission.
Sorry, you changing the subject to how much power is produced by 5G towers isn't acknowledging where I'm trying to lead you. You're just being awkward. It's light that's being transmitted by 5G towers. Do you appreciate that? Yes or no? I'm not inviting further expansion of my point that I'm leading you on.
Yeah. First of all,
yes.
Light is
just yes.
Light.
I'm not inviting any further things from you. I haven't made my point yet. My God, how awkward do you need to be? I appreciate that the transmission is just a specific wavelength of light.
More the view, you cannot view it in one way like you want it to be.
So it's not light. So 5G towers, what they're transmitting, it's not just light.
Yeah, it's about light, yes.
You awkward prick. So that fucking last 2 minutes was just you being a wanker then, Johnny? So yes, you could have just nodded along.
No.
Yeah, just being an old wanker. Yeah, old wanker. Don't muss me around. You want to have this conversation, or don't you? Because if you don't, then sod off. If you do, play along. Yeah, it's light. Finally, after 2 straight minutes of you stumbling and stammering and muttering, trying to expand the conversation into areas I'm not trying to lead you on. Obviously, I'm going somewhere with this, Johnny. Obviously. You just need to play along. So, it's a specific wavelength of light being transmitted. Just need a yes.
Oh, where are you going? Are you trying to tell me the light is a particle?
I'm trying to get you to say yes, that you understand that it's transmitting a wavelength of light.
That's so fucking stupid. I don't want to.
I don't want to have this conversation anymore, Johnny. I'm going to kick you out. I'm going to give you a last chance to play along. If you don't, I'm just getting more and more irritated with you, frankly.
Yeah, of course I am. You have to take it, Nathan. Listen to me for once.
You either want to have this conversation about light waves or you don't.
I'll have it with you, Nate, if you want.
Fine.
I will explain
Johnny, someone else is taking over because you've become so irritating to everybody around you that somebody else would rather progress the conversation. Now, I'm going to give you one last chance to not talk through every last word I say and play along, or I'll just hand the floor to someone else that isn't you because you don't want to play along. I don't want this example to take 7 minutes.
It's no problem.
So, it's just transmitting a specific wavelength. Yes?
The problem is, are you...
Shh, get out, fucking wanker. Just piss off, Johnny. You're not going to take part in the rest of the show. Dick.
Kicking
Total
and
dick.
screaming, boys.
Total dick. No, you're not going to play that game with me, Johnny, you stupid wanker. Now, we're discussing the nature of reality. You wanting to behave like a total asshole here isn't going to fly. No, this example's not going to take 7 minutes. I'll try with Brian. Thank you so much for playing along, Johnny, you ignorant prick. So it's a specific wavelength. Right, Brian?
Yes.
And where do we get this description of wavelength from?
Maths.
What type of maths specifically?
Wave function.
So probability distribution. Perfect. Wave function. So the light wave or wavelength is a derivation of its diffraction or interference pattern. Now that description of the probability distribution that is a diffraction pattern is where we get our convention of wavelength. Now that doesn't make it a wave when what you're describing is the diffraction pattern that appears, for example, on a photographic plate. There is no wave in the description. You're describing the probability, the diffraction pattern, not its journey in a medium. So this misapprehension when people describe radio waves or whatever else it is that they're trying to describe as having a medium, that's a misapprehension of the original concept that describes diffraction patterns for various different lights. There we go. I'm done.
This is a topic for kicking and screaming, obviously.
Well,
no, I understand.
What I'd like to say would be a bit. Sorry, Johnny. Sorry, Johnny.
Can I answer because he was talking against me?
Johnny, I was speaking before you were speaking.
Go ahead, Brian.
I would like to know how people who didn't know and still don't really, like, they don't, let's say, know what light is, if you know what I mean. They can describe it as a particle, but they don't know what it is. How? Now, this might be ignorance on my part, right? So people might laugh at me here. And I don't care. I'll ask the question, and I'm willing to be laughed at, okay? How did they determine that radio and light, when you switch on the bulb in your kitchen, how did they determine they were the same thing without just describing them the same and saying they're all the same? How did they determine this? Because this allows them to claim there's a wave going on. Because you hear nothing but radio waves. Sorry, radio waves.
Yeah.
Oh, radio is light. So all light is waves. Yo, where did they get? How did they get to the point of being able to say what other things are also light when they don't even know what light is itself? How could radio waves, microwaves, all this, could they not be something different?
Yeah, it's going straight line. but it is waveform. Do you know it can be a waveform?
Johnny, I asked a different question. We're going past that point. We're going past that point, Johnny.
Yeah, I explained it a moment ago when you wouldn't play along. Now you've just basically ignored every word while you were on mute, so you couldn't disturb it, and just reasserted the same thing.
But I'm
You see,
right.
there is no. My bad. I was still in the middle of the sentence.
Okay.
There is no way for it to traverse or be as it traverses a medium. It's a description of probability, wave function. That's where this wavelength, the description of it as a wavelength, has come from. Not from it being a wave in a medium, but from the description of the diffraction pattern as a probability distribution, aka wave function. That's the second time we've just gone through that with you, Johnny. Do you want to just maybe acknowledge it in some way, rather than repeating back that it needs a medium? It doesn't, because that's a misapprehension of probability distribution, aka wave function. Third time.
Okay, then I ask you, Pete, Nathan, do you really think you don't need a medium? We need the medium. What is the medium then?
One more time.
What is the medium that everything is traveling?
Near the beginning, Arwin talked through you. Just one more time.
What is the medium that all these things is going through? Everything that you're trying to send through the medium. Okay, I'm saying you need a medium. What is the medium?
What Johnny is saying to you, Nathan, is if Aether is not the medium, what is the medium? And what's going on there, Johnny, is you're begging the question that light needs a medium. That's the problem. There's no evidence light needs a medium. We don't even know what light is.
You have to answer that. If you're not able to answer that, then you're empty, Nathan.
Yeah, that was
transparent
honestly,
material.
John. But honestly.
Isn't the medium just transparent material? That's what light goes
Nathan
to.
is not answering now because he don't know the answer. Therefore, he is empty about this question.
No, I didn't answer
honest,
because Brian already answered and was sufficient in his answer. So he pointed out that you're begging the question that light requires a medium, and you haven't established that as a fact. To have an assertion that it has this antecedent that you must ask me to justify what it is.
Okay. I will answer that. I will answer it. I will prove it for you. I will tell you the medium is invisible in a vacuum. So light needs a vacuum, a medium. I mean.
So the medium is really thin air.
In a vacuum where you've evacuated the air, the medium is invisible?
Light is not visible in a vacuum.
Johnny, there's still air in a vacuum.
Hold on. Yeah. Light is not visible in a vacuum?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
You've got a vacuum that you've removed air from and therefore no longer can propagate light? Is that what you're saying?
But the light will go through, but you will not see it.
Wow, you just had a cluster screw of logic, dude.
Okay, so just because you can't see it, because it's not reflecting off anything, it doesn't exist?
You need the medium to...
In which case we can see light, if we cannot see in vacuum? In which case we can see?
Yeah, you cannot see the light in a vacuum. I'm telling you. But
you said that we cannot see in a vacuum. In which case we can see?
No, that's not what happened. So you said that light needs a medium to propagate through. Then you said if you suck out all the air in a tank, light can't propagate. There's no medium, but it does. Therefore, ether. And that is just a cluster screw of logic because you're still begging the question.
Correct.
Yeah. And just because air is taken out doesn't mean that proves that the medium of air is not the medium that light is propagating through. The other medium is this blah-de-blah. No, that's rubbish logic.
Right, if you remove the air and the light still goes... Sorry. I was just saying...
Nobody postulated, nobody
a medium.
Light, you need
Can I say something?
medium to see the light.
Johnny,
how
did you
is
say that
seeing
everything
the light?
became
Therefore, I'm right from the beginning. You need the waveform, you need A to B, you need the medium, you need the ether to see the light. I
Why?
have proved my case.
No, you haven't.
I have proved my fucking case.
No, you've just chanted your claim. That's your claim. That's not proving your case. That's chanting your claim at us.
It's not a claim. I have clarified it, and I can prove it.
Johnny, can I ask you a question? Since that's what you think is happening, right? You think because you can still see light in a vacuum, you're thinking, well, there has
No,
to
I
be a
cannot see
medium.
the light in the vacuum.
Hold on.
You're
Let me
taking it wrong. Why are you saying it wrong?
Johnny.
You cannot
Johnny.
see the light in the vacuum.
No, that's
Okay,
proof
fuck
gravity.
right.
Johnny, but that's proof gravity then.
Come on, don't do that.
Johnny,
Shut up.
Yeah, I will.
can I
do
finish
that.
my question, please? Okay. So if you're saying, because I don't know, I've heard two different things. Are you saying you can see light in a vacuum or you can't?
I can't. It's impossible you can see light in a vacuum, a real vacuum.
Really? Can you link us that?
But I'm telling you, the light is going through, and if it's going through the vacuum chamber, and on the other side of the vacuum chamber, you will see the light again because of the material and the medium is outside of the.
It's done the same thing again, Chocolate. You asked him to clarify if you can see light in a vacuum. He said you couldn't, and then described how you would see light through a vacuum.
Only thing,
Right.
listen to me.
No,
The
Johnny,
only thing
you're
you
not
have to
listening
say,
to anybody else, and that's the problem. Your claim has already been destroyed, and you don't even realize.
The ether is the medium that let the light
Johnny,
go
that's already been dealt
through
with in this
the vacuum
conversation.
chamber.
That
But you cannot
requires
see it.
light to be a wave.
Thanks for
And
the
it was
ether.
described
Why
to
are you
you
talking
how
over
the
me?
wave that's connected to the term
Johnny
light
is just triggered.
is only mathematical.
Yeah.
That's what he did to me too, Johnny. He just talks through people.
I'm saying you need the ether to
Somebody's after
the light
wants to
go
talk about that
through.
feeling.
Johnny, what's ether, Johnny?
He's just
And he's doing it
now.
again. And he's doing it again.
Okay, yeah, let him do it again.
My English is not
We'll
so good.
sit back and
it's
we'll listen, and let's see if he tries to say that a vacuum doesn't let light propagate through it, but you still see it
What
through it.
Johnny's trying to tell you is that all visible light, i.e. illumination, requires a medium or an object to interact with. Otherwise, you don't have visible light.
How did you
Not
prove
saying that
that?
the light's not passing through something, but in order for light to be visible, it has to have something to interact with.
That's
why the vacuum chamber is dark.
Hold on, just one person at a time. Arwin, hold on. Go ahead, John.
And that's why the vacuum chamber is dark, right? Because it's not
I didn't
propagating.
understand. Can you say it again? I didn't understand. Excuse me.
Please, somebody link me the dark
Can you say
vacuum
it again,
chamber,
John?
please.
I didn't hear what John said. Can
Okay,
you
let
say
me
it again,
paraphrase
John?
for you, Johnny. He's saying when you remove air from a chamber that's clear, it immediately goes black, doesn't it?
No, because like Johnny told you, as light passes through that
Wasn't
chamber,
speaking to you, Die Slow.
it'll interact
Die Slow
with
wasn't
the
speaking to
side
you.
of that chamber.
Die Slow. What John put to you, Johnny, was that when you remove the gas from a chamber, creating a vacuum, it instantly goes black, doesn't it? Based on your logic.
Yeah, you can say so.
You think
It
when you remove,
doesn't have to be right.
Let me just clear it up.
Yeah, it can be so.
You think you're removing gas from a chamber makes the chamber go black? No, it doesn't.
If
but you still have
Not you, Die
walls
Slow.
of the chamber.
Not you, Die Slow. No, that's wrong, Johnny.
If you
That
move
doesn't
everything
happen.
from the chamber, then there's nothing there. Okay.
It doesn't go black.
So?
You can still see through it.
Light is just passing through it.
Johnny, is that something you've actually seen, or is that an idea in your head?
Of course, it is nothing there. There's no light there. Yes, it's black. What?
Oh, no.
So
I think we're misunderstanding, actually, Chocolate. No. I think what he's saying is it would go black, but because there's a medium of ether still there. The light can still go through.
Oh, Ethan,
okay.
you really have to relax now. I'm talking about ether is
Oh, we gotta
like
relax, huh?
that is hold everything together whatsoever it is. That is something that is material that's get the light, propagate.
What the hell are you talking about?
Through the vacuum chamber.
All right, Johnny. What if we take it? What if we take it two ways?
You cannot use your senses to see it because it's invisible. Because there is nothing to get echo of the light to your eyes.
Let's put the vacuum chamber in the dark room, and let's now make a light around the vacuum chamber.
Oh, okay. You can use laser. Laser is just a point of light.
No,
it's
the lamps.
Good.
No, let's use normal lamps.
No, it's best, but no. It's best to use laser for this experiment.
No.
If you're in the dark room,
let's put the vacuum chamber with the glass. Good.
You
vacuum.
will not have.
Johnny, but listen.
Do you really want to use a flashlight? You will use a point of light, not flashlight.
Yeah, but let's put that vacuum chamber in the dark room, and then let's put all reflectors. You know what they are using in cinema, not the lasers, and let's point it out into inside of chamber. That means we are in dark room. You know there is no light, but now we have light sources going through the vacuum chamber. You are saying that light will not go to vacuum chamber?
It will not be visible, but you will see it on the other side.
Oh, really? What?
It's just a total doublespeak. It will not be visible, but you'll see it on all sides. No, that's a contradiction in terms. It can't both be not visible and seen from all sides. That completely contradicts itself.
Do they realize they're saying
I know what Johnny's talking about.
No. That's what I was saying all the time.
I know what Johnny's talking about.
I am absolutely not.
He's talking about a laser. Hang on, Johnny. He's talking about a laser.
Yeah.
When you evacuate a chamber, the laser won't be seen through the evacuated chamber. You see the laser.
You will never see the laser light in the vacuum.
Hold on, Brian. You're saying that if I fire a laser, right, over a lake or something, if I stand...
No, to a vacuum chamber.
Hold on, let me just I'm getting there. If I fire a laser over a lake and I stand, is it perpendicular to the laser? I can see a line across my field of view from left to right. So there's a guy off to my 45 degrees firing it across the lake, and there's another guy with a, I don't know, piece of paper on the other side, so I can see it hitting it. But I can see the in-between. That's not seeing a laser. That's seeing the light hitting specks of dust, anything else that's in the air, and illuminating them on its way. So you're not seeing the laser, you're seeing the stuff.
Just say path.
Exactly, Nathan. You're absolutely right.
Okay, but that's not seeing the laser. As in, looking at the laser would be me looking at the laser. Right? Well, if I stand on the other side of a vacuum chamber, my bad, hadn't even paused for breath. If I stand on the other side of the vacuum chamber, I can still have light get to my eye. I can look at it.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. You're telling me that if I was to rig up a super high-powered laser and put you on the other side of a vacuum chamber, and I said to you, I assure you that the light will travel through this vacuum chamber and blind you, you'd be willing to stand in front of that laser with a vacuum chamber in between because light won't traverse it?
No.
You're going to risk your eyesight on it? Going to risk your eyeballs on it? I'll burn through the back of your head before you've decided that you can see it.
You have to test it for yourself.
I'm being serious. Regardless of if there's a vacuum chamber in there, if I put a high enough powered laser, I can burn through your skull.
Don't make a fool of yourself.
So are you gonna? I don't mind putting this to the test. I'll stick you in front of a high powered laser and put a vacuum chamber between you and it, and we'll take bets on how blind you are afterwards.
Do it. do a show about it.
Are you kidding? Is this guy for real?
Hey, Nathan.
You think that a vacuum chamber between you and a high-powered laser is going to save your vision if you look directly into the laser? Are you having a laugh?
Hey, Nathan.
Hello, Earth Passenger.
I want to see him. I want to see him do it.
Hold on, Neil. Go ahead, Earth Passenger. How you doing?
So I would bring up the point that an old-fashioned incandescent light bulb is basically a vacuum. Are you saying you can't see the filament?
That's a good point. Exactly.
Like I've already addressed, man.
Do you
Visible
know,
light requires a
Nathan,
medium or an object.
we have done this test and it is online and everything. You can look it up. So don't make fool of you. Please don't do it.
Like, do you think you've won that point? I've described me blasting through your skull with a high-powered laser with only a vacuum chamber between you and it to protect you. You think you've humiliated me? I'm describing your head being splashed to pieces by a high-powered laser. You think you've won?
Of course. I love it. I love it.
You love it? You'd be blind. If you look through a vacuum chamber at a high-powered laser, it won't protect your vision. It will still blind you. Because you can see it. It will reach your eyeballs and go through them. And then through your skull as it kills you. So this notion that the vacuum doesn't have light passing through it is absolutely absurd.
I
mean, this, you don't even need a vacuum chamber for this to understand this, Johnny. Like, I'm looking at the sun right now shining on my fence in my house, and it's pretty bright, reflecting off the wall and the fence. Why isn't it the same intensity of illumination in the air prior to the fence and the wall? Like, why isn't that happening?
Talking about? We're in the air, and it's all lit. We're surrounded by light. What are you talking about?
And so I will not say something if I'm not quite right. So I pass on that question because I didn't. Or maybe you can repeat your question, then I can.
Johnny, all you've been doing is saying things that are not right. What the hell are you talking about?
But because people is not so clear. They don't understand what the question is. Therefore, I have to let them repeat the question. Then they might understand the questions.
Fine.
Repeat the question. Johnny,
it's
what
clear
is
for
ether?
everybody.
But it's an entirely misconstrued notion of ether. I mean, you're misunderstanding your own claim because they don't claim that light won't propagate through a vacuum.
I know there is ether, Nathan. I know there is ether. It cannot be.
No, that wasn't an invite for you to just start chanting at me that you know ether's real. I was pointing out where the flaws in your argument came, because the ether argument doesn't have the notion that light won't pass through a vacuum. The notion is that the reason it does, when light as a wave needs a medium, well, then it'll still need a medium when there's no medium of air in there. So what medium is in there when we decide that light's a wave and it needs a medium? Well, because there's still light going through it, the medium is ether. Well, that is a misapprehension of light being a wave requiring a medium and then putting a medium in to a vacuum chamber so that your light as a wave can move through it.
Probably
talking about visible light, man.
I
would point out that
You guys are jumping
at this time I would go ahead and point out that when you claim that you know something, you're not claiming it's a belief anymore, right? So yesterday we got the belief and convention of ether. Today we're getting the absolute fact of ether. So you all either don't understand what words mean or you're liars.
That's correct, John.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's not the right
Johnny,
thing to
can I ask you a question, Johnny? Right. So
yes,
the claim is light needs medium, right? And a vacuum chamber with its air, which would be the medium, being removed, and we can still see the light. The claim is after that.
No, we can't. That's the problem.
Let's get to that. Okay, well, let's deal with that then, Johnny. Okay, you stand by that. You're refuting that we claim. You're saying that's our claim, and that's not true. You just need to show us the light diminishing from a vacuum chamber as you remove the air from it for that to be the case.
So
you don't need to chant through me as I challenge you to prove what you think is the case, which is that after you remove air from a vacuum, it gets dark. You need to show that. Can you show us that, please?
Okay, maybe because people don't understand what I was saying.
No, I didn't invite you to tell me that we have a lack of comprehension. I asked you to back your incorrect assertion that gas being removed from a chamber will cause it to go dark, because that is the fundamental premise of what you're saying.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
We're talking about visible light, first of all. It's a straw man.
Yeah, we're talking about visible light,
man.
first of all. And the fact is you need a medium or an object for the light to interact with for it to be visible. So to say that passing a light through a vacuum is going to make it go dark because, contrary to what I just said, is invalid due to the fact that you have the walls of the chamber, which is an object, which is going to illuminate. So, I mean, that's a problem.
And it's going to propagate, the illumination is going to propagate through the vacuum, huh? So you can see it.
We're talking about a light source that is pointing. Listen to me.
Of course, we're talking about visible. I don't see why that has to be a clarification.
Yeah,
why would we not be talking about visible light? I don't get it.
All
right, let me ask Die Slow. Can I ask you
tells us
the question?
Everything.
Johnny B, hold on one second. Johnny B, give me a minute, okay? Die Slow, can I ask you a question? Are you there?
Yeah, everything. Okay, say it.
Not Johnny. Relax, man. Cool out, bro. I just want to ask Die Slow something because I'm confused about something. Okay. All right.
Johnny,
Die Slow.
Hold on 1 second. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. He's asked you politely 3 times, and you've muttered and murmured through the beginning of his statement. Please, just let him. He's asked you politely. He said, "Can you give me a minute, please?" And then addressed his question to somebody else. Clearly not you. Please, Johnny.
I'm your friend, Nathan. Don't.
God, I've got to mute you, Johnny. I've got no alternative but to mute Johnny. Go ahead, Chocolate. 3rd time's a charm.
All right. Die Slow. You there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. It is the claim that we can see light through a vacuum chamber because there is a medium in there. Is that the claim?
You broke up. You said, "Can we see visible light through a vacuum chamber because there is a medium?" Is that what you mind repeating?
Yeah. Basically, that's what I asked. Is that the claim?
Yeah. So no, a vacuum or a near vacuum would be deleting the medium, but you still have the material of the chamber itself, that glass chamber, which will interact with that light, creating visible light, i.e. illumination.
So yes, then I can still see through the chamber even without the air in it. And the claim for that is because there's still ether in the chamber, right?
No, I didn't make that claim.
No, I'm asking. I don't from my own.
Yeah, I don't disregard that, but yeah, I'm not invoking ether in the context of this situation. I'm simply saying that the light hitting the outside extremities of that chamber, and then basically light's interacting with that chamber. So you're gonna have illumination. However, you're not gonna have a light ray, so to speak, a visible light ray that you can witness within that chamber.
Can't witness light rays. They're a concept.
You know what happens when you're on one side of glass and you darken the other side of glass? You know what that causes? Have you ever been in a police interrogation room?
Yes.
No, but I've seen movies on it, so I know what you're talking about.
So when we darken this chamber, it makes the chamber, or when we evacuate the air from this chamber, it makes it a mirror then, right?
Yeah, it reflects the light back.
Excellent. Have you got an example of that, please? Can we see that happening? Please, Die Slow.
You got cut off.
Can you show us that, please?
I mean, that wasn't my claim, it was his.
Yeah.
Dyslo, can I try it? If we put some object with the holes from a very, very strong object in the vacuum chamber, and we put lights, you are saying that it will not make that the same, how to say, phenomena that we will see the rays.
We can't see rays. Let's just get that squared away. There are no such thing as light rays. It's a concept.
No, I'm saying like a clouds, you know, from the sun.
Okay, Nathan,
Damn it,
you have to
I
relax.
had him.
You don't have to mute me. It's so bad. Why are you muting me? I'm just talking about.
Because Johnny,
I was taking off this.
we were trying to speak,
Taking off
and I was
this.
trying to ask somebody else a question, and you kept responding. I don't know if it's being cut off and you can't hear us because you're in Discord. I tried really nicely to say, "Excuse me, can I ask a question to Dyslo?" But you keep talking.
It might be some delay.
Like, this is
okay.
Yeah, it might be delay. I don't know, but I mean, when other people are talking, at least try to listen to what we're saying to see if maybe we're directing it at you or directing it at somebody else.
Yeah, because it's
that's
a
cool?
heavy topic for me. That's it. And I brought it up also.
And that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So where we're at is, although Dyslo's not making the claim you are, Johnny, which is why I muted you, that it would become a mirror, the chamber itself.
Yeah. But
yeah, okay. Yeah, can we see that, please? Can you show us?
Yeah. Okay. It's fine.
What he's asking
really
for, Johnny, what he's asking for, what we're all asking for, is a demonstration of this. Like, we've spoken about it enough. Now is the time to show and prove, right? Now, is there a vacuum chamber with the air having been removed that we can either see no light or it turning into a mirror? Or any other effect besides just seeing the light through the vacuum
That's
normally?
nothing with mirror. Absolutely nothing with mirror. It's just very
So
simple.
we won't see the mirror effect. So we won't see the mirror effect, and we won't see the darkening effect either. Now, I understand you think that that's because there's already a medium in there. Now, what my question to you is, what if we took it the other way? You're saying we could, well, maybe not you, but some of the guys on your side are claiming that we can still see the light because there is a medium that you guys call ether in the vacuum. Now, what if we took it the other way and said, well, maybe the reason that we still see the light is because it doesn't require a medium?
Please, can I stop you? Can I stop you?
Would that be a
Can I stop you to clarify it? Okay, I'll stop you to clarify it. The ether has nothing to do with visibility. Ether is the probability. That's all the thing. Has nothing to do with visibility or whatsoever. It's only about.
So then why is ether brought up in respect to visible light?
Say it again.
So then if it has nothing to do with visibility, you're saying it has to do with probability, why is it being brought up in context with visible light?
Yeah, because I don't want to say it because people are stupid. They don't understand.
Oh.
But I will not say it, but I have to
which people are stupid? The people are claiming that?
Yes, absolutely stupid.
Okay.
They have everything in front of them, and they claim something like that. They have to be stupid. They cannot be real. Also, if they have all the data in front of them and all the rest, everything in front of them, like show them, and they think it is not like I'm saying, wow, that's something big wrong.
Completely missed the point where we destroyed you. Just, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know.
So probability and visibility is not the same thing.
What's the probability aspect?
Has nothing to do with visibility.
Yeah, I asked because we went
We
through
got
it earlier with wave function, the probability distribution that gives you the convention of wavelength.
I was trying to tell you that everything can go straight through the wave. That is, radio waves go straight through the wave. But it has a wave function to take the signal through.
But you think
If you don't understand that,
you think a wave function is something you can take a signal through? What's a wave function?
Wave function is just like the ocean. Between,
No, wave function's probability
Whoa.
distribution. It's mathematics. It's the distribution of the particles in the diffraction pattern that you can calculate, aka its probability distribution. That's also known as a wave function. It's not a medium to traverse. It's mathematics. It's a description. It's like language.
No, it's not language. I was making a
Yeah, you said it was a medium. You said wave function was a medium. Wave function's not a medium. It's a description of probability.
I was making it very clear for you a format of build. You know, build. What is build? Photo, video, show, whatsoever. I was giving you a mind, into your mind, to understand the ocean is the waveform for the boat to go from one point to other point.
No, it isn't. The description of wave function isn't like an ocean giving you a point from one point to another. Sixth time we've gone through it with you personally, Johnny. No, a wave function isn't like an ocean. It's a distribution of probability.
Oh, because you say it, then it isn't.
Look up wave function. Just type in wave function into the dictionary and see if it says it's like an ocean or not. It's not.
Function I am talking about is
why do they not call the ocean, the waves in the ocean, a wave function?
I'm just saying what it's about, how you can see it in front of your eyes. I'm not saying it is like the ocean, but I'm giving you example.
Where can you see the wave at again in front of your eyes?
So you're giving an example that isn't like what you're claiming. Why?
Yeah, but I'm talking about two-dimensional.
Light is not a wave. Why are you giving the example?
Because it's in principle, it's working in the same matter.
Okay, it's an invisible wave. So how do we know it's a wave again?
Because you can see it how the sound works, and exactly how sound works. You can see how the sound goes in waveform. If you say no,
so
then
are you talking about diffraction? Like you can see the wave in diffraction. Is that what you're saying?
Everything goes in waveform. Everything.
Can you see the wave in diffraction? Yes or no?
I'm telling you, everything is in waveform.
So you're saying you can see a wave in a diffraction pattern? You're saying you can see a wave in a diffraction pattern, right?
I'm getting sick of Tyler. Why do you have to repeat again and again?
Because you obviously don't understand how damaging that is, your belief.
Did anybody hear what Chocolate said?
I'm an openness. Can you explain for me how damaging?
There's just slits on a photographic plate. There is no wave there. What are you talking about a wave for?
Oh, that is your...
You're just seeing some slits. Where's this wave at?
No clarification, nothing to point out.
This diffraction pattern is just some slits. Where are you getting a wave from, my friend?
I'm telling you, I was telling you all the example of the life, like the ocean and everything that's going
I
from.
step in. I asked you to go and look at what wave function was. A wave function in quantum physics is a mathematical description of the quantum state of an isolated quantum system. The wave function is a complex valued probability amplitude, and the probabilities for the possible results of measurement made on the system can be derived from it. Didn't hear anything about oceans. Didn't mention oceans. What it did mention, twice, is probability.
Yes, it's a probability.
Yeah, not an ocean then. Not a medium, not an ocean. The probability of where it might end up next. That's the diffraction pattern. If you build it up one at a time, you can say, where's it going to hit next? And if you've had 10 impacts and most of them were at 0.5, you can say there's a X probability it will hit at 0.5. And there's a Y probability that it'll hit at 0.3. You can calculate the probability of where the next impact will be. That's a probability distribution. That's not a wave. That's not a medium. It's not like an ocean. That's a description of probability in mathematics. No wave, no medium, not ether, not required for your wavelengths.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, we know you don't understand. But you're here telling us about how it is like an ocean. I asked you to go and look up what wave function was. You don't know, and you don't understand, but you're here defending ether with a very basic knowledge of your own claim and not really listening to much of the responses that we give you.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
Right, it's me that doesn't understand. No, I've just gone up and looked up a very crude and basic description of wave function, and it didn't mention anything to do with oceans, and absolutely backed me when I said it was probability distribution when it described it as the probability.
Are you telling me in the virtual phase there is no wave function?
There is no wave. The wave function is a description of a diffraction pattern.
Okay, what is it then? Is it the particles?
It's the description of the probability distribution represented when you see light diffraction. Light diffraction can be described with a wave function. That mathematical description has no wave for light to traverse. A wave function isn't like the wave in an ocean.
You're talking from here. Are you talking about particles? Answering my questions. Are you talking about particles?
Talking about light.
What is it? Are you talking about particles?
Talking about light.
We're talking about.
Answer my question, Nathan.
We're talking about discrete points of information graphed out.
Don't help him. Don't help him. Let him answer the question. Are we talking about particles?
God.
Particles would be a convention. What's being described is the impact on photographic plate. One impact at a time won't give you a wave function because there's not enough information to derive the information. Johnny, if you continue to talk through me from Discord, you're going to be removed from the conversation, okay?
I'm not rude. I just want you to answer my question.
I am answering the question. I'm describing light hitting a photographic plate. And when it hits the photographic plate, you can then, after it's hit the photographic plate, derive wave function. Probability distribution.
That's not my question.
Yeah, that's you talking straight through me. Oh. I'll try again. You asked me if it was particles. I said that's a convention.
Yeah.
I said that's a convention, a one that I didn't employ. What I did employ was the description of light impacting a photographic plate. And that light can... Third time you've interrupted. Johnny's not going to take part in the rest of this conversation. He can't stop flapping his gums straight through the middle of me. Maybe you'd like to tell me that you're my friend. As you chat skanked straight through the middle of me, you rumpusing little prick. No, Johnny, I'll explain to you that an individual impact on a photographic plate will not give you enough information to derive a probability of where the next impact will take place. You've only got one impact. That's the only place you know it can hit, because that's the only place it has hit. That's not going to give you a probability. You need more than one impact for that to occur. Now, as the impacts get built up on the photographic plate, you have a likelihood, aka probability, of where the next impact will take place. Now, that distribution of probability has a mathematical term, and that mathematical term for the distribution of light impacts is called a wave function. Not a ocean wave, not a medium-specific wave, but a mathematical description of probability distribution.
I thought Witz had already cleared this up for you.
Okay. So, I have to answer. He was muting me, and now I am trying to answer him. I
didn't ask a question. There wasn't a question posed. I made it specifically clear that what I was describing was a description of probability and not waves like the ocean.
Okay. I never in my fucking life I never heard so much word salad like you was able to bring.
Word salad, also the basis of quantum mechanics. Word salad, the thing that gave you the computer you're talking to me on. Not word salad.
So about a photography, how you make photography on the plate and so on. It has nothing to do with what we are talking about in the first of all. So
the thing that records light has nothing to do with light.
Exactly, John. And die slow. Whitsitt cleared nothing up. Got smacked around. That's all he did.
Right. Whitsitt said this is a belief. Y'all are making it as a positive claim. You two, you all need to get together and get your story straight. Is this a belief or is this a claim?
Exactly. Like Neil deGrasse and Professor Dave got to get their story straight, too. What's going on with you lads?
He also said that this was a reification fallacy if you were to associate this.
Don't talk like that.
That's what he said. Which it said it was a reification fallacy to claim this is proof of ether. That's what he said.
Johnny.
Okay, I can say okay. But can you give us something?
No, I did.
Can
I
you
said
give us something that everybody
this,
can understand?
according to Whitsitt, is a reification fallacy. That's his claim, and he's an ether believer.
Don't use this reification fallacy time. It's get boring.
Yeah, that's
Don't
right.
Don't take it up all the time. Yeah, it's good in the right
time. Whitsitt's a nice guy. Don't talk about him like that.
Who's a nice guy?
Not with Johnny. Don't say reification fallacy with Johnny. That's so bad.
You claim magnetism proves the ether would be a reification fallacy.
Go, Johnny. It's all recorded here.
Yeah, I love you, but I am just. This is not an echo chamber.
No, don't say you love me and come with this horse shit.
It's
Johnny,
almost
Johnny.
as it is. But if Johnny is here, everything will pop up and everything will be great.
Well, we're trying to help you with your claim.
Johnny,
we are by
don't tell me you
attacking
love
it.
Me anymore.
If it's true, by attacking it, we will be helping you make a better claim.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's fine. That's wonderful.
I meant to mention that actually earlier. So when you said that earlier, I was thinking of examples of it. And some of the best examples have come recently. So if you imagine McToon, for example, he's challenged the notion that an elevation angle can only be acquired off a flat baseline by offering up elevation angle measurements that have already been taken off a flat baseline and asking us to defeat the claim how these would work on a flat Earth. And what he actually did was strengthen our argument because we turned around and said, you need flat Earth elevation angle measurements to ask this question. So by challenging our claim, he strengthened our claim.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're not doing this because we have something against the ether. We're not doing this because it's personal. We're doing this because it is a claim. And we want to ferret out the truth of it.
we are trying to find out the right thing and all the facts in the master of this topic.
You claim magnetism proves the ether would be a reification fallacy.
Can I just quickly? I've been very confused.
Right. So ether. Oh, sorry, it's not scientific. I want to say.
What are you confused about, Adam?
What the hell's just gone off? I looked up. I just pulled a little video up, look, and this is firing a laser through a vacuum chamber. They've not evacuated the chamber yet, but they're going to light matches with it, which I thought kind of might help answer some secondary questions. But this is it here, look, and you can see that with all the air particles that are in the chamber, you can see the laser path of the laser beam being illuminated as it hits the match. I'll just show you. Boom.
Adam, can you speed off the light of your talk?
So that's it there, just showing those ones. This is it where they've evacuated the chamber, and you can see, look, it's very hard to see the path. There's a tiny bit as soon as it starts to ignite, particles are there to show. You see there's very little there, so there's very little to demonstrate the path of the laser light. So with that in mind, I was just a bit confused as to what was going on. I thought that video might help. I'll post it in Discord for you, John. So I was just a little confused as to the claims that were being made, but maybe that'll just clear it up. It didn't turn to a mirror, incidentally.
What is the mirror talking? I don't understand this mirror talking because it can be confusing there. I think a lot of people don't understand about this mirror. What do you mean about this mirror? Can you explain it, Adam?
I have no idea. I thought that was your claim. I've put that video there for you to watch, which has got a laser being shot through, like I say, through a vacuum chamber.
Are you saying you don't know what you're talking about? You're talking about the mirror here, and you don't know what you're talking about.
I think we might have a miscommunication problem there, my friend.
Yeah, maybe. Right. I'm not in the echo chamber. I'm just. I love everything, and I know the Earth is flat and everything like that. But I will know what we're talking about.
The only chamber I think we're in is a spiraling one.
Adam, I'm not against you. I'm just telling you. You're talking about the mirror.
I'm afraid, John, you're not.
Can you explain what you're talking about, the mirror?
I'll add to that. I'm afraid, John, you've been quite rude and pretty much incoherent in terms of what you're saying. You're bouncing from one place to the next and I think misunderstanding or misinterpreting anything that's been said to you.
You're picking on that. Just say, oh, okay, what the fuck. Maybe I have to think about it. That's the right answer.
Maybe watch the video. And the reason I put the video there was to add clarity to the confused point you was making. And I hoped it might help us and you clear up what was being said, because I heard a lot of confusion there. But you don't want that assistance, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay? It's a fair point. I will do that. That's fair.
Not a productive day, I've got to be honest.
Yeah. Funny old day, isn't it? It's the highs and lows of broadcasting, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm still getting over that.
Take it or leave it.
Can't believe I've got to give Google £8.
Great.
I swore that river would only ever flow one way. The money should be coming to me from Google, not the other way around. It's bloody outrage. I'm so annoyed about having to give them money.
Well, it seems as if there's a camp within the Ether believers that's developing into several different factions. And it's the people that talk with us that seem to be developing into the different factions. Like, when they're not here, there seems to be like an accordance with what they're saying. But when challenged on things, they fragment.
John, you saying there's going to be denominations like in the Christian church? We're going to have certain flat earth denominations?
No, a denomination would remain steady against criticism or questioning. It's the fragmentation only happens here. The fragmentation only happens in this place for some reason.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the evening, and you are wonderful guys. But you have to be, you have to be ready to face me if I can. Okay.
Okay.
Are you serious, Johnny?
Johnny be good.
Johnny be good, yeah.
There's ball jitsu. There should be like ether foo. Ball jitsu and ether foo. There's like these fighting styles. It's just mind blowing.
John, ether foo.
Everyone can reach me on Team Canada, and on my own also, Johnny B, on the Discord.
You claim magnetism proves the ether will be a reification fallacy.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
That's money in the bank, Nathan.
Yeah, that's the third show. third step. Yeah, it's like a step to heaven. Oh, how many steps do we have to take to go to heaven?
Oh, go, Johnny, go.
Hey, you gotta make a poem about. You gotta make a poem about that, boy.
Johnny.
Out in Louisiana where the ether's green.
So was it a bit painful watching yesterday's show, Johnny, or listening in if you were in Discord?
It was painful. Yeah.
Fair enough.
You know, and I understand why it is. Like, and it's frustrating, even if you
hard against you, but you have to take it. I was saying.
Let me just check my latency. Just one sec, everyone. Just one sec. Just one
hard
sec.
against you. You have to take it.
I want to check my latency.
Growing,
oh, it's never going to shut up. 1 2 1 2.
Oh,
it's just 1/10 of a second latency tops.
1 2 3.
There's no delay.
Shut the fuck up.
Cannot shut up, can he? Unbelievable. What I'm checking, Johnny, is if there's a delay between you and the guys in G+, and there isn't. So you were intentionally talking through the tops of people the moment they start talking, because there's no delay on Discord.
Shut the fuck up.
You know, I got to see this entire debate from the other side of the fence. Not this debate, but I don't even like calling it a debate anymore. But I remember being so angry when Nathan would say, "Are you trust?" Well, he would say, "Are you trust?" And I would just become furious, and I didn't understand then why. You know, I thought I knew something.
Awesome. Because if it pissed you off, imagine how many other people it pissed off.
I don't need John's affirmation of that. People report me to the police on a regular basis, Chocolate. I know how much they hate me taking away their globe faith.
That's true. Oh, poor guys. They got to call the cops because they ain't got R. How pathetic is that?
Well, you know, I thought it was a measurement. Like, I misunderstood aspect of the world. And then to hear people trying to get my point of view across when it wasn't me, I would get extremely frustrated. and it would be hard to listen to, you know? And
you're empathizing with Dice
John,
Low, aren't you?
I don't really understand. What do you really want to get your point across?
He's empathizing with Dice Low. He's saying that you're putting together a bad position for Ether believers, and every so often Dice Low will step in because he's presumably getting frustrated with you doing a poor job of representing his position.
yeah, I am empathizing with Dice Low, yes.
Was Nathan talking over me? I was talking with you, John. Nathan was coming and talking over me. I was asking you, John, what is your point of view? What is driving you? That's my question.
Well, I spent 3 years around about that, preaching at anybody that would listen that the Earth was a sphere. So I figured I owed 3 years back the other way, at least.
No, you're not giving me the right answer. What is really driving you? There's something deep in your life or something.
It's the ether.
No, yeah,
He didn't give you the right answer
for everything. You don't have to. You have to. Don't bring it up. We don't have to bring up the ether in this spectacular moment. I'm asking John a very serious question.
What is driving me to do what then? Because that's really ambiguous. Like, what? I don't understand.
You understand. Do you really have to explain?
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
really
like,
vague.
What you're doing? Yeah, you're John. Everybody's waiting for your answer. So answer the question.
John, this is why I don't talk to drunks, John. You get nowhere.
I'm
He's
not fucking
obviously
drunk.
drinking.
If you think I'm drunk, then you're drunker than me.
Okay, fair enough. You're not drunk. How many
If
drinks have you
you're
had, though? Just out of
that's a
interest.
problem.
How many drinks have you had?
Well,
I've got to admit,
I would like to
answer the question. What is driving you through this? What you are doing?
Mad Dog
That's the
2020.
question.
Right. I just explained to you, I preached nonsense for 3 years. So I figured I'd be on the other side of the fence for a bit.
You're wasting your time. Johnny's going to ask you again.
Just say Jack Daniels quote.
On that, can I ask
3 years? 3 years?
Yeah, 3 years, he said.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't time it out exactly, but it was about 3 years.
Okay.
Trolling
can I
Morgile. Trolling Morgile for 3 years.
Well, it wasn't just Morgile, but he was one that I liked.
Are you starting playing the guitar now and everything is fine?
Well, I liked Morgile because he dealt with space, and I was like, every time you bring up space and you show the model, you're kind of already into begging the question. So it's easier to troll somebody when they're showing proof of your claim as not proof of your, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know we are not trolling our own people. But then if we don't do that, then we are in an echo chamber. Of course, we have to troll our own people. Thus, keep our people.
No, I didn't think I was trolling at the time, and I don't think I'm trolling now. I look back at what I did as trolling, but you're misunderstanding.
Well, no, I picked up on it, and I'm fascinated because that's a new bit of information. So what you're saying, if I'm correct in what I'm hearing, is that the reason you, not just Morgile, but in that particular instance, I can relate because I know what Morgile does. So Morgile's general shtick is to take a heliocentric concept, say, their description in the model of the movement of Jupiter, just for the sake of argument, in its orbital motion, and how that doesn't necessarily jive with one aspect that you can visually take part in from the ground. So he'll have a full question begged for a heliocentrist that he's going to take apart from within the begging the question fallacy of an orbital motion. And what John's saying is, because he starts within the begging the question fallacy to undo the begging the question fallacy, it's much easier to jump in because you've already got all of your basis for the claim that you're going to be making on the heliocentric side, in the case of John, there, ready, packaged on the screen, ready to talk about, right?
Yeah, and
but okay.
Looking back on it, I can rationalize it that way, but at the time, I didn't. You know, it was just like, hey, you're showing this is possible, and then saying it's impossible. You know, like it was.
Yeah, he's begging the question for you.
Yeah. So it was just easier to attack, you know. But
right, that's what I've been saying to Anthony for about 5 years. If you go into their heliocentric begging the question fallacy to pick it apart from within, you're opening the door for them to come along and start describing how you are claiming their claim for them. And Anthony's like, well, you've got to beg the question a little bit. It's like, no, it just makes, as John's just detailed, it a lot easier to attack.
Can I answer for Morkel? Morkel is a very intelligent person, but he has a personal problem that he's trying to go through. But out of that, he is very, very, very intelligent, and he is very articulate. And he has done a lot of things, that's a great thing. But he has gone through fucking shit in his life. And we have to understand
All right, that's great. Can I ask John a question? Refracted. Can I ask you a question based from coming from the globe perspective that you said before? You said that you were running around preaching to people about the sphere. Now, being that pretty much there's a consensus that we already live on the sphere, and that's accepted by 99 point whatever % of the world, what made you decide to do that? Is that because there was this other group of people, like namely flat earthers, that are running around questioning it, or did you just feel that you had to do it? Like what was going on in your brain?
Well, I thought I was.
Donnie, come on.
Well, I thought they were, the flat earthers. That at the time, I wasn't thinking I was preaching. I thought I was attacking people making false claims. You know what I mean? So it wasn't. It's hard to think about it now, you know.
No, it's interesting. I just wanted to see what the purpose of that was, because now there's this other group of people that are questioning it. Now you feel like the necessity to have to, teach it to other people, being that that's something that's already taught to other people. I guess I'm just trying to get like a line on your thinking.
Well, it wasn't that I felt I needed to teach it to other people. I felt as if people were going against what was already measured and known,
already established and measured. Yeah, I get it.
So I thought I was attacking people who were lying. You know what I mean? So it's almost like you can justify it morally in that way. You know?
Right. Stopping misinformation in your mind. Right.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's like a mimetic trap. That's I've always described flat Earth like that.
Yeah, eventually you snap out of it if you're exposed too long, and that's up to you then. What are you going to do? Are you going to retract and let it sink and maybe do some research or to try to see it from the other side? Or are you going to double down and become an anti-flat earther and a real devious bastard, usually?
Right. But see, consensus is driven by everyone agreeing, right? So when you have someone that doesn't agree with consensus, it's not consensus anymore, and there's almost a drive to get them to agree, you know, so that it is consensus again.
I don't know. I had this conversation with my brother last night because he's the one that told me about Flat Earth years ago. And we were discussing it. And I was like, I really berated you for about 2 or 3 weeks as I looked into and tried to prove this sphere that we're on, and kept coming to a dead end. I couldn't find no proof. So I don't know. Some people, their eyes are open right away, and like they're like, oh shoot, there's the flat. And some people, it takes them more time. It took me 3 weeks, and I was convinced Earth is not a sphere.
But you know what? There are flat earthers that never ever questioned any of that. That's the thing, right?
I know.
So it doesn't. It kind of doesn't matter whether you question or not. I mean, there are flat earthers that never questioned it, and then there are flat earthers that always questioned it. So I mean, I don't know. It's like pick and choose, you know.
Well, it's kind of funny
you're ready
now
for it, you're ready for it.
Well, I questioned it as a kid in school, but then, you know, they told me that's what it was, and it's it, and then I went on with my life. And as an adult, I get confronted with it again, but I immediately resisted. And I threw at him everything. What about NASA, you idiot? Come on, well, they send people to the moon. They got rovers on Mars and all these planets, and I hit him with everything. And then I just couldn't validate anything.
See, for me, I think it helped that I used to love watching all those How the Universe Works and all those shows on the History Channel. Like, I was into that shit to an extent because I always wanted to see, because I thought maybe somehow watching these things would answer the questions that I had that my teachers didn't, you know, we didn't have the time to go into because I just had to know the shit for the test, pass the test so I can get out of school, right? So you sit down and you watch all these videos and shows, and you're thinking, you know, you're going to get the answer and maybe it'll just come to you. And it's like, I realized one day, all I'm watching is CGI. Everything is CGI. All of this is spoken about in the context of maybe one day, right? Maybe one day we could do this and we could do that. And, you know, it never seemed tenable to me. And maybe that's why, like, and then once I started seeing, you know, like I think it was like the early 90s or mid 90s when, you know, the whole moon landing thing started to become really questioned. And then astronauts gone wild. And what the hell was the other one? Funny thing happened on the way to the moon, all of that. And then, I don't know, all those things kind of just put that hint in my head, like, maybe this is not on the up and up. And listening to the astronauts didn't help at all because they all sounded like they were full of shit. Because I was just like, wait a minute. These are the heroes, man. These are the guys. These are the guys that first walked on the moon. Why are they acting like this? You know? It just struck me very wrong. Something wrong about all of this. Why are astronauts running away from people asking them questions? Why is there another one stepping to the camera like he's about to box the camera? I was like, what's going on? These guys are not acting the way people would act.
If they had been to the moon, they'd laugh in the face of those sorts of things. If someone came to their doorstep, it's like going up to Linford Christie and saying, I don't believe you really did run the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. It just look at them with a puzzled look at first and then go, yeah, I did. there was cameras everywhere. What are you talking about? Here's my medal. You know, it would be absurd. You wouldn't get annoyed. You know, you might get maybe a little frustrated if they carried on persisting, but you just say, no, I genuinely did do that. That's what I did. I ran faster than any man on Earth. That's what I did. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to believe it. But it is true. That's what I did, if you're Linford Christie. But to get angry and start kicking them out and, you know, getting flustered when they show them evidence that disproves their claim, you know, that's number one, that evidence shouldn't be there. There shouldn't be any question about what they've done if they've done it. And it should be easily refutable when challenged if it was real.
Sorry, Nathan.
Exactly.
You certainly wouldn't have an issue swearing on the Bible if you were a Christian either about it, would you? It's quite an easy thing to do.
I would have said, bring me every book you got. I don't care what it is. If I actually did it, I would have no problem swearing on anything because I did it, right? But these guys copping feelings, especially Buzz Aldrin. Oh my God, we were just go ask NASA. We were just passengers taking a ride. What the hell is that?
Hold on. I'm still gonna hold to my position as a heliocentrist on this one and say that proof of them not doing something is not proof of them doing something either.
Say that again.
Yeah, it's still proof of them not doing something.
Is not proof of them. Say that again, John.
If you have proof that they didn't swear on the Bible, you don't have proof of them not going to the moon.
Right. And maybe that's why that documentary exists, because it's not strong evidence against them going to the moon, demonstrating that the place they claim to traverse, the sky vacuum, aka outer space, to get to the moon, is a second law of thermodynamics violation. That disproves that they took a journey through a sky vacuum, as they claim to do. Saying they didn't swear on the Bible that they did do it isn't disproof that they did it.
Yeah, that's a better argument. I don't even know if that's an argument either. That's kind of just like what we experience in it.
While I agree that it wouldn't be empirical proof, it would be more of a, I don't know if I want to say a character assessment. But I don't know. You can see how they acted when all of that was going on. Like things like when Alan Bean was being asked about the Van Allen belts, right? Why did he have to get told by the guy interviewing him that he went through the Van Allen belts? Like, how does that make any sense? You're a trained astronaut that has to have gone through that region of space. How do you not know that? How is that? How did you get caught up on that? You know, it's things like that. Those things individually.
No, he
don't
didn't have an answer. That's not very fair. No, he said that they did go through them and survive them, but because they didn't know about them, so they didn't need to worry about them.
Oh, okay.
Hey, we send. Hold on a second.
Ridiculous that is.
Hold on a second. We send people into dangerous radioactive areas all the time, guys.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah,
it just allows us to assume that this place exists.
But those people usually remember they went to those places, right?
Yeah, it's akin
Not
to
if
you
they didn't
saying,
know they were going there. There's nothing you can see really different. You might be able to close your eyes and see little sparkles of light. That would be about it.
Yeah, but it's akin to. I see how you're defending it, and I agree with you, John. You are right, but by the same token, it's like saying to not random dude. It'll make sense in a minute, but saying to a guy, you remember that hazmat suit you put on when you went into that really big, long, high chamber that was decommissioned and used to produce electricity? Do you remember doing that? And the guy goes, yeah, I remember all of that. And do you remember that there was life-threatening radiation down there? And the guy goes, what life-threatening radiation?
No, it wouldn't be the same thing either, because you could still walk through that room without the hazmat suit.
Yeah, but the astronaut didn't remember he walked through the room. That's what I'm saying. Like, regardless of, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of what was going on in the room, like, he didn't even know that he supposedly went through the Van Allen belts until.
Okay, you're right. You are right, Chocolate. But it's akin to if you happen to stroll through a busy mall one day, and you're unaware, but earlier that day, Rod Stewart was playing. And as you walk through the mall, Rod Stewart happens to be in the mall. And you go from one side of the mall to the other side of the mall and out. Years later, someone comes up to you and says, did you know that you went through or past Rod Stewart when you went through that mall? And you went, no, I was totally unaware that Rod Stewart was even there. I still went through the mall, though. I was unaffected by Rod Stewart's presence.
There you go. There you see where it's at, right?
Yeah, but he didn't take classes and had to be taught about Rod Stewart. Right? Like they had to be told they went through this region of space. They had to actually accommodate for it. Did they not?
But that's why it didn't affect them, Chocolate.
No, hold on. No, they were not told of the risks and dangers. You can't prove that he knew that.
Yeah, you have to account for the. There are many dangers when encountering Rod Stewart. You have to be prepared. That is true.
I don't know. I think Werner von Braun was doing presentations of how dangerous that was before they ever went to the moon, supposedly. So I think they would know.
I'm just trying to demonstrate the begging the question thing, you know? Like, when you get into it, you can come up with all kinds of justifications for begging the question once you're ready. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, even if you get to the point where you annihilate every aspect of the journey to the moon. Not the journey. Let's just ignore that for a second. Forget I said that. You debunk every aspect of the cinematography that's presented to the moon landing. You'll still reach a point where someone like Joe Rogan will speculate about a second moon landing that was hidden from us but still took place because it was far too dangerous and secretive to let us know about it. And now we're just finding out. Or we're not, but there probably is some information that we'll find out about because you've debunked the moon landing that I did know about, which obviously isn't real. But they couldn't show us the real one. We still went, though.
Well, that validates the real one, the first one, because he said the second secret one.
Exactly, because it proves that we did have the second hidden one because of the necessity to have the fake one.
There's the quantum physicist answer, and that because they knew which path they were going to the moon, it collapses the wave function of the cosmic rays.
There's no more radioactive waves because they knew what path they were taking. That's great.
Adam knows how to stick the knife in. Oh, I see what you're doing, Adam.
I wonder what would happen if you would let waves of the ocean go between or approaching two slits, and then I wonder if you actually knew.
Oh God!
Through which slit it went, if it would go in a straight line or still be a wave.
That's how they demonstrate it. You check out. If you Google it, Arwin, that's what you'll see, right? You'll see a box with two holes at the end, aka slits, with light described as being like ocean waves passing through the double slit continually and perpetually in a GIF. That's what you'll find. You'll also find it described verbally that way if you look it up on Wiki. Now, I haven't actually done this, but after yesterday's show, about an hour later, QE phoned me up, gave me props, and then pointed out that one of Whitsit's responses about the double slit was to suggest that the light travels through both paths at the same time. Now, obviously, we just said, no, that's not right, and corrected him. But what I didn't realise was that's because that's how it's described on Wikipedia. Did you know that? I know the GIFs were there, but I didn't know it was literally verbalised in Wikipedia. Did anybody else know that?
Really?
It's a popular comparison. That was always like that, even in school. That's the first. Yeah, first comparison. They do the ball in the trampoline for space-time bending, and they always show you water waves for the diffraction pattern of light. Every time.
So the wave particle duality misapprehension is intentionally punted by the powers that should not be in our education. So this misapprehension is promoted. They want you to misapprehend what light does in this regard. Why, I don't know, but they definitely promote this misapprehension.
It's standardized. It's
space-time. Space-time's dependent on light being a wave.
John hit it on
Oh, that's why. Of course. Thank you, John. Of course it is. Light, two-way speed of light. Why didn't I figure this out quicker? It makes me feel really stupid. I like that, John. You're ace. You make me feel dumb, and I love it.
I've never heard that before. What?
Well, why don't they hear?
Well, if you think
it requires light to be a wave? Really?
Yeah, when they say that it's traveling at a speed, right? And that if the sun disappeared 8 seconds later, we would feel it on Earth. You've heard that claim, right?
Yep.
It's because light's traveling as a wave in that in space-time.
A wave that takes 7 minutes or 8 minutes, depending on which source, to get to you. So were the light from the sun to extinguish instantaneously, we wouldn't see it for, did they say 7 minutes? I think it's 7 minutes. Or 8
I think
minutes.
it's 8 seconds.
Is it 8
7
seconds?
or 8 seconds.
It doesn't matter. An arbitrary period, which is essentially the duration of the time that it takes to travel that distance as a wave.
8 minutes.
I knew it was in minutes. I thought it was minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken.
How dare you? But either way, it doesn't really matter. The arbitrary assigned value could change depending on their scaling values applied in Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion. In this case, it's only 7 minutes because they've assumed Venus is the same size as Earth. But you could scale that right back and have it be 7 seconds. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that that means it's got a journey. Interesting stuff.
It's big.
It is true, like the galaxy model of heliocentrism does always bring in like, oh, light takes a certain time to get there, etc., etc. So they have made that like the standard dish part of their workings.
Right, redshift and blue shift.
That's why I was told as a kid that some of those stars that I can see aren't actually there anymore, but the light's still on its way to my damn eyes. It's great.
Yeah, that's correct. Much of the sky that we observe isn't as it is. In fact, based on their description, none of it is actually as it is, because we are seeing a distant idea of what the star would have looked like when it started its journey to us over a prolonged period. So we're seeing back in time, however million years, depending on what part of the sky we look. What a load of bollocks.
My son says it to me daily.
That's based on Venus having the same R value as Earth, Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion, and the scaling values in a heliocentric begging the question fallacy of orbital motion. So, no. Just because I'm looking at a light in the sky with their assumptions intact doesn't mean I'm looking back in time. Doesn't mean light's got a journey. Doesn't mean any of that nonsense.
This might be an insane thought, but if light really worked that way and the stars really worked that way, wouldn't I be able to see star trails like with my eyes, just looking at the stars?
Yeah.
Is that crazy or no?
No, that's not crazy. We'd see all sorts of crazy crap based on what they tell us. But I don't like those arguments. Well, we should see it behaving like this, because that gives them an opportunity to say,
I get it.
No, we don't, because of this, therefore it's true in orbital motion.
They just get stuck in their own math every single time, don't they? In every field. This is what it should look like. Yeah, but it isn't that. Yeah, but it's what it should look like. And we're still going to hold on it. So let's move on to the next thing. Oh, look, this is what we should be seeing. Oh, yeah, but we don't. Yeah, but we're still going to hold on.
Next. Well, Arlen, that's not a fair criticism.
Tell us we're getting hung up on things.
Well, it's not a fair criticism because mathematics is just a language of dynamic concepts, right? So people can get hung up in language too, like not knowing the meaning of words, but using them in contradiction. So it's a problem for mathematics and for any other language.
Yeah, but it's a problem that's posed by a contradiction that is presented when you understand an aspect of light diffraction. Once you understand that light diffraction, you then have it debunk the entire premise of Einstein's world. In his maths, it doesn't function correctly together. Therefore, you end up having to fudge what's being described and literally have depictions of waves moving through double slits. And
right, that's why Einstein called quantum mechanics spooky action at a distance, because it went against the idea of light as a wave.
Right, and that's what we were trying to break down with Whitsitt umpteen times yesterday. With the single impact, you got quite frustrated with him, as did I, because you're trying to even asked me at one stage, well, how'd you get a light diffraction pattern, aka wave function, with the single first impact? You don't. So there's no wave to describe anymore. That's where Einstein's problem comes in. That's why he calls it spooky. It's not spooky, it just doesn't comport with his descriptions of light having a speed.
or a rate of induction.
Yeah. So as much as we can hear Quantum Eraser telling us how Einstein was debunked by quantum mechanics, sometimes the connection between the two worlds doesn't become apparent until things like this. Oh, right. The reason you've got the diagrams and wiki descriptions of diffraction and wavelength is because it doesn't comport with heliocentrism. They have to. They've got no choice.
It's all getting clearer.
You want to add something, Paul? The real Paul. You're off mute, Paul.
The real Paul.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I didn't mean to.
I was talking to Paul.
I about said no. I ain't got nothing to add.
But Witsit did call you Paul yesterday. I clearly remember.
I have to apologize to AI Overlord. I was frustrated and I said something to him I didn't mean.
He was making a joke. I can't believe he didn't get it.
I like to throw out.
I was frustrated.
Yeah, it was frustrating, but I will compliment him in that regard because, if nothing else, because we can't compliment him on his argumentation particularly, but he did have stamina. You gotta give him that.
Oh yeah, Witsit has stamina. Arwen always says it.
Well, it seems to be a property of people that the person that screams the loudest and can scream the loudest the longest is the one that's believed in a group.
That's not true. I'd be the most believed person here. That's not true.
Listen, the orientation of the devastation does not equalize the application of the proclamation. Okay? How many words do I have to say?
Was that your Witsit impression? Not bad.
He throws words out there. I'm confused.
No, he did well. He did well to keep going and not get hugely embarrassed when each part of his argument failed. I don't know if that's tenacity, but to just keep going. Yeah, there's something to be admired. It's a baller trait.
I do have something to say now.
Oh, that was confusing. It was like stereo Pauls and Johns all at once.
Yeah, I'm a Paul too, right? So
sorry, Paul. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Paul.
That's okay. I said, I'm kind of homeschooling our daughter, and you realize if you can't explain a concept to a 5-year-old or or 8-year-old, you probably don't understand it fully.
I'll agree with that.
Wait a
I think you just quoted Einstein with that.
Is that an Einstein quote? Good quote. So how did Einstein get on explaining to a 6-year-old about the concept of bending fourth-dimensional space-time? Oh, yeah, they just stretch out a sheet, don't they? They just stretch out a big sheet, throw balls on it.
Right, well,
no.
he did that.
Einstein would say he's too young for that.
Well, I think part of doing that was to make people feel stupid if they didn't nod their heads and say, yeah, I get it.
It's a way of saying, what I've just explained is so comprehensible that a 6-year-old would understand. So obviously the implication is that you, as a 30, 40, 50-year-old man, woman, or whatever, will understand because 6-year-olds understand this.
Yeah, it's not really a logical statement at all,
Well, different age means different package, different skill range, different wisdom, right? When you're older, you're sharper, wiser, but you also tend to get more cluttered and have more delusions on your path that are very tenacious. When you're young, you usually don't have them. You're much purer, but you also don't really know what to do with what you're facing, but you will be able to make out the details better, even if you don't know what to do with them.
I can't help it. I still like
kids.
I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
I was just going to say that's why when we tell kids that Santa's real, they go, no, he's not. I've never seen him. You want me to expect reindeer fly? You're crazy old man.
No, they'll believe whatever you tell them.
Here's something else that I'm
making. that was.
Sorry, who's I talking over?
Just.
Well, here's something else I'm learning. I'm teaching one of the curriculums that I'm teaching her is science. Can you guess the very first thing they teach kindergartens about science? Can anybody make a wild guess?
Going by science buddies, they'll teach them the scientific method as being ask a question.
No, they teach them about their 5 senses: sight, hearing, taste, and touch. Those are the first things that learning about science. So it's about the physical world that they can interact in, nothing else.
That's not science.
Jesse's coming screaming in. I know, but it's just funny that it's about a phenomenon. So, like, why do I taste things, or how does my taste buds work, or whatever? That's the beginning of the scientific method. It's the physical world through your senses. What do you?
Fair enough.
That is true.
That don't sound so bad now that you rephrase it like that.
Yeah, once you gave it context, it sounded a lot better than it did originally.
Well, it's about learning the world, learning how the world works. That's what they're teaching it is. And there's a distinction between a scientist and an engineer in the curriculum too, which is interesting too. Think about that.
Yeah, technology and science are very different things, but they've been loosely scrambled together over the years so that they can grease the skids of their technological claims. Ether believers do exactly the same thing when they claim Michelson-Morley as an experiment. It's the same exact trick, greasing the skids of a just-so story by claiming you've got scientific validity.
Yeah, but you can't ignore what's going on, Nathan. How can you ignore what's going on in the Michelson-Morley? You're just going to close your eyes to it?
No, but it doesn't mean you have to then draw a very specific conclusion without physical evidence.
Right. Yeah, accept my premise, or you're a denier of all phenomena I use to describe my premise with.
Right. Nathan, you think I don't know science? Hold on. You think I don't know science?
You're a magnetism denier,
country.
Neil. You're just a magnetism denier. You just won't research this magnetism. It's not ether. It's not connected to it. It's not scientifically validated. But you're a denier of it because I'm saying that's directly connected, if you understand, which you don't, to ether.
I traveled the country. You think I don't know science?
Oh, you're just taking the mick. Now, I've got a lot of time for ether believers if they're keeping it to themselves.
I can't help it. I still like the kid.
Neil is triggered.
No, I like Austin. I still like him. He's a good guy, man. I just can't believe he's caught up in all of this. He's a lot smarter than that.
Can I make a comment about something I heard earlier that I couldn't respond to, but I heard somebody say it. I don't remember who it was, but they said you can't see light in a vacuum. Let's think about this for a second. How do you see light? It has to interact with the sensors in your eye. So if there's no light hitting your eye, you're not going to see it. And the only way you can see light is that if you look at the source of the light or the light being reflected from an object. That's the only way you can see it. So when you say you can't see a light in an object, it's because it's not hitting your eye.
Or it's not reflecting off an object, like the example of the laser over the water when you're looking perpendicular to it at 90 degrees to the light travelling across the water. Well, you can see it interacting with all the stuff in the air. And if you removed all of the air, it wouldn't interact with anything. Does that mean it wouldn't reach the other side and hit your eye? If your eye was in front of the laser on the other side, yeah, it would.
Well, I guess you missed the second part of what I said. It has to reflect off something and hit your eye.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah,
I totally agree. I gave an example using that exact thing earlier, so I'm totally agreeing with you. Yes, correct. Unless it's reflecting off something in the air, you won't see the interaction, because what's happening is it's bouncing off that thing into your eye from the dust or debris in the air, and there's a laser being fired and you're looking side onto it. You're seeing it reflect off. So that means that a bit of that light is bouncing off the thing that it's illuminating and hitting your eye.
Are you talking about the visible light?
Yeah, we're talking about looking at things. I love that when the believers...
Okay.
Are you talking about it being visible? Yeah, we're talking about seeing it. What about you can't take photographs of it and see it? Yeah, you can. That's what seeing things is.
I know, I love that. I've been hearing that a lot on the Discord lately. You guys are talking about visible light. Well, am I talking about my eyes seeing the light? Then yes. I'm like,
that shit drove me crazy earlier.
I missed it.
Almost
Then.
spazzed out earlier because somebody asked the same thing. It's like, you mean the visible light? Yes. What the hell?
What they're talking about though, they're talking about it like it's something you can fire at a plate and it'll stay there for you to see, as opposed to an interaction with the sensors in your eyes, as Paul just described it. So they're saying, well, if you can't see the light side on, then you can't see the light. It's like, well, you're not seeing the light side on. If it's reflecting off something in the air and hitting your eye, you're not seeing it side on. But they want to be able to see the light with a journey like a race car going across your peripheral vision. Like the light beam or ray, reifications in both instances, are going to traverse your path. So you're going to see the light crossing your eye. It's like, it doesn't work like that. It either goes into your eye for you to detect it or it doesn't. If you were seeing the side-on light, if I'm looking directly ahead of me now, I see a speaker. But if somebody's standing to the side of me looking across me, they see a wall. Well, if all of the light that was reaching my eye also interacted with them sideways, you'd just have a blur of mess everywhere. You wouldn't be able to see anything. You can only see what you're looking at, the light that's directly coming to your eye.
Well, I have a question about that. Instead of calling it the journey across the lake, if you just called it the path, right?
Same thing.
The path of light.
The path?
The path.
Well, see, not the path the light takes, but the path of light.
That's still insinuating a journey,
There's a passage
right?
in Job about this. Something like, who can track the path of light? Or something like that.
Well, when you give it limited options of, like pathways, which path, yeah, you kind of can track the path of light.
But path doesn't necessarily mean travel over time. A ray has a path too.
I disagree. I still see that as an apology-worthy limitation to our language. What's a path? It's a gravelly thing that you walk along to take a journey. So the path of light is the gravelly walkway that the light moves along, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's personal bias because we associate the word path in our daily lives with the path that we walk.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So
it's
that's
a limitation.
a personal bias.
Yeah, I agree. But it's just a limitation on our language. What's the word to describe something moving from point A to point B without the B, no, or from point A to point D without B and C being in between? What's that called? What, is that a path? B and C are still included in a path, aren't they?
Well, wouldn't it be a path of potentiality then at that point?
That's beyond a layman's language understanding, though, isn't it?
Well, it's no different than asking for what's the word to identify a signal without modulation.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but modulation is also part of the technical lingo of dealing with light. So the whole wave thing, again, is fully built in the understanding of light in how it's described. That doesn't mean that it actually is a wave, but they just use waves to describe
don't jump
it.
to conclusions. He didn't claim that. He actually affirmed our position in this regard. I know it's Die Slow that said it. You don't have to assume he's disagreeing with this. He's not.
All right, fair enough. I was just reiterating again.
Yeah, we're talking about the problems in our convention, which, invites people to attack it. So I can understand being a little bit guarded about it.
Are you talking about Job 19, where he says, what is the way to the abode of light? And where does darkness reside?
No, it was more specifically regarding the path, but that sounds about on the... You'll probably find it if you're hunting through it.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Nathan, can I ask you a question about yesterday?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Sinclair.
yesterday, you made a claim, and I talked to McToon about this, and McToon seems to agree with you. Yesterday, you said, if I can't see it, there's no light, or if there's darkness, there's an absence of light. Do you still believe that?
Well, no, I conceded after Witsit pointed out that there's an invisible spectrum.
Okay, I didn't. Yeah, so I was like, uh oh, that would be an issue if you thought that, but if you corrected it, it's pretty good.
In the visible spectrum, if you can't see it, it's dark, right?
Well, that has nothing to do with light, whether you can see it or not.
Here's a question for you, Dice Low.
No, don't laugh. He's right. Well, earlier we were talking about 5G. Can you see 5G?
No,
we asked McToon if radio waves were light, and he said no at first, and then he was like,
okay, just for clarity, Sin Cleanser, I failed to contextualize it to visible spectrum, and then Witsit had me over a barrel on it, and I conceded. My bad for not.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I was hoping you weren't going to die on that hill, because
no, not at all. If I'm not hyper specific enough, Sin Cleanser, I'll concede and go, yeah, you've got me there. I should have clarified better, and I did concede that when he brought it up.
But in the context of seeing and visible light, I don't know. Why would we be talking about the non-visible spectrum of light if we're talking about literally seeing shit?
Exactly, Chocolate.
Well, there's a differentiation between light and its full totality versus the small spectrum of visible light.
But here's the question I want to ask anybody on the panel. Can you perceive or detect light if it's not hitting a detector or reflecting on something?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. So
hold on, Paul. There's already light there. You're just looking for a certain bandwidth or wavelength of light when you're doing that analysis.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question. I don't know if you were on there yesterday, Dicelo, but I'm gonna ask this question. In a camera that has a shutter, there's film and there's the shutter. Inside the box between the shutter and the film, is there light in there?
Yes, but not in the sense of the small spectrum, because people often confuse visible light and light. So are you asking if there's visible light there or if there's light in its full totality?
Okay, well, here's the thing that I brought this up yesterday too, because the way I've heard they talk about the ether, people on the ether side, that the light is always there, which means, in a sense, what they're describing is the ether as light being in that dark place. But if light is in there, then what's the shutter doing? What's it stopping? What's the shutter? But
it's capturing a certain wavelength of light.
Light isn't a wave. What do you mean, light as a wavelength?
A different frequency or intensity.
But that's only the description of it when it's diffracting. That's not how light behaves generally. You don't capture light diffraction. It wouldn't be a clear image.
Well, like you agree, like even in the quantum eraser, I don't know if you want to call it experiment, they're measuring a certain frequency of light. There's still background light. They call it radiation, call it whatever.
They're measuring
There's still
light
there.
Okay, let's just challenge that. So you're saying that, did you say experiment or did you just say in the double slit? What was your phraseology before?
I said double slit. I don't know if you guys call it experiment. You guys probably don't, but the double slit, whatever you want to call it, there's still background.
I'll clarify that as well. There are double slit experiments. You just have to be hyper-specific about whether or not you're talking about that. So, for example, if you've got double slit diffraction, that's just a double slit. That's all that is. You're just looking at diffraction. However, if you cause wave function collapse because you figure out which path it's going through with a slit detector, then you've got something to study. You've got a phenomena that you can experience, and you've got the cause thereof. Now that you can call an experiment. But just seeing, forget about double slit experiment for now, because that's not where I was hoping to go with this. You said you're just seeing a specific wavelength of light in the camera. That's what the shutter's protecting you from, or protecting the film from, or the emulsion, or the sensor, or whatever it is in the camera, right? You're saying, no, it's just protecting it from a particular wavelength. Well, wavelength, that's not how the camera sees light. That's a description of each particular type of light when it's diffracted, when it's suffering interference, if you will. And the pattern of interference is how you describe that particular quote-unquote wavelength. But that's not what the camera sees.
Right, you'd agree with that. The camera itself is calibrated to perceive a certain level of energy or frequency or whatever you'd call it, and it doesn't pick up the background, whatever, I don't know what you would call it, background radiation, the background light. It's
Okay.
only calibrated.
Yeah, I
at
agree.
certain-
What you're saying is, for instance, if you say, okay, well, heat has got a light, it's got a wavelength, right? So you're saying that the heat, as the camera heats up, the light that you could perceive from the heat isn't affecting the film. That's what you're saying, right?
You'd have to say. Well, I'm saying that the camera or whatever you're using to perceive that light has a certain allowance built into the calibration of that machine.
Fine. But light as
That doesn't
a wave.
mean that there's no light.
Visible light.
So the light's not
Yeah,
there.
and that's an engineering technical. You can make any sort of photoreceptor of whatever you want to do and calibrate it differently. But to say that it's picking up light, well, it's only picking up a certain range or frequency of light. It's not that there isn't light. It's just
Sure.
calibrated to
We'd accept that.
specifically find a certain one.
Sure, but when it's described as picking up light that's been traversing an ether, that's a wavelength traveling to the camera as a wave.
That's the mathematical description of what's happening.
No, it isn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Light doesn't reach the camera as a diffraction pattern. That is not how it occurs at all.
Yeah, but energy reverberates, and energy reverberates.
Sorry, where's
based on the material it
reverberates?
interacts
Sorry,
with.
reverberates like a frequency. No, that's incorrect. I'll say it again. That description of wave function is of light diffraction. Cameras aren't taking pictures of light diffraction. Now, you might take a picture of a diffraction pattern, but the picture itself isn't diffraction. It's just a picture. And the way the light's reached the camera isn't as a wave. Now, if you say, well, the particular spectrum of light is described in infrared as this wavelength, yeah? If it's diffracted, and you've quantified it mathematically as the diffraction pattern, as a probability distribution, aka wave function. But that's not what reaches the camera. Just light reaches the camera, not diffracted light. Not light. Light isn't always traversing a double slit and diffracting, so you can come up with wave function for it.
Right.
So light's not reaching the camera as a wave in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but even then in the double slit, there's still the slit. That slit is affecting the light that goes through it, and that changes what you'd call, I guess, the wave function of the light that initially was there before it went through the slit.
No, that's incorrect.
So how you describe that? I mean, you can describe that any way you want.
Just
in any
diffraction.
sort of mathematical
Just diffraction.
interpretation,
That's how I
but it's
describe
still
it.
just
Diffraction.
One
word.
frequency
Diffraction.
of it.
That's what I describe it as. Diffraction is the same as interference. That's what it is. So what you're describing when you get wavelength is interference. Cameras don't take pictures of interference. They take pictures of light. They don't take pictures of diffracting interference from light, where you don't know whether or not it's going to hit this part of the sensor or that part of the sensor. Light comes into the sensor and hits it. That's how light behaves. More akin to wave function collapse. Not wave function, not probability distribution. That's not typically how light behaves. While light can diffract, it's a natural phenomena that you can study. It's not the typical behavior. And the typical behavior doesn't have any description to give you a wave for the ether.
I'm in here. Illumination being visible light, which is the attribute of light itself, actually has a frequency and therefore has waves.
What's the frequency?
Well, that's all dependent on
It's wavelength?
some
It's wavelength.
specifics.
It's diffraction pattern. That's where you get wavelength, its frequency. From the diffraction pattern.
Right,
I just explained this 30 seconds ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Nathan, the diffraction
Hold on, I just want to address
pattern-
dye cleanser. I just explained it 30 seconds ago, Dicely. So, given that to derive wave function, you need a diffraction pattern. You understand that?
Okay.
Without a diffraction pattern, there's no wave to describe. Do you understand that?
Okay.
So there's no light wave to describe when you take a picture.
Was that a question or a statement?
It's a fact. The derivation of the word wavelength for a particular type of light is a description of its interference pattern. Now, we don't see light that way. You might walk under the sun and have some light going through a tiny little slit between two leaves of a tree and diffract before your very eyes, and you see the interference pattern. That's reasonably easy to stumble across in nature, light diffraction. But your camera isn't behaving that way. It's not taking light in and presenting a diffraction pattern on the sensor. Not at all. So given that there's no light diffraction at all in this picture on screen now, we're seeing light in the sensor, not diffraction that can be later described as a wave function in the sensor. That's not happening. So I'm asking, given that statement of fact, that there is no diffraction here. This is not an interference image. It's an image. It's actualized. And if it's actualized, where's the wave for the light to travel through if it needs one?
Well, do you think that that diffraction is caused by the eye itself? Like the eye itself is similar to a camera in the sense that it has a certain, I don't know, you'd want to call it frequency.
You're
or
under the impression,
allowance of
Sinclair,
light.
that cameras are taking pictures of diffraction patterns, generally speaking, are you?
Yeah,
They're
we
not.
make a camera.
Cameras aren't
We
taking
can make
pictures of
cameras
diffraction
that
patterns.
simulate.
Just say it one more time. You prefaced your question based on the idea that the camera works like our eye when it sees diffraction patterns. And I've said 4 times, that is not what a camera's taking a picture of. Cameras don't take pictures of diffraction patterns. They can, if you induce one and cause light to diffract. But generally speaking, diffraction, aka interference, isn't what you want to achieve when you take a picture of something. You're not trying to achieve an interference pattern. You want the light to be actualized, actually hit on the sensor where it's supposed to hit to give you a nice sharp image. But given that you get a nice sharp image and there's no diffraction pattern in this photo on screen, or basically any photo in any of the reels that I've got that I can present, unless it's specifically of a diffraction pattern, there is no diffraction pattern, therefore no wave function to describe with light when it is appearing as it appears. So I'm asking, if there's no description in a standard photograph of light diffraction, how are you going to give me a wave for the light to move through?
You're not.
Say again, Chocolate?
But you're not.
No, you can't. There's no description
Well, I like
of
how
it.
you. I was just going to say, I like how you just made the distinguishment between the phenomenon and what is, right? Because it would be like saying, I see water boiling, therefore water is bubbles.
Yeah. Light diffraction, useful for coming up with a convention to describe all the different types of light with wave function, later described as wavelength for each of the different types of light. Only achievable if you cause that particular type of light to diffract to get a wave function. If it's not diffracting, there's no wave function observable, therefore no wave. So the ether's screwed. Where's your wave? There isn't one.
Well, Ether never claimed waves are a thing.
So is that a bit like?
Do you think this?
Is that a bit like nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve?
I'm just saying waves aren't a thing of themselves. They're what things do. So
okay. And okay, It's what something does. So how is light doing waves? How is light doing waves?
It's just constructive and destructive phase due to the spatial
No, that's an
variance.
interference pattern. That's a diffraction pattern. That's when light has a diffraction. That's how you can describe wave function. Light's not diffracting in this image on screen. On screen now, there's no diffraction patterns to describe with wave function, as you were about to launch into. Where's the wave function in this picture? There's lots of light in this picture. This was taken with light. Now show me the diffraction pattern to describe a wave function within this image. Go.
Diffraction patterns are more pronounced when you have coherent light sources as opposed to incoherent light sources.
That's fascinating. And where's the diffraction pattern in this picture? Where's the diffraction pattern in this picture?
Have a pronounced
Where's the diffraction pattern in this picture?
I don't know what you're showing.
Any
That
picture.
didn't sound like dots.
Any picture. Unless it's specifically of light diffraction. I've got a picture of the ocean. It's a sunset. Where's the diffraction pattern, please? For me to describe light as a wave function. Is there one?
Do you have a defined diffraction pattern with incoherent
Interference.
light source,
It's interference. It's a
specifically-
diffraction pattern, aka interference. I have defined it.
You can have interference, Nathan, but
Yeah, and if we haven't, i.e. in a normal picture, where's the diffraction pattern in a normal picture to describe light as a wave, aka wave function? I keep asking you where it is in a normal picture. Don't tell me you can.
As you were just showing. You're talking about coherent versus incoherent light sources. You're equivocating the effect from a coherent light source and then asking why you don't get the same effect with incoherent light sources. And that's what Napalm was addressing to
You do good. You can look at leaves and see the light from diffracting. What are you talking about?
It's like the difference between
He just addressed how that's not incoherent. Did you just ignore what he just said about how that's not incoherent?
You have incoherent. You have.
He just covered that. He said you can walk under a tree and see light diffraction. Is that incoherent?
It'd be out of phase, yeah.
Yeah, you can get similar effects in incoherent light.
What do you
typically
mean out of
called
phase?
chromatic aberrations around the,
Hold on,
the
stop.
outside.
Stop. Someone said out of phase. What do you mean out of phase? What does that mean?
It means it creates an inharmonic resonance between the two.
Oh, so it's a wave? No. Light described as a wave is a description of the diffraction pattern of light.
Well, I wouldn't go that
Monochromatic
far. I mean,
versus non-monochromatic.
Right, in a photograph, there's plenty of light. Would you both agree?
Of course.
So, therefore, we're going to be able to describe the picture with the diffraction patterns in the picture. Oh, no, there isn't any.
There's no coherency. There's no light coherency.
No coherency in a picture. It's just a picture. It's got light.
In a
this is
picture
a universally applicable nonsense to light. So I want to know if universally light's going to travel as a wave in a non-diffracted image. That's basically all of them. Where's the diffraction pattern to describe light as a wave? When you say it's out of phase, yeah, that would be a wave. Where's that wave? You need a diffraction pattern to describe it being out of phase. There isn't one in this image, or any of the images that have been on screen since we started this discussion. No diffraction patterns on any of the pictures.
That wave.
Are you saying wave and frequency are identical terms?
Right, wave versus frequency. Frequency of the wave. Frequency of the wave length. Yeah, that would be derived from a diffraction pattern. Light isn't generally diffracting. This image on screen has no diffraction in it. So therefore, where's the light wave going to come from? Where are you going to describe any of the light in any image with diffraction in it when there isn't any?
Well, Nathan, would you agree that there is a difference in the way we describe a wave and a frequency, but there are similarities?
Like, where's the wave in this image? I've got an image on screen and it's got light in it. Where's the wave?
I don't know who's claiming wave.
You say light traverses a medium, and it needs to traverse a medium because it's a wave. So here's Simon Dan's image of no drift, because me and my reference frames are ruined according to him when he annihilates the globe claim. This was taken with light. So I want you to pick any part of this image whatsoever and tell me where there's light capable of being described with a diffraction pattern or a frequency. You can't.
Well, frequency would be a lot easier.
You can't. There's no diffraction pattern in the pictures.
Yeah, because there's a harmonic resonance. If you
Sorry, not a resonance. Resonance would be something moving up and down in a frequency. Well, the light frequency is only described with a diffraction pattern, and there isn't one in this image. So no. Wrong.
Yeah, because it's it's not out of phase.
So not out of phase, not a wave.
Listen, nobody's saying wave. I know.
Yeah, you are. That's what Ether believers are saying. That's kind of like the globe anti-flat Earth rhetoric when they say nobody's claiming Earth curve. You Muppets claim light needs to traverse a medium called Ether because it's a wave. It isn't. There's no picture you will present to me that has diffraction patterns in it to say that the light, in all instances, is capable of being described as a wave. It isn't, unless it's diffracting.
This is the whole purpose of discussing light in the ether. So we've discussed the many differentiations and definitions, but if we refer to the luminiferous ether, and I'll use the present tense instead of the past from Wiki. Luminiferous ether or ether is the postulated medium for the propagation of light. It is invoked to explain the ability or the apparent wave-based light to propagate through empty space, something that waves should not be able to do. That's the whole function of ether in a non-atomistic worldview, philosophy. That's its function because light behaves as a wave.
Thank you, Adam. So, Synclenser, was that your crushing defeat, like the ballers when they say nobody's claiming the horizon is Earth curve, when you say nobody's claiming ether waves? Yeah, they are. There's just nothing in any photographs that I've got that have any light diffraction, so you can derive probability distribution to claim a wave in any instance, because light generally doesn't diffract.
Right. No, here's the thing. Hold on, Napalm, 1 second. Here's the thing. I don't know if these ether people are saying that they're arguing for waves.
Yeah, they are. Adam just read out a quote. You antagonistic little prick. So if you're just here to cause trouble and argue from the point of view that isn't the actual standpoint, then you're a prick. You're an antagonistic little prick then, Synclenser. Sit down, shut up. If you don't know what they're claiming, then shut up.
Looking for attention again, Synclenser?
Yeah, little attention seeker. Shouldn't you be off somewhere wanking? I think you should be off somewhere wanking there, Synclenser. Yeah? You little wanker?
What part of
Yeah, you little wanker. Yeah, you should be stuttering around some pornography, you little wanker. Piss off. Yeah, laugh it up, wanker. You're just an antagonistic little prick. If you don't know what they're claiming, sit down and shut up.
Well, from what I understand...
So, in summary, when Synclenser lost badly because he didn't have the tenacity, intelligence, or forefrontedness to actually be able to defend this claim of ether, he moved to the position that he didn't really know what these people... No, not these people, you, the wanker, the one talking, are claiming. Yeah, that's because you don't know what you're talking about, Synclenser. You are a wanker. So you can shut up. Not we, not they, you.
Nathan, if nobody's claiming a wave, there won't be any need for ether then.
Right on.
Some joke.
Synclenser's just here to antagonise us, though, as opposed to actually have any discussion that's of any merit. He's not here for that. He's here for self-indulgence and attention. What's that word again? Wanker. Yeah, he's a wanker.
And before yesterday, Witsit has been stating that light is not a particle or a wave. You know, so they're moving away from the wave claim and still trying to keep the ether claim. The whole point of the ether was that the claim was that light was a wave. But now they're trying to claim, well, we're not saying light is actually a wave, but ether's still real.
Yeah, the moment any of their premises get debunked, they suddenly relinquish them and say, "Oh, no one's claiming that."
Well, I just
That
said
was
I
well
wasn't
done,
claiming
Nathan.
it.
That was very well done, Nathan. That was a showstopper. That's sort of like what Adam did the other day. That was very well done.
So Nathan, because I'm not
Yeah,
agreeing with
excellent.
what other people's arguments are, I've been destroyed.
But you said light
But
being a wave
you
wasn't
made
part of the claim.
argument.
What?
You said light being a wave wasn't part of the claim. Nobody's claiming that.
I never made that claim. No, that was strawmanned onto me. And then
Yeah, we're discussing ether, though, and ether was defined by Adam as specifically requiring a wave. So when you're discussing ether with us and you decide to relinquish the claim of ether and needing a wave, that makes you a... what's the word? A wanker! You understand wanker? You're a wanker. Yeah? Attention-seeking wanker. Yeah, when you are making a claim, like we give two shits what you, a pathetic wanker's claiming. Did you think this was Watson Cleanser debate based on your worldview? No, there's an overarching understanding that people have about ether, that it needs to be traversing a medium because it's a wave. Now, if you want to relinquish that claim after debating about ether because you personally have a different view on it, well, you can go and masturbate with that personal view somewhere else, mate.
Yeah, you're butting into the middle of a technical conversation about ether and it being a wave, and then you present yourself as an antagonist to oppose us, and then after you've been destroyed within that ordeal, you claim you're
how did
not
I oppose
actually
you, Arwen?
part of it.
Can you answer me that? In what way did I oppose you?
You didn't.
Yeah,
You were
rumpus me.
pathetic. It was
Yes.
really, really poor. I mean, you offered very little opposition, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, that's what you offered. Very little.
Has the double slit or the quantum eraser experiments been done with a light source other than a laser?
Yes, you can do it with a candle. Do it with any light. You can achieve... try and keep up with the
So the
conversation.
quantum
No offense, but try and
eraser
keep up.
and-
You can achieve double
Hold on a
slit.
sec.
You can achieve single slit diffraction from a tree with the sun over there overhead.
Yeah, this is non sequitur. The ether claim was destroyed. Now they're trying to attack quantum mechanics for some reason. It's a non sequitur statement. I don't know why.
Also, whoever said that Whitsitt was trying to relinquish waves and particles, John caught him out on that when he tried to use the convention of discrete chunks hitting the photographic plate. Yeah, he's not allowed to use those because that's describing them as particles. As limited as that convention may be, he had to use it.
Yeah, and by the way, them attacking quantum mechanics is great. You know why? Because that way it gets exposed, their misconceptions get unrooted and figured out, at least by us. They might not catch on, but we will, and other people that are going to deal with that. And so it's going to be a great learning opportunity to be confronted with quantum mechanics because they think they're attacking it. It's great. Do it.
I don't see any...
So
Go on, sorry.
Within quantum mechanics, there's photons, right? Described as discrete chunks of energy. So within quantum mechanics, what is a virtual photon?
Quanta.
Virtual photon.
It's a what? Oh.
That's a new one on me. You tell me,
Wait,
Napalm.
I think I know what that is. Virtual. That means it has to do with the idea that light splits up, right? And because it's a wave, supposedly, it's part of this long-term misconception that's been popularized, even.
No,
right?
no. Paul covered that. Yes, the LVA Paul. No, if you're talking about an argon pump laser, so you can split up the light, then you've got to fire an entangled chunk.
Yeah, I was thinking there was some confusion between the demonstrations and the experiments because that confused me at first.
Well, it's the description of
misconception. This is all like mathematical, high abstract misconception. The whole idea of the photon particles splitting up and reuniting, etc. It's purely mathematical when you get to that point. Really, all science fiction.
Right. Hold on.
So that's
the
not what
problem
takes place
comes.
because.
Hold
So
on,
so
just
it's
one sec,
not a.
Napalm. Just hold on one sec, Napalm. Go ahead, John.
Right.
Napalm next.
Well,
Go
what I
ahead.
was going to say is the problem comes is when you have the discrete point where the laser is firing and the discrete point where the interaction is taking place, right? You can't describe it as a wave because you're talking about discrete points. You see, that's the problem of the wave convention.
Right. So point A is the laser. Point B is the photographic plane. And you fire it, and then it appears. But if there's only one interaction, one impact, then you can't derive probability from it. So even in the convention of wavelength derived from probability distribution, you can set up a scenario where light is going to present itself in a diffraction pattern. But at the start, at the initial stages of that diffraction pattern, you start with one impact. One discrete chunk of light hits, what did you say I should say, impacts? Whatever the language limitation allows me to call it. There's a bit of light that appears on the photographic sensor or plate. Well, one discrete chunk showing up on a photographic plate will not give you probability distribution. Hence, the description of waves for light to then need as a medium to travel through fails at that point with one impact.
Right. The probability distribution is just a mathematical derivation of the process. That is all. It is not a fundamental thing about the nature of light, even. It's just the pattern they used or they figured out mathematically to describe what typically happens. That's really all. It's not that fundamental.
What typically happens when light diffracts? But we're not seeing light diffracting. You can see light diffracting, naturally, but generally speaking, if you take a photograph of anything, you're not taking a photograph of the light diffracting. What is diffraction? Interference. You don't want interference. You don't want the light that you're taking a picture of something to enter and maybe hit sensor number 3, but maybe hit sensor number 5, but there's a probability it'll hit sensor number 1. You need it to actualize on the sensor. Not have it might end up here, the light might end up there, that's diffraction. That's what gives you wavelength. That isn't what photographs are comprised of, generally speaking. But no wave for Ether to be a requirement for.
So there's another example of this.
Hold on, John. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, so the idea of the photon traveling through both slits at the same time, do you agree or disagree with that?
That's not an idea. That's wrong. They've got that from Wiki.
Well, I got it from the video that you link in your description regarding the double slit experiment, where they show an animation of a single particle coming out of the photon gun and then splitting into two and passing through both slits. So do you agree or disagree with that animation that you've linked?
I disagree when describing basic light diffraction. So in that particular instance, you're talking about entangled particles, which is a bit more advanced. It's delayed choice quantum eraser as opposed to just describing diffraction. The diffraction pattern itself, with a single particle of light travelling through one or other slit. That's how it's described. Now, while I appreciate there may be some, and we covered this on this show as well, heliocentric introduction because of the defiance it presents to Einsteinian mechanics. So I appreciate that there may be a misapprehension in common education about light diffraction. But the reality is the premise that most of, if not all of quantum mechanics is based on isn't the light travelling through both slits at the same time. It can't. To cause the light to collapse from diffraction into actualization, aka wave function collapse, you have to know which path the light traveled through. Well, if it's traveling through both, that invalidates the entire premise of knowledge of which path information causing wave function collapse. It can't be traveling through both. Otherwise, you wouldn't gain any information when you knew which one of the two, either or, it traveled through when you acquired which path information. Which path information is which slit it went through. How could you acquire which path information if it goes through both? You can't.
Well, isn't that what they claim? That the photon hits a BBO crystal and splits into two?
No, that's the argon pump laser.
And it hits
No, I think this is the delayed choice experiment.
Just one sec, Dice Low. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, it hits a certain kind of crystal. I can't remember what they call it, to entangle the particles, and then it hits another. Is it a half silver mirror? After that, so yeah, you're confusing two things.
It is confusing though. The delayed choice also has the same name in it, right? It's a double slit experiment of sorts, but it's set and forget as opposed to having to acquire information from a slit detector. So it's an evolution of the same thing. So it is confusing.
Yeah, I was going to say there's another place where reification is used.
Go on.
Oh, sorry, John. Go ahead.
I was going to say there's another place where this type of reification is used in Earth curve, when they discuss the differential between two planes, and then they graph it out as a curve, and they say that's Earth curve. I don't see how you guys aren't seeing this trick and calling it.
Which trick?
The reification of a curve or wave into reality.
That was from what Nathan did. That was the whole point. That was the point I thought gives the definition of what luminiferous ether is for. Nathan led that guy to the point where there was no point for the luminiferous ether anymore. Its whole function is to provide the wave for light to be a wave in.
Yeah, which you don't have typically if you just have light actualizing itself on a sensor, i.e. it's not diffracting. You're never going to be able to describe the probability distribution in actualized light, aka a normal photograph.
Right, and in the same way that the differential between the two flat planes is used to describe Earth curve,
I think you guys
the same
are
trick.
either not understanding what Witsit was saying. I think he was just using waves as analogous to what something does versus what something is. But Ether never claims that light is a wave or a particle wave duality or has a speed. So these are
Adam, do you want
things
to just
that
read out?
Ether does not.
Do you want to just read out that passage again for Dicelo, please?
What's that?
Yeah,
bear with,
I will do.
Adam will just read something to you, Dicelo, if you can bear with him.
So the luminiferous ether, or ether, is the postulated medium for the propagation of light. It is invoked to explain the ability of the apparently wave-based light to propagate through empty space, something that waves should not be able to do.
Yeah, I agree.
No, you don't. You just said that nobody's claiming that there were waves. Like nobody's claiming the horizon's Earth curve. The moment we get to the point where there is no waves to describe, because light isn't diffracting, to get a wave function to describe it and then misunderstand that description and call it a wave that needs traversing, you haven't got that. Without diffraction, you haven't got that.
Right. But as I've addressed several times before, really quickly, as I've addressed several times before, there's a lot of postulations as to what the ether is, and they're not all segueing and agreeance with each other. So luminiferous ether isn't necessarily something that's currently agreed on.
The denominations of religion. Isn't that great?
That's correct.
But you see that that's the problem, right? Is that, you know, when you say a general statement like, well, nobody's claiming that light is a wave. Well, I mean, like Adam just read out, that's literally why it was postulated. So I understand maybe you don't agree with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, saying nobody claims that is kind of like the ball to say nobody claims the horizons occur, you know?
Or nobody claims that
I mean,
science.
that's like saying the Boston Yankees versus today's Yankees. Like, today's Yankees aren't the Boston Yankees.
No, that's not, because you said it was a postulation.
That's fine. Go ahead and take out of your dictionary wave, perturbation, frequency. Go ahead and remove those words from your language and then continue on, because those words are dependent upon waves. So you go right ahead and keep doing what you're doing. Just take those words out.
Yeah, get your shit together with you guys.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, take out wave and just say perturbation of energy. There you go.
Well, that would be a wave, wouldn't it? So take the wave and just turn it into a different description of a wave. Perturbation. So a wave, Synclenser.
Perturbation, no, it's an inflow. It's a fluctuation.
Like a wave. Like fluctuating up and down, like a wave. You stupid bonehead.
A fluctuation of...
Like up and down, like a wave.
No, frequency doesn't...
Frequency, like a wave. Frequency like a wave. You stupid idiot.
You want to say what you want to believe that we're saying wave. Nobody.
You are when you say perturbation. You are when you say frequency. Yeah, those are descriptions of waves.
All these descriptions are derived from wave.
Oscillation, another way of saying wave. So it's oscillating up and down like a wave. Yeah, these are all different ways of saying wave. John just said, try not to use any of these descriptions of waves when you're saying they're not waves. You keep using words that basically mean wave.
How would you describe light passing through a prism being broken up into all the various colors? What's taking place there? What's the function that's
divisible
happening?
beam.
Sorry, why?
Refraction?
Sorry, why?
Wait. No, refraction, fam.
No, he wants another description. I got it for you.
Why? Sorry, why? Why are we describing light traversing a prism? Why?
What's happening there? Why do we see different colors?
Does this prove ether? What's the point in me answering? Have I made a claim about it to defend?
I'm just curious as to the particle explanation.
Ripples, right? We're still perturbating and rippling. Why, after Nathan's amazing take through of where this wave function is derived from, are you not getting there is no wave? There's no need to ripple to perturbate. We don't ripple and perturbate on the smallest scale. Therefore, there is no need for the ether. Now, if your admission is that the transmission of light doesn't involve waves, fine.
I've posted a citation in the main chat for
if they're not
the
claiming a
quantum
wave,
razor.
then they're not claiming ether.
Just 1 second, Brian. Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, sorry.
From Discord.
I've posted a citation for the quantum eraser in main chat. It calls them beam splitters. They're a half-silvered mirror.
Beam splitter. Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, Paul. I didn't realize we were talking.
Go ahead.
If you're not claiming that light's a wave, then there was no need for ether. That was the whole point of ether. You can't expect, this is for Dice though, you can't expect people to accept something that not only is not verifiable in 3D reality, but there's no clear definition for it because there's all these different people calling it different things. Do you even know what it is you're claiming? It's getting more bizarre by the day. It's time to drop it.
I've never changed my position on what I use to explain light.
We don't care about your position. There's a generalized position about ether, not your position. Same with Synclenser. You're but one man.
And the problem is that we're having many positions of this being thrown at us at the same time. It's like, well, which one are we talking about?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Let me
but that's natural. That's natural, chocolate. If you're talking about flat Earth, there's a lot of different versions of flat Earth, right?
Yeah, we have
There's
to pummel a lot of
pizza one that floats up, right?
Yeah, we have to pummel a lot of other notions that are incorrect also. but that's just a red herring. In this case,
Yeah, and that's the point where we
waves.
find ourselves with the ether. It's like, okay, what are the better arguments of ether? What you guys are gonna, if you want to use the worst arguments or the ones that nobody's arguing for, then go
You
ahead.
mean the
but
ones that you can't
Hold on a sec.
support?
Just take wave out of your dictionary. That's what you're saying. It's not a wave. So the perturbation, oscillation, and frequency, these words describe what waves do. So you're going to have to remove those as well. So good luck with that.
The analogy.
So are you saying that light travels in a straight path? Is that what you're trying to say? It's a straight longitudinal pathway?
No, nobody said that.
I mean, so what's he suggesting then? If oscillation and perturbation,
he's suggesting it's all a description of a wave, but it's not true. If I knock on your door 3 times at different intervals, it doesn't mean I knocked on a wave.
Oscillation.
I knocked on
You
a
know what I mean?
frequency. You can describe the frequency with the wave, but that's not a wave.
Yeah, today's frequency is a wave.
No, if I knock on your door, Brian, 3 times, and the intervals between that give you a wave function, that doesn't mean me knocking on your door created 3 different variations of a wave.
That's right.
You're describing
and likewise, if you describe light when diffracting as a wave function, that doesn't mean there's a wave, like there's not a wave when you knock on the door. Even though you can derive a mathematical description that looks like a wave from your knocking, it's not actually a wave, is it, Sinclair?
I think we're agreeing.
I think you've just snatched your own wig off there, my friend. That's right. Your knocking in a frequency isn't a wave, is it?
Welcome to Ether.
And welcome to the fact that if you knocked once, you wouldn't be able to derive anything wave-like from a single knock, would you?
If I knock 3 times...
If you knock once, you wouldn't be able to derive a wave from the single knock, because there wouldn't be a frequency to it, would there?
That's AI's analogy.
If I knocked twice, there wouldn't be.
If you knocked once, like a single impact of quantized energy hitting a photographic plate, that would be a single knock, like a single chunk of data hitting a photographic plate. And like the single knock, you're not going to be able to describe the frequency of a single knock. And you can't describe the frequency of a single impact of light, Sinclair. There's no wave to describe, like you just told us. Yeah? It's not a wave when you're knocking and you give it a mathematical description of frequency. It's not actually a wave, is it? Yeah, well done snatching your own wig off. Neither's ether, neither wave.
No. If I hit a door and there's a knock, there's going to be a reverberation of the impact that I caused from hitting that door.
That's fascinating. And that's a wave description in mathematics. Does that mean that you rocked up on a fucking ocean to the door? No, it doesn't. You're just describing the frequency of the vibration through the air. Now, that's not light, that's sound. And you can describe sound as having a frequency. But just like light, sound doesn't move in a wave either. That's a misapprehension based on the mathematical description.
Well, dude, here's the best way of listen. If I knock on a door and it causes a reverberation that's echoed by the molecule or whatever you want to believe air is.
Yeah, that's not light.
There's a lesser intensity of that first initial knock.
It's not light. That's not light. That's not light. That's not light. That's not how light behaves.
It is, yes.
That's not light. That's a door knocking. You seem to have a misapprehension about sound and light. They're very different things.
They're not any different.
Yeah, they are. They are very different things.
You don't hear light at all.
Sound and light are different.
And you can't.
Yeah, how are sound and light different?
One is seen, the other is heard. Are you a retard? Yeah. Did you not get taught about the 5 senses when you were very young? They're different things.
Perceiving the same things?
Sorry, they're the same thing. We're perceiving the same things. When I'm sleeping and I hear something that alerts me that there's a noise outside, that's me seeing it, because they're the same thing, isn't it? When I hear that sound outside in the middle of the night.
So light and sound...
So is that the same thing?
Light and sound are both...
They're not the same thing. They're very different.
No, they're not.
That's you.
Right.
That's you.
So you're using a false equivalence then, when they're not the same thing.
You can measure the wavelength.
Oh, really? That sounded like a sigh followed by a rinse and repeat attempt. Yeah, you're not going to qualify sound in the same way as light. They're very different things.
No, they're not. They're the same thing.
Oh, my God.
They use wavelength again.
Not Nathan.
You said no wavelength. You said no waves.
You just don't understand. You're seeing
Wavelengths
it
is
with
the
your ears.
colloquial way of describing an oscillation or a vibration or a frequency.
So what's the frequency of a single impact of
It's
light?
measurable.
What's the frequency of a
All
single...
the words you just said don't describe waves.
Shh. What's the frequency of one impact of light?
It would be measured by its lesser fluctuations.
Sorry, there aren't any fluctuations. It's just a dot on a piece of paper or a photographic plate. It's just a dot. Where's the frequency of that dot?
That is 1 point of reception.
So where's the frequency in that 1 point of reception?
Where does that point of...
Why are you asking me something? I just want to know the frequency of this single impact.
You would be able to measure that based on whatever you read.
Go on then. One impact. What's the probability?
The probability...
Would you stutter much? There is no frequency in a single impact.
No probability.
So do you think if you shout the loudest through me, Sing Cleanser, maybe if you eat your mic, you'll be any less of a wanker? You're still a wanker. There's no frequency to describe in a single impact of light, Sing Cleanser.
If I have a photoreceptor...
If you ignore me completely and move on to a non-devastating point, maybe my devastating point will be ignored by you in the audience. Now I'll just repeat it straight through the top of you, Sing Cleanser. You complete wanker. A single impact of light does not yield a frequency.
Yes, it does.
Really?
No, it doesn't.
What's the frequency? Everybody tell me how many notes are coming.
If you measure 1 point of interaction, that
doesn't give you a frequency. It's only 1 point. There is no frequency. It's not very frequent if there's only one. Do you understand the difference between singular and frequent? Frequent would be more than one. Yeah, it have a certain frequency. How many times it happens? That's frequency. One impact of light doesn't give you frequency. Ether's dead. Yeah? Yum, 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 yum. And we've gobbled it down and spat it out. You can't get frequency to describe light needing a medium. And we can show how light isn't described as needing to be a wave when you only have a single impact. Because there is no frequency with one impact.
Nathan, can I ask you a serious question? On that,
you could, or you could just suffer the suffering of my balls. That would be frequency. There isn't any frequency in a single impact.
So how do you measure the...
So maybe you could go on to something less devastating and ask me something, rather than acknowledging that if you've only got one impact of light and you're going to be describing light as a wave, by having it have a frequency, you'd need it to be more frequent than just one.
If you get 1 point of if you get 1 point of interaction,
you haven't got a frequency. You've only got one. That won't derive frequency.
Intensity. That intensity can be
intensity. Sorry, I thought it was frequency. How intense the light is. So how bright the dot is. You think that how bright the dot is, how intense the dot is, will tell you how many times the dot will impact. No, intensity doesn't give you frequency.
If you're measuring energy, there is a frequency measurement of charge that comes from that interaction of the single point photon.
Give me the frequency.
Photon, you can measure the rate of energy in the inductor.
Okay, I fired a particular wavelength of light through a double slit, and there's only been one impact. What's that frequency of light?
That would be a measurement of its charge.
Not what is the measurement of frequency. What light am I presenting? With one impact from that light.
Charged the photoreceptor.
Is it infrared? Is it X-ray? Is it visible? We've got one impact on a photographic plate. I want you to tell me the frequency of that light, please.
Okay, if you have 1 point of impact on that photoreceptor, that's going to be one single incidence of a measured charge. That charge is received, and we can measure that charge by Hertz.
That's fascinating. I asked what frequency the light was.
Yeah, Hertz would give you the frequency measurement.
Maybe if you eat your mic, it might just make you a little bit more valid. Or you could tell me, given that I fired a particular light, I know what light is. It could be infrared, it could be X-ray, it could be visible. You tell me, with a single impact, what the frequency of that light is, please.
Yes, you can measure that.
Yeah, tell me what the frequency is. Is it an X-ray? Is it ultraviolet?
It depends.
You could measure
it depends
it,
on the
yeah.
spatial footprint.
Like if I measure, if
Spatial
you shot
footprint.
like an infrared
Yeah, is it so it's infrared?
X-ray or
how do you know it's infrared?
Okay, then, yeah, you could measure that you could say, okay, we have a receptive, we've received this impact as a certain charge. It has this amount of hertz.
Hertz? Sorry, hertz would be multiple impacts. That would be a wavelength description. Do you not know what hertz means? That's not
Hertz
one
is-
impact. You won't get hertz. That's frequency. Hertz is a type of frequency.
You didn't know that.
Hertz is a measure of frequency, yeah.
Right, well, if there's only one impact, it's not very frequent.
Yes, but if it...
Yes, but... So it's not very frequent, but you're going to get a frequency. We've only got one. How frequent does it need to be?
We would measure that based on how the photoreceptor would measure the charge of whatever was received. How it measures that could be, you could divide that into however you wanted to.
Divide it? So you're going to divide one into what now?
If I have a pulse of energy...
You haven't answered my question. You said you could divide it. This single impact's going to get divided, isn't it, Sin Cleanser?
What do you call energy over...
Why are you asking me a question? Is this that crushing defeat again? Maybe if you eat your microphone again, this will make you seem more valid, as I absolutely annihilate you. Based on frequency. One impact, not very frequent.
What do you call...
What do you want to get pummeled? What do you call a non-frequent impact? Can you derive frequency from a single impact? No, you can't, Sin Cleanser.
You derive induction.
Induction? That sounds like a rate that you'd need more than one impact for. Sounds like you're appealing to a wave you haven't got again.
I'm not appealing to a wave. I'm appealing...
You're stuttering quite a lot there, Sin Cleanser. I hope you're embarrassed.
Time measured
You're
in
stuttering much?
hertz.
Stuttering little wanker. You haven't got a frequency to describe with one impact. How many times?
Yes, you can.
Oh, right. It's frequent, one. You get one letter, you say you get frequent letters, do you?
Light is energy.
Now you're going to just describe how frequent this single impact is. How frequent was it?
Light is energy.
You're not just chanting out your chants through me, Sin Cleanser. Keep doing it and I'll remove you. Last opportunity. Stop chanting through me. No. You haven't got a frequent occurrence with one impact. That's not very frequent to get a frequency from. It's not about inductance if you're trying to describe it as a frequency. You need it to be frequent to do that. And one won't give you that, Sin Cleanser.
Nathan, do you... Okay, I agree with...
Is it time to ask a new question?
No, it's not.
All right, so you understand and appreciate that a single impact isn't very frequent and therefore won't give you frequency.
How do you describe energy?
No, not a question for me. You understand now that a single impact isn't very frequent and won't give you frequency. You understand that?
It can.
It can. One is frequent, is it? Fuckwit. No, fuckwit. One isn't frequent. One is singular, not frequent. You won't get the frequency, how often it occurred, if there's only one. You are thick.
If you deny
One is
that
a discrete chunk.
you're denying entropy, essentially.
Discrete, singular, not frequent. Discrete. That's right, John. He's too stupid to understand that. He still thinks he can derive frequency from a single occurrence. How often will this single occurrence happen? Well, there's only been one.
We don't live in a single occurrence environment.
Oh, do we not?
Spatial based on time.
Oh, really? So the old notion of wave function deriving wavelength, that's not true then? Yeah, it is. We definitely have a derivation of light diffraction into wavelength. That is true. You just can't achieve it with a single impact because there isn't any frequency to a single impact. In other words, if I fire any type of light, doesn't matter if it's X-ray, ultraviolet, visible spectrum, it makes absolutely no difference. If you only have a single impact of one discrete chunk of that light, you don't know what wavelength it is. And you can never know because you haven't got any frequency to derive it from.
Okay, Nathan, if you believe...
If I stutter away from this devastating point, maybe I can turn this around really quickly by stuttering and stammering and not acknowledging that you don't have any frequency with a single impact.
photon has no charge. Is that what you're saying?
So no, I'm saying you don't have frequency with a single impact of light. You can't derive wavelength, its frequency, if there's only one.
Yeah, but even with...
Yeah, but maybe I'll move on past it, even though that's devastating. So no frequency, no wavelength, no need for ether. We can definitely show a individual quanta hitting a photographic plate. And from that individual quanta, you won't get a wave because you don't have a frequency. Ergo, no need for ether. We've still got light, but no frequency to need a wave.
Does the photon have a charge, or am I not?
So is that anything to do with what I pointed out in terms of frequency, wavelength? Maybe ask me about charge when I point out that light as a wavelength of light can't be described with a single impact because there isn't any frequency, how frequent it happens, if there's only one.
You can actually measure it.
Oh, you can. Rinse and repeat. Kick him out, dickhead.
Yeah, how do you measure
Kick him out. Bye-bye, Sinclair, you're a dick.
Uh-oh.
There's no wave in a single point, you idiot. Come on, this is rudimentary. Stop being such a fanatic.
You guys are pigeonholing light into discrete chunks. You're assuming that you fired a
Sorry, it's the basis of quantum mechanics. It's the reason you've got a computer to talk to us on.
We're not doing that. We're describing what's happening between the laser and the plate, right? There's a discrete point on the plate, and the laser is a discrete point of origin. So we got 1 and 1. That's discrete.
You're treating light as if it's a bullet that can be fired on its own.
Yeah, it can.
What, that diffracts?
Not even close, bud.
Yeah, it can.
Not even close.
Sorry, Witsit challenged this yesterday. Now, further to that, I think it was Napalm came back and said, oh, yeah, I've watched that video. Started to critique it. So, yeah, it can happen.
There's no such thing as the photon. It's a misapprehension.
All right, don't chant.
The photon is just a description. It's not a claim of a real reality. It's just a way of describing. That's all it is. You have to be able to describe things. That's what's wrong. There's a description of something as a wave, and that's been reified into light actually behaving as a wave. There you go. That's where ether started. And whatever you call ether or anyone else calls ether, that's where it started. Descriptions are necessary in life, aren't they? But a description it's like the map is not the terrain. The description is not the reality.
Right, it's just a tool for categorization and prediction.
Oh, hold on,
Light's not a photon.
Just one sec, Owen. Go ahead, Dicelo.
I was just saying, I'm not sure what was all just said. I was doing something, but I'm just going to say this. Light can't be subdivided into a discrete photon or particle. This is a misapprehension of the understanding of the nature of light. It's a rate of inductance. So therefore, your analogy is just a misapprehension of understanding.
So, Dicelo, would you define for me what inductance means?
Is that what you asked me?
Then what's induction?
What's induction? Inductance was his actual word rather than just induction. Could you define that for me? You said rate of inductance.
Yeah, speed is a rate of induction, sure. Typically, induction are units of dielectric capacitance and magnetic induction, which together form this electrical circuit. But
I asked you to define the word inductance. That word in particular. I didn't ask you to reuse it. I want you to define it for me, please.
He can't.
Again, it's just excitation of an object or a circuit. which allows this flow of energy or a raised state of capacitance, or both, depending on the form of induction.
The process or action of bringing about or giving rise to something. Just repeat that, 'cause I got rumpus. The process or action of bringing about or giving rise to something. Induction.
Induce, yeah. And rate is a speed. Speed of what? When you say the rate of induction, what's the rate you're referring to?
Yes. Well, speed infers something moving from point A to point B, rather than a disturbance which propagates.
Yeah, but you said rate of induction.
How we refer to it.
You did say rate of
induction.
Yeah. So what's the rate you're referring to? Rate of what? The rate of what?
Change. The rate of light's propagation.
So propagation would be what? The rate of propagation would be what? So propagation is a disturbance
of the field.
What field?
What field? Yeah, see, we're going from one thing to the next Rate, propagation, field. None of this is getting. We're not getting. Nothing is getting defined here.
I understand. That's because the way you perceive reality is everything
and
is,
you say the rate of propagation. Propagation of what?
That's the problem.
And you said field.
Begs the question.
Which field?
So propagation is just the way they beg the question. Transmission of motion, light, sound, etc. in a particular direction or through a medium. So the word propagation is just their way of begging the question.
Yeah, but is Daiso claiming that light's a wave?
I mean, I don't know how many more times I've got to say this. I feel like I've been repeating myself for the last 5 years to you guys. Light is not a particle. Light is not a wave. Light is not a wave. Light is not a particle. Light is not a particle wave duality.
Wait, so you're telling us what light is?
Light is a sheer rate of induction.
Rate.
That's a wave.
We're back
That's
to rate
a wave,
again.
you dumbass.
Arwen, please. We're back to rate again. Back to that word rate. Sheer rate of induction. Rate. What's the rate part? What's the movement? What's the speed? What's being measured?
I just told you that. I don't understand why you're having such a.
It can't be a particle or a wave.
Sorry. You said sheer rate of induction, right? Now that means absolutely nothing. You're not putting any meat on them bones. Sheer rate of induction. Induction of what? You're claiming light is not this, light is not that, light is not everything. Okay, then you're saying it's a sheer rate of induction. Rate is movement at a rate, speed of induction. So what is it that's moving at a rate of induction?
It's an induction between the magnetic and the dielectric field, which is propagating.
Well, you told me the other day that dielectric field is only a concept that is a belief that it can't be proven in 3D reality. That's what you admitted to me the other day. So how can you use the dielectric field?
I said that's not what I said. Again, you have a tendency to completely strawman everything I say.
Hang on, Arwen, please.
You have a way of strawmanning everything I said. What I told you was the dielectric field on its own was unmanifested and unquantifiable. But in contrast with the magnetic field, it's ever so visible. So again, man, you have a problem with either not listening or intentionally strawmanning my points.
That's not what you said to me.
No, that's exactly what I said. We can go back to the video.
I asked you very clearly the other day. I asked you, is Aether or the dielectric field, are any of them validatable in 3D reality? And you said
you must be confusing me with Witsit.
No, I'm not. I wasn't talking to Witsit. Witsit wasn't on. It was you. About 2 days ago.
No, because I've always said Aether is a combination of the dielectric field and the magnetic field. The magnetic field is the phenomenal manifested side, and the dielectric field is the unmanifested side.
And what has any of that got to do with light?
Okay.
What has any of that got to do with light and a single quantifiable piece of light being detectable?
That's what I'm getting at. That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, because
so you have got a dielectric field to show us.
By its true definition, is split like a wheel, and this is how we get the
You have got a dielectric field to show us, yes or no?
talking about a single quantifiable, detectable piece of light that we detect.
There is no single piece of light. You're again, once again, you're
What he's doing, Brian, is he's just going to verbal diarrhea non-stop, so you won't get any of your questions through to him. He's decided that what he's going to do is talk non-stop. He hasn't shut up at all for the last 2 minutes straight. Pure verbal diarrhea. Brian's trying to talk to you, Dice.
He's straw manning.
He's trying to move away from the
There he is again. Stop. Stop.
Yeah.
What he's automatically done before you even took breath was started rumpusing you.
Well, what he's doing is he's trying to address Rams as a way of avoiding what I'm asking. Because he keeps trying to go around in a circle about what I'm asking him. So now we're at the point where I want to know, has he got a dielectric field that he can show us? Yes or no? Very simple question.
Yes.
Okay. So, and this dielectric field is what? Where would you show us this? Is it something we can physically see and whatever?
Hold on, Brian. He's trying to answer.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So again, you could represent the dielectric field visibly in contrast with the magnetic field. The dielectric field by itself.
I asked for a dielectric field
hold on, Brian.
in particular.
Hold on, Brian. I wasn't
not
done.
Magnetic field.
Now you're going to cheat through me?
Yeah, because he's asked you to show him the dielectric field, and you've said, I can show it in contrast with something else.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's the problem, Nathan.
Yeah, that's why he objected.
Okay, what's the problem?
You're saying yes to a question. Go on, Chocolate. Sorry.
No, so when you say that, right, that you can show it in contrast in comparison to something else, like I think you were going to say the magnetic field. So what you mean by that is that you could show us the magnetic field, but where we can't see that field, that's where we would assume that the ether is. Is that what you mean by that when you say that?
Yes.
No, he means he can't show ether.
He said yes, Neil. Neil.
Come on, man.
Fuck's sake.
You triggered shit. For real.
I said one thing.
He said yes. You told us he would say no. Very irritating, Neil.
Sorry.
So the answer was yes, right? That's what you mean by that?
Yeah, the dielectric field by itself is unmanifested, non-quantifiable, non-visible, can't touch it, can't interact with it. It's only induced through the magnetic side, and when it
that's double speak. Can't interact with it, but it's interacting with.
See the. Jesus Christ.
You just said it can't interact, then you described its interaction. You say it's non-manifest, but it's manifesting through ether. This is pure doublespeak.
Yeah, bro.
As I've already told you,
And
the
that's my
magnetic field is the
frustration, too.
dissipation of the dielectric field.
Which is
You guys
non-manifest.
just love to just straw man.
Non-manifest.
Unmanifest in its full state of potential, but as it loses that component, that ability, this is what breeds the magnetic field. And in contrast with the magnetic, you can see the hyperbole reciprocation of these two fields conjoined, conjugate fields of one another that are inseparable. Yeah, that easy.
And the conjugate fields between the two, how do you know that's not love?
You call it what you want. If you want to call it the love field, I'm okay with that, Nathan.
Okay, we'll call it the love field.
Making up words. You're just using any big word you can think of and just shoving it in the sentence.
I heard he evoked cause. He said that the depletion of one field caused the other thing. So is there any tangible scientific demonstration of this?
Yeah.
So if we were to bring this into to try to bring it into some type of reality, right? Let's say we used iron filings or something like that, right? If we've all seen you could use a magnet and it moves the filings in a certain way, right? Would you kind of say, I don't know, maybe it's not analogous, just let me know, but when we don't see the filings, that's where you would say ether is, right? Because the magnetism,
you could even measure
the effect of that.
You could even measure it with the Gauss meter. Like, if you were to take a Gauss meter and try to measure the magnetic field, you're not going to get a reading at the center of that magnetic field. Why is that? Why is there flux lines of no magnetic field present.
So you're saying the proof of ether is the lack of a Gauss reading?
No, that's just one of them.
So no, but that is one of the proofs.
Wow.
Again, contradiction in terms. So no, it's not. But yeah, it's one of the proofs.
Well, it sounded like you said that. Is that the only?
Is the lack of a reading on a Gauss meter showing ether?
Yes.
Okay. So if I show you a lack of reading on a sound pressure level meter, that means love.
No.
Yeah, it does. I can show you how there's loads of sounds, and then I move it into an area that's isolated, and it doesn't show anything on the needle. That's because there's love there. The lack of sound is love.
Have you quantified love to begin with?
No, it's bollocks. I'm just making it up. It's the same shite contrasted with your shite. Saying that the lack of a reading is somehow the proof of something else.
Yeah, but have you defined or quantified love to begin with? Or is this just your conception that you're trying to overlay?
Oh, no, that's perfectly reasonable. Have you defined or qualified ether before saying the lack of a Gauss reading is proof of it?
Yeah.
Go on then.
What is it?
What is it?
It's a field. It's the field, the one and only field.
Right. So you're saying
How long you listening to Nathan? Come on.
Where the lack of a Gauss meter reading is a field?
Yep.
No, it isn't.
One half of the field.
I see. So the lack of a sound pressure level reading is a field.
Field's always there. You can't get away from it.
I see. So I automatically assume that if there's no sound pressure level meter reading, it's because love is always in the air.
The ether will get
calling
you.
love ether. I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it?
Ether's
You're
gonna get
okay
ya.
with my complete made up on the spot nonsense because it contrasts your nonsense nicely. It's the same nonsense, but you'd accept my love field based on your standards, rather than relinquishing your shitty standards.
Have you defined a magnetic field to be able to associate this thing yet?
I didn't think we were asking for a magnetic field. I thought we were after ether. I thought the lack of a Gauss reading was proof of ether fields, but now it's whether or not I deny the magnetic fields. The lack of a Gauss reading isn't that, though, is it?
Magnetic field is the...
It's like the lack of a sound pressure meter reading isn't sound pressure. It's the lack thereof. So saying the lack thereof in Gauss reading is actually a proof positive of something else that's a field. It's nonsense.
What's a magnetic field, Nate?
No, you're asking me about magnetic fields. We want to know about ether.
That's what we're talking about.
No, we're talking about ether. You just decided to introduce this bait and switch, where you talk about something that isn't ether and claim it's proof of ether. Like you did when you said the lack of a Gauss reading when looking at magnetic fields. Gauss is a magnetic measurement. So you're measuring how much magnetism it's got. And when you don't get a measurement of how much magnetism it's got, you say the lack of a measurement of how much magnetism it's got is a positive measurement of ether. No, that's nonsense.
Again, you've been interrogating me all day, so can any of you answer the question as to what magnetism is? Or
why, when we're asking about ether? We're not denying magnetism.
Talking about light.
This is precise.
So it is just the bait and switch. No, it is precisely what we're talking about. We were only talking about the bait and switch. No, definitely not. I mean, even Witsit yesterday made it absolutely plain that trying to associate the ether with electromagnetism is a straw man.
You claim magnetism proves the ether would be a reification fallacy.
Boom.
So reification then, according to Witsit.
As you define.
You claim magnetism proves the ether would be a reification fallacy.
Die slow, you deaf?
Wait,
Want to hear it again?
So let's clear this up.
Yeah, I don't answer to Witsit.
Do you not?
You claim magnetism proves the ether would be a reification fallacy.
All right, so maybe this comes back to the different factions of Ether, right? So you're not claiming the same type of Ether that Witsit is. Is that what's going on?
I think Witsit's understanding is limited. I think
he's got 160 IQ. No, definitely not. Ether, no, Witsit is infallible. 160 IQ.
See, but that's what I'm saying is the problem. We got different people arguing for different factions of the same thing.
What does that tell you, Chocolate?
Well, it's not provable by all factions. That's the problem.
Thank you.
Right?
That's why I get frustrated. I'm sorry.
But you always seem to get more frustrated when I ask a question.
Well, it's magnetism, guys.
Please stop doing
No, that just happened. That happened because I was out for a while, and the Wi-Fi came back. So I'm sorry.
So in conclusion, there's no wave necessity for light. That was debunked quite some time ago. There's no description, generally speaking, of light being a wave to need a medium to traverse. There is no necessity anymore for ether. It's a misapprehension of light's description as a wave function when it's diffraction.
They got stamina. I'll give them that.
I was just thinking the same thing. Is this like a bout where whoever has the most stamina is going to be standing at the end?
No, we can pummel this all day. It doesn't make any difference how much stamina they've got.
That's true.
So, one more question. I got a lot of questions today. And not that I'm putting it on you, Dicelo, right? But earlier you said that we were pigeonholing light as a bullet or something that you can fire, right? Would you say that it's kind of like what the people who first purported ether as light or purported ether because light is a wave and it required a medium? Would you say that they kind of did the same thing with light? Pigeonholing it into the wave, which would then require the medium that we're talking about?
To understand the ether
Breaking
or
up.
any other oscillations of the ether.
Breaking up, Dicelo.
I don't know all the different
up
players that are out there, but I could see that potentially being.
I think he said yes.
I missed the first part, but I think you said, yeah, right? Like that's potentially what happened.
Yeah, he agreed.
Okay.
I'm getting chocolate. We're talking about different aspects of ether, and there's a quote that came to mind, which I think is kind of where I'm at with the philosophy of this. An ally is the ether, and a powerful ally is life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us, binds us. Luminous beings we are, not this crude matter.
And with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley promoing streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting the thanks button and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.